Good morning, everyone. I would like to call the County Council meeting of May the 27th to order. Please rise for a moment of silent reflection. Okay, Sean, if you'd like to start the national anthem, please.
Canada, our home beneath the land, patron and our songs coming, with glowing hearts we see, rise the true God. On far and wide, O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God, keep our land glorious and free. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Thank you very much. Please be seated. Before Mr. Morrow begins roll call, I'll just remind everyone to please mute your microphones. Thank you very much.
May I proceed with roll call, Warden?
Yes, please.
Councillor Bennett?
Present.
Councillor Rose? Councillor Doncaster?
Present.
Councillor Donahue?
Here.
Councillor Emo?
Present.
Councillor Grills?
Here.
Councillor Hunt? Councillor Keller?
Here.
Councillor Love?
Present.
Councillor Lynch?
Here.
Councillor Murphy?
Here.
Councillor Peckett? Councillor Rigier?
Here.
Councillor Reinwald?
Present.
Warden Robinson?
Present.
Councillor Sweet?
Present.
And Councillor Wisniewski Moore?
Here.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Morrow. Any disclosure of pecuniary interest and the general nature thereof? Councillor Murphy.
Thank you, Madam Warden. Under the Public Works and Engineering report, either 3 or 4, the Highway 512 project, the county delivered the property that they'll be purchasing from me. So I would like to declare on those items, please.
Thank you very much. That's duly noted. Any other pecuniary interest? Seeing none, thank you very much. As we gather in chambers this morning, I would like to acknowledge on behalf of Council and our community that we are meeting on traditional territory of the First Nations. We would like to thank the Algonquin people and express our respect and support for their rich history, and we are extremely grateful for their many and continued displays of friendship. We also thank all the generations of people who have taken care of this land for thousands of years. Members of County Council, during the month of May, I attended 14 official meetings on county business and numerous informal discussions with our CAO and senior staff. Today, you will hear about the County of Renfrew's continued response to COVID-19 and how all the essential services continue to be provided to the residents of the County of Renfrew. Renfrew County's Economic Task Force, led by our Development and Property Committee, has been meeting, not the committee, the department, has been meeting virtually 3 times since its inception, April 23rd. At each meeting, we have had upwards of 30 people participating, representing the manufacturing, commercial, retail, hospitality, agriculture, and tourism sectors. We also have representatives from various provincial ministries. As well, MP Cheryl Gallant and MPP John Yakubuski are also engaged with this group. The participants are graciously taking the time to help us understand the impact COVID-19 has had on their livelihoods, their present state of operations, if operating at all, and their anticipated future needs, both short and long term. This information is allowing us to formulate a plan of action to save our rural economy. These folks are being well supported by the Director, Craig Kelly, Economic Development Manager, Alistair Baird, and their staff. In addition, I have asked Councillors Bob Sweet and Peter Emo to be members of this committee along with myself. In June, when our committee meetings resume, I will ask our striking committee to formalize their appointments. During Mr. Kelly's department report, Council will hear more in-depth news about the recommendations received from the members of the task force and ways County Council can possibly assist. Anything we do will complement the various funding supports already activated by our federal and provincial governments, like the announcement that FedDev Ontario will be delivering $213 million to help relieve the economic impact of COVID-19 on small businesses, and $39.4 million to support rural businesses through the Community Futures Development Corporation. We all know it's not just business owners dealing with the brunt of this pandemic. Renfrew County residents who have found themselves vulnerable due to a loss of employment or those whose situations have been adversely affected are getting much needed financial support through our social services department. As much as possible, we are trying to ensure that no one gets left behind or forgotten. But when faced with a challenge, our staff have always excelled, particularly when asked to find creative ways to assist people. The Community Garden Project is an excellent example. Through the Social Services Relief Fund, groups can access funding to create their own garden plots. These community gardens will allow individuals and families to grow fresh, affordable, healthy produce while increasing physical activity. The Renfrew County VTAC, Virtual Triage Assessment Center, continues to be a great success story. This, for me, is the silver lining of our pandemic. In early March, our paramedic chief, Mike Nolan, surrounded himself with like-minded healthcare professionals with a singular goal in mind: the creation of an accessible virtual primary care program to meet the needs of our residents in the midst of this unprecedented global nightmare. Our already stretched to the limit healthcare system was in real danger of collapse if it was overwhelmed by COVID-19 patients. We needed to find a solution before this problem arose. Renfrew County VTAC did just that and more. Thousands of Renfrew County residents have been diverted from hospitals and had their needs addressed through Renfrew County VTAC. Many of these folks are orphan patients and do not have access to a family doctor. Now they can dial a phone number, and within a very short time, they are speaking with a physician. In many cases, these individuals are getting the advice and care they need over the phone. If more immediate follow-up is required, our paramedics are making house calls. This system has the potential of becoming a virtual family health team where patients can access a primary care physician, as well as be referred to other healthcare services within their own home communities. Is this the answer of rural Ontario's family physician shortage? Is it a model of care to support people aging at home? Is it a way of alleviating the pressures on our long-term care facilities? And even more exciting, is this the nucleus of an Ontario health team defined by the needs of patients first and foremost? Time will tell. What I do know with utter certainty is the Renfrew County VTAC is getting a lot of traction in the public forum and in the media. The CBC News story, coupled with national recognition of Renfrew County VTAC by Canada's Chief Public Health Officer, Dr. Teresa Tam, when acknowledging Paramedic Service Week on Monday, will go a long way in insisting our efforts to ensure the continuation of this program post-pandemic. Since our declaration of an emergency, March the 30th, the County Control Group of the Emergency Operations Committee has been meeting twice weekly. Recently, the decision was made to reduce these meetings to weekly. Along with all members of our senior leadership team, as well as the Chair of Health, Councillor Michael Donahue, we have had the benefit of participating with Renfrew County District Health Unit's Medical Officer of Health, Dr. Robert Cushman, who you will hear shortly. It is during these meetings that the extraordinary efforts in our long-term care homes continue to be highlighted. Director of Long-Term Care, Shelley Sheedy, and her staff have been proactive every step of the way, instituting policies and procedures often weeks ahead of provincial mandates. There have been some tough decisions made by this council in order to safeguard our residents and staff. They were made after a lot of thought and discussion, and not before we put processes in place to alleviate, as best we can, the impact our decisions may have on families having to care for their loved ones at home. It is important to know that the VTAC staff, along with public health, are working together to meet these individual needs as they arise. On Friday, CAO Paul Morrow and I will participate in our first Eastern Ontario Wardens Caucus meeting, where we will have the opportunity to speak about the work of Renfrew County's Economic Task Force. As part of that meeting, we will be advocating for approvals through the Investment in Community Infrastructure Program and an increase in support to municipalities. We need to kickstart our local economies while addressing the growing infrastructure deficit being faced by many of our local municipalities. I remind those assembled here of the following: the County of Renfrew, experience our history, share our future. This concludes my address for this session of County Council. So our very first delegation of a virtual meeting is Dr. Robert Cushman. I need to check to see if he's here. Okay. All right, well, we'll wait for Dr. Cushman to arrive. Until then, perhaps I'll ask Paul to continue with his, I'm sorry, I'm getting all this feedback. Continue with the report, please, administration report.
Thank you, Warden. So I'll start with item number 1 in the administrational report. It's just an information item with respect to the service delivery review. It highlights the project's overall intent and what our goals and objectives are in the delivery of that program. I am hoping that a number of you have started to been contacted, and the consultants have sent out the guides for interviews in preparation for the interviews that are about to occur in the next several weeks. So they will be pursuing that. We've kicked it off. So I would ask you to contribute and participate in the process as it rolls out. So you are aware they will also be contacting your local CAOs as well. If I may, Warden, I will go on to item number 2, the delegated authority. That is in my report. There is a number of other pieces that are contained in Mr. Perkins' report as well under operations. But there are 3 areas where we made approvals under delegated authority, and that relates to the hiring of 2 contract short-term basis positions as it relates to supporting Bev Zato, the employee health coordinator, dealing with mostly issues coming out of long-term care and emergency services with employees, either in contact or with COVID-19 or dealing with other health concerns. The numbers are way up. Right now, these are temporary positions and they're 2-month contracts. Should we determine that one or both of them would be needed for the longer term as this rolls out, we would bring that back to committee and council for approval. But at this point, they are in place for 2 months. The other would be the just a capital replacement of the dishwasher at Miramichi Lodge. That was done through CAO approval as per GA01. And then the expansion of the nurse call phone system at Miramichi Lodge. Again, that has been an ongoing concern for us, and committee has been made aware of that issue in the past. And again, it was an upgrade done. And that was actually, that approval did occur under normal GA01 provisions for the CAO to approve it. May I move on to item number 3, Warden? City of Pembroke resolution with respect to opening. We did receive that on May 6th. and that is getting a little bit dated now in that the province has started to open up the province. But essentially the gist of the resolution was that the province of Ontario look at opening up on a regional basis where the impacts of COVID-19 are less severe. Moving on, Warden, to number 4, if I may. The photo essay that is being initiated by our communications folks at both the homes and emergency services, and corporately, essentially looking at photos and collecting photos to do a bit of a collage that looks at how we are surviving as a community with COVID-19. If I may, Warden, I'll move to number 5, crisis communications plan. That information in terms of the communications plan, I believe, is attached, and that has been developed in concert with the group that has been essentially formed to move communications through county council, or sorry, through our community. So whether it's Twitter, whether it's Facebook, media, this is the group that that is put together the communications plan, and this is the playbook that they're following in delivering our communications. Item number 6, Warden, supporting Renfrew County virtual assessment in triage centers and local municipalities. Again, the crisis communications team in cooperation with the VTAC group and the County of Renfrew Public Works has got 2 of the construction signs with messaging on them, encouraging folks to participate or call VTAC should they have a health concern. I happened to drive by one the other night in Petawawa at the corner, I believe, of Victoria Street and Petawawa Boulevard. The placement was fantastic and the messaging was great. So I think members of the public seeing that sign and calling the 1-800 number, I know I've talked to people and the experience with VTAC has been fantastic. So that's great news. Again, we've also done staff communications with the crisis communications team, preparing a newsletter to all staff. That's item number 7, Warden. And then moving on to number 8, the continuity of operations and services. Warden, there is a recommendation here. If I may, I'll read the recommendation. Recommendation that County Council approve the interim report to Council on the continuity of operations and services, and that recommendations contained within the report, and further that this report be brought back to County Council for review at the September meeting. Just for clarification, I anticipate that, in June, Warden, we will have committee meetings. I suspect that will be the case as well in September. So when we bring that back, it would come to committees in September for review. And typically that would come through Health and F&A, as it's a continuity of operations. So we would follow the regular process when we bring it back. If I may, Warden, I will direct Council, though, to page 9 and 10, and that is the start of that appendix. And I think there's some significance or some importance to go through it, because there is a number of recommendations that we're asking Council to take a look at, and they are somewhat impactful on our operation. So, Warden, if I may, I'd like to go through those.
Certainly. Perhaps I'll just get a mover and a seconder, and then
Thank
we'll
you.
start the discussion. So moved by Councillor Emo, seconded by Councillor Murphy. Thank you very much. Please continue, Mr. Morrow.
Thanks. I had my papers on the keyboard and it muted me. As I go through this, I just want to point out, and it's a heads up for the directors as we go through it, just a reminder, I will be turning over the appropriate sections to each director as we go through it. So with respect to governance, we've done an examination of where we are, where we think we're going to be with respect to COVID-19. And it's our advice from both our working group that we've created and the senior leadership team that we continue on with our virtual council meetings until we have an additional review done in September. And I suspect that will come very quick. So if I may, Warden, I'll move right to the direction, the recommendations in the report. The report's recommending the County Council maintain the declared state of emergency until September 20th. That would allow us to continue on with the virtual meetings of council until we undertake an additional review in September to see where we are. That committees of council be scheduled for the month of June and to be held virtually as well. So again, that would be the start of our committee meetings. And number 3, under the governance piece, that committee and county council continue to be held virtually from June 20th to September 20th as required. And 4th, that no council meeting be held in July unless necessary for emergency purposes. Again, it's for us, the rationale is quite simple. We're not out of the woods yet with COVID-19. We don't know where we will be with respect to a second wave. So we're trying to put in measures in place that we can continue on with the business of county council, but again, with the necessary precautions through virtual meetings. And that's that component of the report. Under the finance and administration piece, if I could, I'd like to turn that piece over to Mr. Foss, if possible, Warden. Mr. Foss? And that's on page 11.
Thank you, Warden, and good morning, members of County Council. Under Finance and Administration, our department is really attempting to ensure business as usual financial services, if at all possible. We're really trying to do that through a combination of on-site and work from home schedules. But our goal is really to ensure we are providing the same quality of service that was delivered prior to the change with COVID-19.
Yes,
we always will attempt to have some staff in the building at all times during regular working hours. My team conducts virtual meetings to maintain all of our lines of communication to ensure we meet all of the performance standards that we had originally for payroll, accounts payable, receivables, reporting, banking, benefits administration. One of the key things that our SLT group determined early on was to ensure that we always had someone available to answer the call coming in from the public, even though our business, our municipal offices are closed to the public. And so a big shout out really to the other departments to help us to ensure that there's always someone filling the reception duties from 8 o'clock till 4 p.m. every day, Monday to Friday. We certainly have noticed an increased volume in calls coming to our desk, many of them related to the Renfrew County virtual triage and assessment system during this COVID pandemic. But I think it's been a great service to our community to make sure that there's always somebody there to answer the phone. Within information technology, staff, again, the goal is to continue to provide the same services and support that were there to county operations before COVID-19. And we do that through a variety of remote management tools, virtual private networks, VPNs, and network security monitoring. So staff in the IT department are using also a combination of on-site and work from home schedules. But again, we ensure that there's always someone in the building for IT support, Monday to Friday, 8 to 4. IT staff, of course, have been using remote management tools for many years. It's really not necessary for them to travel to all of our remote sites to deal with help desk issues or information technology problems. So we continue to provide remote troubleshooting support for 500 county computers using Desktop Central, which is a piece of software. It's a management suite. That allows us to have connectivity with computers on the county network, but it also allows us to have connectivity to all the staff who are working from home. So we're able to support county equipment, even for the staff who are in their own homes. Staff continually monitor a complex system of servers. We ensure we have backups that are performed and monitored every day. Virtual private access, virtual private networks, that access is monitored in real time by our staff on a continual basis to ensure the security of our file systems and our networks. IT staff are still providing support to various county locations where remote management is not possible. And so when our IT staff attend those offices, we follow all of the health protocols that are there in the buildings. Provincial Offences Court is a little bit unique because those guidelines and direction come to us directly from the Ministry of the Attorney General. So Council should be aware that the Ontario Court of Justice will not be returning to full operations on May the 29th. As originally announced, no trials or preliminary inquiries will be conducted until July the 6th at the earliest. This applies to criminal and provincial offences court. The Ministry of the Attorney General is currently working on guidelines regarding the framework for reopening all provincial courts. And these guidelines also apply to Provincial Offences Act issues. All matters originally scheduled for Monday, March the 16th through to and including Friday, May the 29th have been adjourned and will be rescheduled to a later point in time. Important for Council to know that the Government of Ontario has suspended all timelines established by any statute, regulation, rule, or bylaw retroactive to Monday, March the 16th. No enforcement activities are released for license suspensions, early resolutions, or trials, nor are trials scheduled for court, and the Justice of the Peace will not review nor register a conviction for matters that fail to respond within 45 days. The only activity that is taking place are urgent POA matters such as search warrants, extensions of time to pay, where a fine is in default, which would be license suspensions, and the reopening where a fine is in default. All of these matters are sent to the criminal court, to the intake Justice of the Peace for review and decision. And Madam Warden, that is the end of the Finance and Administration review of ongoing activities.
Okay. Questions for Jeff?
Okay. Anyone have, I didn't ask if they had questions of yours, but anyway, any questions of Jeff? Thank you.
Thank you, Warden. If I may, I'll turn it over to the next piece, and that is the crisis communications team. No recommendations under that section. It's just a continuation of our efforts with respect to communication around the COVID-19 crisis. Overall, though, the recommendations for the administrative part of the report, one, that County Council follow direction of the Ministry of the Attorney General, preparing a plan to open the Provincial Offences Office when directed. And then recommendation number 6, that the Finance and Administration Committee, the Finance, Information Technology, Provincial Offences, and Administration staff continue to work from home. The County Administration or the Provincial Offences Administration Office on a rotational basis to ensure staff are always present in the office to present the requirements of the department throughout the duration of County Council's emergency declaration, or until such time as the province of Ontario provides direction. So those are the recommendations in the report as it relates to finance and administration. If I may, I'll turn it over to Bruce just to describe the work he's been doing with the working group and the 6-point plan that they have put in place. If I may, Warden, I'll turn it over to Bruce. Thank you, Bruce.
So, Madam Warden and members of Council, it's an obvious statement to make, but the world has changed as a result of the pandemic. COVID-19 has changed our workplace, from our high-risk frontline workers to the administrative arm and the operational employees in the field. So these are changing times. It was thrust upon us by COVID-19, but also by our own design by the introduction of STIP and the introduction of the Strategy Corp Service Delivery Project. So these are times for leadership, and they are times that we must protect the well-being of our employees, our families, and the citizens of our communities. They're times for involving a cultural shift in how the County of Renfrew is doing business. We have to do this, though, with a focus on our employees' mental health. Employee wellness and employee health and safety are at the forefront of the SLT group as they formalize the actions and policy of our new workplace culture. At the SLT level, we aim to achieve this with minimal service interruption as one of the priority goals. To that end, the CAO has struck a working group known as the New Workplace Normal Group to oversee and make recommendations to SLT related to the adapting of policies and standard operating procedures to respond to the workplace issues related specifically to COVID-19. The core working group is comprised of Development Property Director Craig Kelly, Employee Health Coordinator and Wellness Coordinator Bev Zato, Pandemic Safety Officer Taylor Hanrath, and myself, with an ongoing open invitation to Mr. Barber and other County Renfrew employees as required. So I'll just take a moment and go through the report itself. There is a 6-point plan that we have adopted that comes out as a result of a document that was issued by Cushman and Wakefield, which we felt was a very competent document in terms of the steps to take internally within the organization in responding to COVID-19. So let me summarize quickly for you. So there are 6 steps: prepare the building, prepare the workforce, control access, create a social distancing plan, reduce touch points and increase cleaning, and communicate for confidence. Let me just highlight this. As it relates to prepare the building, we're talking about cleaning plans and inspections and what's the status of our HVAC system and our mechanical checks. As it relates to preparing the workforce, we want to mitigate anxiety. We want to look at policies and standard operating procedure in terms of what are we doing relative to who returns to work, who gets to stay home. We want to talk about controlling access relative to protocols for health and safety checks, for building reception, for shipping, receiving, for elevators, for visitor policies. As it relates to creating a social distancing plan, it's talking about decreasing density, scheduling management as appropriate, and office traffic patterns. As it relates to reducing touch points and increasing cleaning, this is about what are we doing relative to leaving doors open? What about our touch points? What about our clean desk policies? What are our cleaning of common areas, and what are we doing to increase that? As it relates to communicate for confidence, it's about recognizing the fear of returning employees, communicating transparency, and listening and taking surveys of our employee on a regular basis. One of the observations I'd want to make to committee and council, or to the warden and council, is that we've shared the tools and the resources that we're accessing at the County of Renfrew with the Renfrew County municipalities to assist them with these tools on a similar fashion. So the recommendation emanating from the Human Resources Department is that staff of the Human Resources Department continue to rotate from working in the office and from home to ensure staff are always present in the office to meet the requirements of the department throughout the duration of the County of Renfrew's emergency declaration, or until such time as the province of Ontario provides direction. That, Madam Warden, is my report.
Thank you very much, Mr. Beakley. Does anyone have any questions of Mr. Beakley? Councillor Donahue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Not so much a question as a comment. I just, in the course of Mr. Beakley's comments, he'd use the terminology "who gets to stay home," and I think on a go-forward basis that the staying at home is an appropriate thing. And in fact, I think post-pandemic, we will probably find that there are much efficiencies that could be realized on working from home, that it is more a case of it being appropriate as to being a reward. And I think the wording is probably important in this situation. Right now, of course, it is in relation to the pandemic and the response. But I am most hopeful that we are keeping close watch. And I think Mr. Beakley had identified that at our last Zoom council meeting a month ago, that this is an opportunity to review what are some of the strengths and weaknesses available to us and to our staff. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Mr. Beakley, did you want to comment or?
Yes, if I may. When we go further into the HR report and we talk about the telecommuting policy, we'll speak to that in a little bit more detail.
All right, thank you very much. Any other questions of Mr. Beakley? Okay, seeing none. Paul, do you want to continue?
Thank you, Warden. Just to read the recommendation from the report, and that recommendation says that staff in the Human Resources Department continue to rotate from working from in the office and from home to ensure staff are always present in the office to meet the requirements of the department throughout the duration of the County of Renfrew's emergency declaration, or until such time as the province of Ontario provides direction. If I may, I'll turn it over to Laura to provide a summary of the social services report, Warden, or the components of the plan moving forward. Laura?
Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Warden, members of County Council. The Social Services Department has been working with offices close to the public since the declaration of the emergency. However, I can reassure you that all services are being provided. We have staff in all of our offices providing services through phone and email, and we have a number of staff who've been deployed to home and other workplaces so that they can continue to provide the support that is needed to our vulnerable in the community. Specifically, I would like to identify that in Renfrew County Housing Corporation, our maintenance and custodial staff continue to respond to emergency needs in all of our buildings. They are actively on site preparing units for move-outs and move-ins, and we have hired external cleaning contractors to provide the enhanced sanitation that is required in all of our buildings over the weekend. And that's mainly so that our maintenance and custodial staff are not working 7 days a week, pretty much all day long. We need them available for emergency breakdowns. In terms of our housing staff administration of programs, our programs continue to be delivered. We have in all of our housing offices a number of staff who continue to move processes along. They are very active in reaching out to tenants through a variety of resources, including making daily touch points to a variety of tenants and making sure that everybody is hearing from our staff and having the resources that they need. We have had some meetings with our nonprofit housing corporations through weekly Zoom calls to keep them engaged and looped. I will tell you that from the housing staff, they have had more communication with tenants and with their nonprofits now since COVID has hit than previously. And that's mainly because of the stepping up of efforts to make sure that everybody is being heard and served. I will also point out the capital programs are continuing, although because of the slowdown due to COVID and the reduction in construction, there may be a reduction in reliable and available contractors when things open up. We feel that there may be some problems around meeting all of our capital works plans. No fault or lack of efforts by our staff. They're getting everything ready, and they've reached out to a lot of our local contractors to make sure we're in the queue when things open up so that we can get as much work done in this year. In the Ontario Works Division, similar process. We have staff who are in offices. Every office has a staff or two in there. Actually, some offices have more than that. They continue to provide a variety of services. We have to still print checks and make sure that mail goes out daily. So we have staff doing a lot of administrative functions, including other items related to the delivery of social services. And of course, with the enhanced needs out there, we have a lot more people making contact with our office. Staff that are deployed at home have all the technology and access to the programs, can trigger payments, do all kinds of things. So they are processing an amazing number of transactions on a daily basis. We do meet clients when necessary. We apply all the safety measures. These are not very often, but we do have times where we have to meet people, and this is done with the most safe processes possible. I will identify that in the Ontario Works world, where we had a lot of people who were out of touch because of the inability to have access to cell phone or internet, we've been able to mitigate that by issuing cell phones and internet, access to internet, which is actually being deployed through many of the school boards. So we actually have more people connected now than ever before. One of the greatest barriers that we're facing is transportation, but with the Ministry of Children, Community and Social Services really trying to put in place measures where they don't bring people together, and by mitigating the potential issue of people not getting service, they've reduced most of the administration complexities in Ontario Works so that staff can have very clear direction and reach out to clients and the community so that they can ensure that the most important services are continuing. Staff are also providing employment supports through phone and email. They're making great contact with clients. They're continuing to ensure that people get connected to mostly online training, of course, and employment opportunities. So we've seen a lot of work go on in that area as well. In the childcare services, I will tell you that we have had a real change in childcare since the province asked for all of the licensed childcare providers to close, with the exception of the emergency licensed childcare, which we are currently sitting at 2, with another 2 set to open soon. Staff have been redeployed out of childcare into emergency services, and Ontario Works to provide some supports where it's needed in those areas. But as well, childcare staff continue to meet up with parents through regular contact by phone. They're having Zoom calls with their early on providers and helping early on providers reach out to the community. And childcare staff are continuing to put out newsletters and bulletins and maintain very connected to their staff. I would say that during the pandemic, while there has been a closure in office, there has been no reduction in service. We've had no service complaints. We've had a great uptake in service and quick turnaround times. So it is my recommendation that we continue for as long as the County of Renfrew has a state of declared emergency, that our offices remain closed so that our staff can continue to provide the services that they are doing in a safe manner. And unless directed otherwise or by the province of Ontario, we feel that we can maintain a high level of service in this way. And that, Madam Warden, concludes my portion of the report. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Laura. And certainly I'll let you know that the County Council is extremely proud of what's happening in our Social Services Department. Heard and served. I like that comment. Does anyone have any questions or comments for Laura? Councillor Lynch.
Thank you, Madam Warden. Laura, how many people have some of the child care service have been deployed? How many? Is it half the strength or just one or two people? Thanks.
Through you, Madam Warden. At this point in time, we have about 5 of our childcare staff that have been deployed, and we have 1 that has taken a temporary secondment with emergency services. So we have a core number of staff, between 8 and 10 staff serving childcare directly. But we have, at this point in time, we have 1 staff as well deployed to emergency services temporarily, so not on a secondment, and the rest are deployed to Ontario Works. I will also add that 2 staff have been deployed to my services part-time to assist with the community garden project.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions for Laura? Seeing none, Mr. Moore, would you like to read the recommendation?
Sure. That thank you, Warden. That all social services offices remain closed to the public throughout the duration of the County of Renfrew's emergency declaration, or until such time as the province of Ontario provides direction, and further that staff continue to provide services both remotely and through arranged in-person meetings. Thank you. Warden, if I may, I'll turn over the next section to Mr. Perkins, Public Works and Engineering Department.
Good morning, County Council, and through you, Madam Warden, the Public Works and Engineering Department. Currently, we're working at full capacity. We've been able to do that through technology. Staff, of course, are completing much of their administrative work offsite or at home. Staff still need to visit the County Administrative Office from time to time for the completion of paperwork, accounts payable, contract process payments, and timekeeping. Also, administrative staff have been scheduled to work in the building when necessary for such things as tender openings and stuff that cannot be done offsite, of course. It is proposed right now that the staff continue to work offsite and in the office until the completion of the service delivery improvement project. Staff will continue to participate in meetings with each other as a group, with clients and contractors using technology, and when necessary, in person using all protocols as set in place by the Ontario government. The Capital Programs Division, they're continuing as planned and as budgeted for. Staff are performing quality assurance and quality control of all bridge, culvert, and road projects. Much of this work is obviously completed off-site. Staff still continue to visit the county administrative building for submission of paperwork, again, signatures, progress payments, and etc. It is anticipated that the majority of this work will continue off-site as the construction season continues in the County of Renfrew. Our maintenance division, all our patrols are working at 100%. All maintenance projects, street sweeping, line painting, guardrail, pothole repair are proceeding as planned. And our day labor crews are at full capacity, and they're completing all in-house projects as assigned, such as culvert replacements, large and small, and that's in a variety of areas within the county. And again, all our maintenance division, of course, is using all the protocols in place for sanitizing their vehicles. We had to develop a number of SOPs to cover that off. So with that said, that's our report from our Public Works and Engineering group. Thank you, Madam Warden.
Thank you very much, Mr. Perkins. Any questions or comments for Mr. Perkins? Seeing none. Mr. Morrow, would you like to read the recommendation?
Sure. Thank you, Warden. That the Public Works and Engineering Department continue to function remotely under the current pandemic. Thank you, Warden. If I may, I'll turn it over to Mr. Kelly to do the development and property portion of the continuity plan.
Please.
Thank you, Paul, and through you, Warden. So like my colleagues, our staff have been working very successfully remotely over the last 9 or 10 weeks, and want to point out and thank my staff for being very efficient in their duties and getting things done promptly and very, I guess, correctly, if you will. Economic development, of course, you'll hear more later, so I won't touch on it a whole lot here. But again, they've been very busy both on a rotational basis in the building and remotely and in person where they can, with businesses on the phones and making calls to support our local businesses, including our tourism operators. So that will continue. Planning, for those who aren't aware, see the majority of folks through these doors of our building. Thankfully, remote access and some secure networks have allowed this to continue. We have a shared file directory, and those files are shared amongst our staff in planning who meet daily to go through the files and ensure that our clients, our ratepayers, are being taken care of in a prompt fashion. So it's the dedication of staff have been really great in that department, and that will continue for some time as we move forward, and we'll address it more in the recommendation. Forestry, GIS, and trails luckily have the ability through this warmer weather, maybe not in March, but as we move into the summer, to work remotely. Of course, we have active forest operations on the go, so our forester is out in the field and taking care of those operations as the cuts continue throughout the summer. Our trails, our trail staff are busy upgrading the Algonquin Trail and KMP Trail and making sure that those users are happy. Of course, the trail systems in the county, including our own, are seeing increased usage because of the weather, and people maintaining social distancing are looking at the trails for a safe haven to go out and enjoy the warmer weather. And property division, of course, are incredibly busy trying to keep all of our buildings clean. Bruce mentioned it earlier, is a key task to keep our buildings clean and safe and keep them operational. Leading into the SDIP project, of course, the Service Delivery Improvement Project, which is largely known as the renovation project that we have ongoing here, which we'll address later in the addendum. What we're looking at, should council approve the renovation, is a very large project that will be largely disruptive to this building. What is a good point about all of this is that it's happening at a good time where we've already set up a lot of our staff remotely, and to bring them back in to a place where we have to maintain a safe environment for contractors coming and going. For those who aren't aware, the ministry guidelines that contractors now have to abide by for construction sites is very stringent. And in our conversations through our pre-qualification period with all of our contractors that pre-qualified, the wish and desire was that we had as few staff in this building as possible. To borrow the phrase, it's very hard to renovate your house when you live in it. So to that end, and you'll see the recommendation that has been drafted, is trying to eliminate as many staff from this building physically for a period of a few months, while at least the divisions that are in the first couple of phases are set up properly and are set up in a fashion that addresses the new physical distancing in our workplace norms. So luckily, and our architect will speak to that when he's on the phone later talking about the tender specifically, we are ahead of the curve with a lot of these designs, and our new design will take into account a lot of our physical distancing requirements moving forward and how traffic patterns are moving around. So I don't want to belabor it a whole lot, Mr. Morrow, but perhaps maybe with the recommendation should clear things up, and I'll leave that to you to move forward on that. I can read that. Thank you, Paul. So the recommendation is more of the lengthy size, but that the county administration building remain closed to the public throughout the duration of the County of Renfrew's emergency declaration or until such time as the province of Ontario provides direction, and until such time as workspaces that are being redesigned and renovated in the first phases of the SDIP project have been installed. A little bit of a wording change to that recommendation, Council, with your indulgence, just to finish that sentence. And that on-site staff be limited to those that are essential to the daily operation of the building, corporation, and or is required as approved by the departmental director in consultation with the chief administrative officer. And further, that the facilities, in brackets childcare, at 545 Pembroke Street West be utilized as a temporary reception location should staff be required to meet with members of the public. Let me address that last point. So on occasion, our planning division will have to meet with those who are unable to use Zoom or another capable, technologically capable method. And so far, so good, but there are a few customers that Mr. Cheeseman and his staff will have to be face-to-face with. So Ms. Lapine has offered a secure space at the Pembroke Street leased location, and that space will be cleaned when used, face mask worn, and all the necessary requirements to meet with those clients on a very rare occasion that may happen. So I think, Mr. Morrow and Warden, I'll leave it at that. And
okay, thank you very much, Mr. Kelly. Are there any questions or comments from Mr. Kelly's report? Seeing none, Mr. Morrow, you'd like to continue?
Thank you, Warden. Yes, I will move it right over to Shelley Sheedy, if we may, and speak to the continuity of long-term care.
Thank you, Mr. Warden, Madam Warden, Mr. CAO. Good morning, County Council. The long-term care report is on page 18 of your package, not the report, but contained within the interim report. So with respect to long-term care, our care and services, thanks to the dedication of our frontline staff and the support of our management teams, has continued since the pandemic was declared. I'll have a little bit more within the long-term care report itself about the additional things we're doing related to COVID. Of course, as you're well aware, we get many directives, often on a daily basis, whether it's from the Ministry of Health, Ministry of Long-Term Care, Public Health Ontario, Ontario Health, or the Renfrew County District Health Unit. We put them into place. We are following all of them, and we do anticipate as this pandemic goes through its ebbs and flows, that this will continue for some time. In addition to these measures, as you know, this council made the difficult decision to temporarily suspend community admissions to both of our homes, Bonnechere Manor and Miramichi Lodge. And as the warden said in April and again this morning, that wasn't without careful consideration and without an interim solution in place, namely VTAC, the Community Paramedicine Program, and of course, the many volunteers across our county that are willing to help, especially those people that need respite. So again, just as a reminder, you made this decision last month to best protect our residents from getting COVID, and so far that has been effective, primarily to prevent a vector from entering our home, and that's consistent with no hospital admissions that can currently is a provincial directive. No respite admissions, currently a provincial directive, but of course, the county has made this decision with respect to community admissions. And then the other piece, as you're well aware, we're required to cohort to care for separately residents, whether they're suspect or, God forbid, become a positive case. And so that we need the physical capacity, in other words, vacant beds, in order to be able to do this in the most safe way for our residents and staff. So the recommendation is that the County of Renfrew continue to put all necessary measures in place, including restricting community admissions to protect the residents and staff from COVID-19. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Sheedy. Are there any questions or comments for Ms. Sheedy? Councillor Murphy.
Thank you, Madam Warden. Through you to Shelley. Not a question, but just Shelley, congratulations for, not having outbreaks like we're seeing in Toronto and all these stories that are, fingers crossed, you're right. But all these terrible stories that are coming out of long-term care homes, it just breaks my heart. So thank you for all you and your staff are doing.
Yes, Shelley, go ahead.
Madam Warden, if I could respond to that, I so appreciate that, Councillor Murphy. And I just want to say that, certainly a little bit of luck, but lots of, as the warden referred to this morning, proactive measures have been put into place. And those are only possible because of your support. So I thank you again. They're not easy decisions when we have to, require our staff to pick one employer or tell the community that our homes are temporarily closed. So thank you for supporting those difficult decisions.
Thank you very much, Ms. Sheedy. Any other comments or questions of Ms. Sheedy? Seeing none. Mr. Morrow?
Thank you, Warden, and I believe Ms. Sheedy read the recommendation attached to that as well.
Sorry.
No, that's great. Thank you. Appreciate that. Emergency services, I will turn it over to Chief Nolan to highlight the components of his report.
Great. Thanks, Paul, through you, Madam Warden. The emergency services report in this component predominantly deals with our overall staffing, and we've been able to maintain high levels of staffing both on the 911 side and as well the community paramedic and VTAC activities continue in the community. With the service delivery changes at the county building, work happening concurrently with our revised command operations, we've had to make some significant modifications in terms of our work. Very grateful for the assistance from both Public Works, Social Services, and the rest of the departments in terms of giving us some staff to be able to fill in some administrative gaps over the past few months. But also with that, as it relates to the county administration building, our principal facility of operation is at the Renfrew County Place. And with the renovations ongoing in Pembroke, we'll be entirely moving our operation administratively to Renfrew County Place. And thanks to Social Services, they've accommodated some space in Arnprior for us as well. So when we look at what that's going to mean by the end of this month, we will be out of the county building working at Renfrew County Place, split with Social Services, as well as using the other 7 bases in the county and being able to manage the command operations, the administration, the VTAC, and as well the day-to-day operations. That's allowing us the appropriate amount of space to be able to maintain social distancing for those that are only essential in the workplace, and other administrative staff will continue to work from home wherever and whenever possible. Other issues that are ongoing for us right now principally surround the availability of medical grade personal protective equipment. And while that comes on and off of our radar, it remains firmly a concern for us, especially coming into the summer months, making sure that we have adequate supply chain for equipment for our staff. So anything from a surgical mask right on through to PAPR, purifying air respirators, to N95 masks, gowns, and so on. So we're going to continue our hunt, if you will, on the supply chain related to that. And we're very appreciative of the community for their donations, and we continue to accept those donations through the regular means should anybody come across any, especially medical grade equipment. We have been able to share non-medical grade masks with other organizations. Big shout out and thank you to Chair Donahue for working with the school boards and making sure that available PPE that would no longer be required by the school board given the cancellation of the school year in person has been made available for paramedics. So a big thank you there in terms of those efforts. And the recommendation there, Paul, item number 12, I'm happy to leave for you to read off. And if there's any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Thank you very much, Chief Nolan. Are there any questions or comments? Seeing none, would you like to read the recommendation, Mr. Morrow?
Thank you, Warden. That emergency services continue to support the response to COVID-19, and further that these efforts are done utilizing staff either working from home or at alternate locations throughout the duration of the County of Renfrew's emergency declaration or until such time as the province of Ontario provides direction.
All right, thank you very much. I just want to refer you back to the beginning of this report. Under governance, there were 4 recommendations, and I didn't ask if there were any comments or questions at that time of Mr. Morrow. Are there any? Seeing none, this report as a whole. I'm sorry, Councillor Donahue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A point of clarity, perhaps, for Mr. Morrow on the report where it says to September. Is that meant like to the 1st of September or through September to the 30th of September?
If I may, Warden, thank you. As I had indicated, that would end up being to the end of September because as we talked about, we would put the update in the September committee's report, which would probably be the 2nd week of September. And then the new direction would eventually come to County Council for approval at that time. So that would follow that process in the month of September.
Okay, thank you.
Any other further questions or comments? Okay, seeing none, I will ask for the vote. All in favor? Opposed? None. Carried. Thank you very much. Dr. Cushman, I believe, is still here. He was here. Oh, there he is. Yes, he is. Okay. Hi. I'm going to actually ask Councillor Wisniewski-Moore to do the honors and introduce Dr. Cushman.
Thank you, Madam Warden, and thank you for an opportunity to introduce Dr. Cushman. Rob was asked, I don't know, 4 or 5 years ago, if he could dedicate a couple of months to Renfrew County District Health Unit to work in while we proceeded to recruit a medical officer of health. So as you can see, Rob is still with us, and he was retired. His wife would like him to retire, but thank God he has remained with us, and we really, really appreciate the work that he's been doing. Dr. Cushman has a long list of achievements, and he's well known throughout the county and throughout the province, a matter of fact. He was the Chief Medical Officer of Health for Ottawa before he retired, and then came as a favor to Will Matthews. He came for a couple of months to Renfrew County to get us over the hump. So Rob, on behalf of County Council and the Warden, I want to welcome you here today. Thank you for being with us, and thank you for being our acting medical officer of health in this time of COVID. So County Council, I want to introduce you to Dr. Rob Cushman. Rob.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Madam Reeve, I guess, and Madam Public Health Board Chair, Janice. So as you can see, I have the Renfrew County and District Health Unit logo here. Actually, Madam Reeve, you couldn't find me there because I had to go off video so my wife could find her shoes in the closet behind the something that you women no less can appreciate. So thank you for having me. I think what I'd like to do is open by saying that we have been blessed during this COVID pandemic in Renfrew County, that a little bit of luck and a lot of hard work. As you know, we only have 20 cases, and we have actually our first case became our single death, knock on wood, of course. So I think it's really a good time to thank all those involved. And clearly, I'll start by thanking all those at the health unit who've beavered away just hours on end in terms of the contact tracing and the testing and the phone calls. I'll get to that more later. Also, the wonderful service that your long-term care homes have done, certainly working with Shelley and Mike, his group with EMS and VTAC, which I've been part of. And of course, Renfrew County made the national last week. But also to mention the hospitals and the rest of the long-term care homes and retirement homes and just the general public who've really committed themselves to making this work and keeping the virus really at bay, even out of the county. And I would say also another thanks to the frontline workers, because clearly the people who are working in your grocery stores or at Tim Hortons or at the LCBO, these people can tend to be more at risk. So getting back to the numbers, we've actually, as I said, 20 cases, confirmed cases, and 1 death. And I was just looking the other day that we've actually had sort of a handful in the last 6 weeks. And I say a handful because we've got some false positives out there. So I think it's probably, let's say 4 for the sake of just the discussion today. And you know, if we were actually an average place in Ontario with our population, we wouldn't have 4 in 6 weeks. We'd be having 3 every day. So just think about that, folks, how well we've done, how lucky we've been. Nonetheless, we need to remain vigilant. We know where this comes from. Most of it, in fact, gets brought into the county, and being neighbor to Ottawa where they're having problems. This is the source of most of the our current cases, but also the potential for spikes down the road. So we have to continue to be vigilant. And everyone, of course, is anxious to get to reopen, and we all are. But again, that means we have to be very careful. We are starting today. The paramedics are actually going to be in Cobden, if I'm not mistaken, Mike, and also in on the site on International Drive, doing a pop-up clinic today, doing more testing. And I just want to, it's probably going to be disruptive the first time. We don't know how much pent-up demand there is, but clearly we have to move forward and get the job done. So I just thank Paul and his staff, and Mike and his staff, and the public health unit for getting this done. In fact, the EMS is going to start this clinic, and we hope by Friday that public health will take this site over, and EMS will do the other ones throughout the county. So just looking at these numbers again, we've had 2 cases in long-term care or retirement homes, and 1 right now, in fact, is beginning to look like a false positive. We've got almost all the data we need. So again, we've done really well when you think of what's going on in other places. Healthcare workers, 10 of our 20 were healthcare workers. And this is what you're seeing, folks. The people who work in these environments get infected. I mean, in these environments, the virus is incredibly contagious. Luckily, most of those healthcare workers only reside in Renfrew County and were associated with outbreaks out of Renfrew County. And when it came time to contact tracing, there was not much to do. So we've had roughly 8 community cases. And I must say the government is very anxious that we all do contact tracing within the 24-hour time frame. I must compliment public health. The contact tracing is phenomenal. It's exquisite. And I know because whenever there's sort of a gray point, a nuance, they call me up all the time. So I've just reviewed everything, most of what they've done, and I'm very proud to say that they've done an excellent job. We have responded to roughly, I think, pretty much 5,500 calls. We're charting that. They did, obviously, March was our busiest time. Most of them from residents about testing, swabbing results, and physical distancing and hand washing. Quite a lot, as you would expect from healthcare workers, in that they're the ones most affected. You do have this, what I call the green sheet. It's available on our website. It's updated pretty much every day. As you can see, there are pockets. Arnprior and Renfrew are leading the pack, and I'm not so sure you want to lead the pack, but they are, with 7 cases each. But again, I don't think that really speaks to much, because for that matter, most of the Arnprior ones are those healthcare workers who are working outside of the county. We currently have 15 of our 20 cases resolved, and we have 4 folks in self-isolation, and of course we have tragically one death, which was our first case. We at the county, in fact, have done, in terms of suspicion and contact tracing, have done over 3,000 tests. In addition, we've done close to 3,000 tests for retirement homes and long-term care homes. And we've been working very hard. I think my next meeting is with the long-term care and the retirement homes, just to discuss what's going on and how we manage things. And they've been very open to suggestions, very accommodating in terms of working with us. And I must add here to the hospitals, we were a little out in front in Renfrew County, working with the retirement homes and the long-term care homes, and then the message came down that the hospitals were supposed to get involved from Toronto. And we've actually, the hospitals have worked with us, and their outreach to the what I call their backyard long-term care homes and their retirement homes has been substantial and very helpful. And in fact, we have a few places where that are not an outbreak, but are sort of where there are some stressors where certain hospitals have actually provided staff to help out. So as I said, we have one outbreak that's under review, Riverview Heights. The lab said it was sort of a dubious test. We had 2 more tests which were negative. We circled the wagons in terms of the contacts. They were all negative. Unfortunately, we have one resident that the test somehow, I don't know, it wasn't sampled properly. So that test is being repeated, but hopefully when we get that result, we can lift the outbreak notice on that particular home. So I think going forward, the real issue is what do we do? And there's a lot of pressure to do widespread testing. Unfortunately, in our neighborhood, with such a low prevalence of disease, you run a big risk of getting false positives. Our line is where there's smoke, there's fire. And so we'd like to do sampling of healthcare workers, frontline workers, and other people at risk. And of course, when we find something, then to pursue it aggressively. Nonetheless, these pop-up clinics have started, and we'll have to see what the demand is. My concern, I must share with you, is that when you look at our allocation with our population of tests, we could very quickly exceed that. And also, if you just do a sort of a population by population fraction, it doesn't make sense to have our exact share when there are certain areas in Ottawa, for example, that are under duress and need more. My other concern is that if we do have an outbreak, we'd almost want to use 50% of our daily supply to deal with that, rather than to deal with the general public, where at this point, I say, there's a very low prevalence of the disease. So I think I'll stop there, and certainly there'll be some questions.
Thank you very much, Dr. Cushman. I'll start taking questions. Councillor Murphy.
Thank you, Madam Warden, and thank you so much for that, Dr. Cushman. Just a question, how do you identify false positives?
It's the so-called Bayesian theorem. It's, how would I say, tests have a specificity and a sensitivity. It's sort of what epidemiologists study and physicians. So to try and put it into simple words is that the less disease there is, the greater chance you have of getting a false positive. For instance, in the United States early on, 1 of 5 tests they administered was positive. So in that case, you wouldn't worry about it. But in Renfrew County, when you see that we've had 4 positives in our last 3,000 tests, it becomes a concern. Now, in the general public, I'm not that concerned about it because that's the way it is. But in terms of resources and what gives me a headache, but in a retirement home or a long-term care home where there's potential for widespread, this is why we go back and test and retest and retest. And you may have heard actually the so-called false positive that we had at Bonachere. Correct me, Shelley, was it Bonachere or Miramichi? I apologize. I think it was Bonachere. Anyway.
Sorry, it was Bonachere Manor, yes.
Thank you, Bonachere. Sorry. My world is just, my world's spinning too quickly. At Bonachere, we actually did two two further tests which are negative, and Shelley had a discussion with the lab, and it turned out that it was actually a clerical error. So it came back as a false positive, but it wasn't truly a testing issue. So anyway, to answer your question, Counselor, this is, I think the real answer is the less disease there is, the greater chance there is of seeing false positives.
Thank you very much. Councillor Doncaster.
Thank you, Madam Warden. I'm curious if at any given time we may start doing antibody testing in Renfrew County. And do you have any theories on how many cases might have been out there? Like, is there any data on, how many cases are potentially out there? A theory, I guess, sorry.
I'll sort of dismiss the antibody testing because the science really hasn't been worked out. I mean, I could tell you there's 3 or 4 questions they need to answer, and they haven't really got the answer to any of them at this time. They're doing some prophylactic treatment with people who've had the disease to see if it helps, but I think that's definitely not within our sights for the next, at least 100 days. As to this whole business about asymptomatic carriers, I mean, I think when it was at the peak of this, you could probably put a 0. If you had 5 cases, it might mean 50. So, and again, this depends where you are. I mean, that's the problem with Ontario. We're sort of being told what Ontario should do, and yet it's really has more to do with postal codes than it does the entire province. Whether a postal code is red, yellow, red, orange, or green. So I always thought that maybe at the onset, we probably needed to add a 0 to our numbers, but the way it's settled down, and our numbers again were, sort of between 5 and 10 in those early days. So again, I don't think it was really significant in a population of 100,000. The other piece is that we're testing so aggressively now. I mean, spring allergies is grounds for a test. So again, that's complicated. I think that the really reassuring thing is that we've seen, a handful of positive tests with lots of testing in the last 6 weeks. So that tells you we've done really well, unlike some other centers where it's they're still having a lot of problems. But again, this can resurface. We had the usual Mother's Day scene where someone came to visit their mother from Ottawa, came up to Renfrew County, and sure enough, mom got COVID. So this gives you an indication of how vigilant we need to be.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Cushman. Any other questions? Councillor Regular.
Thank you, Madam Warden. Just a question. On Monday was the first testing station that was held in Cobden. And I'm just curious if we have any idea the numbers that turned out for that test, if we had huge lineups or if it was not that many, just even an approximate. Thank you.
I'd actually defer to Mike Nolan because EMS is actually conducting these. Mike, are you on board here?
Yeah, Rob, thank you. And so in terms of, we had done some pop-ups based on pre-registration earlier in the week, and those ones we were able to manage the numbers sort of in the 20 to 30 range. We have a site going right now at the Cobden Arena Agricultural Hall, and we've been having, I'm guessing we'll have about 25 to 30 people before it's done at 11 o'clock. So as the word gets out and as the province keeps changing the tone about eligibility, those numbers are going to increase. The schedule is now posted at the Renfrew County VTAC website and on our social media feeds. So we're not sure exactly how many are going to come at this point, but we are expecting a bit of a push. So that's why we're encouraging people, Kathy, our counselor, to pre-register through the VTAC phone line so that we can get a good sense of the volumes and then make sure we have enough swabs on hand and so on.
Thank you, Chief.
All right, any other questions or comments for Dr. Cushman? Councillor Sweet.
Mic is on now?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, and maybe Dr. Cushman, if I could direct this. There's a little bit of confusion up here. As you know, I'm from Petawawa, and there's a large contingency of military spread out through Ontario. There was a large spike in Renfrew County as a result of testing of the military who were out doing their work. What is the procedure for those who are out there? And when I say they, the soldiers who are out there in Ontario long-term care, there's thousands of them, as I understand it, and in particular in long-term care facilities. They're being tested, as I understand it, in the locations that they're currently working. Are they required to stay in that particular situation for 14 days, 16 days? It takes a long while, does it not, to get a test back? And they could be positive or they could not be positive. And what is the standard procedure with that situation? Do you have a handle on that?
Yes, typically there's no simple answer. So in Ontario, we actually had as many as 7 on originally in our numbers, and we actually deleted them because they were counted by health units in Toronto, and they left Petawawa healthy. They worked in these homes, they got infected there, and they were convalescing there. So basically, we did not think, A, it was double counting, and B, we didn't want to give a false impression of what the disease burden was in Renfrew County. So we had those up on our website for a few days, but they were taken down. Now, that's what's going on in Ontario. Typically, vive la différence, there's a different situation across the river in Quebec, and and I have to be very careful here because I have an N of 1 here, one experience in Quebec. But my understanding is that there's sort of some pressure to send them back to base to do their isolation and to recover once they've been infected. And what I have the base surgeon on speed dial, or he has me on speed dial. So what we do is the armed forces are monitoring these cases, as are we, and we have discussions about each and every one of them. And if one comes back to Renfrew County, we work on the isolation, and if there are any potential contacts, we work on that too.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, thank you. Any other questions or comments for Dr. Cushman? Seeing none, thank you very much, Doctor. It was, I know you're very, very busy, and taking your time out today to speak to us is very much appreciated.
Okay, actually, Madam Reeve, if I could just, a little message for Paul. I think when the fact that, sorry, I apologize, but I'm a salesman. I need to seize the day here. That the paramedics are going to do, I think today and tomorrow, the clinics on International Drive, and then public health is going to take it over. And there may be a few details to work out in terms of few details to work out. So I would just ask Paul and his staff to ensure that we make that transition as smooth as possible with no obstacles. So thank you very much and have a good day. And again, thank you everybody for your support.
You're very welcome. Thank you very much. With that, we're going to return back to Mr. Morrow's report and number 9 in his administration report.
Thank you, Warden. So thank you, Warden. Number 9 is the recommendation that County Council approve the corporate communications strategy. Again, that I'm trying to think, I think it was February, Warden, when that was originally brought forward to County Council for approval. There was some questions that came up, and I know Mike Barber has made some changes to it based on some of the comments and feedback that he has received to date. So attached for committee's review and approval is the revised communications report. Part of the questions that was discussed related with respect to the broadness or overarching elements of the report. It was a communications plan done at $50,000. And I think a perfect example is now that we have the crisis communications policy that or strategy that nests under the communications plan, we can better see how that how those other documents will fit when we're communicating on specific issues. So a good example of how this would play out given whether there's a specific communications issue we're needing to deal with. We take the elements from the broader communication strategy and we build from that based on that broader direction, and we get into the weeds on a particular issue. So I have asked Mike Barber to be online should there be any other questions with respect to the attached communication strategy, Warden.
All right, thank you very much. We'll read the recommendation. The County Council approved the corporate communication strategy. Can I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Pazneski-Moore, Councillor Lynch. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you very much. I'd like to continue on, Mr. Morrow.
Thank you, Warden. Item number 10. Item number 10 is in recognition, and I think very timely, of Paramedic Services Week, and it is a proclamation. May I read the recommendation, Warden?
Yes, please.
Whereas the County of Renfrew's Paramedic Service provides life-saving public service to county residents and visitors 24 hours a day and 7 days a week. So throughout the year, County of Renfrew Paramedic Services employees provide world-class emergency medical care to those in need. County of Renfrew Paramedic Services Week recognizes the contributions of paramedic staff that they make to maintain a safe and healthy county for those who call 911 for help each day. The County of Renfrew recognizes the contributions of organizations and groups in making our county a great place in which to live, work, and play. Dedication and hard work of many enrich the lives of the residents of the County of Renfrew daily and make it stronger, safer, vibrant, and healthy. Now, therefore, I, Warden Debbie Robinson, on behalf of the county, do hereby proclaim May 24th to May 30th as County of Renfrew Paramedic Services Week. I think the background is self-explanatory, Warden.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Morrow. I need a mover and a seconder, please. Moved by Councillor Pazneski-Moore, seconded by Councillor Doncaster. Any comments? Councillor Murphy.
Thank you, Madam Warden, through you to the Chief. Excellent work, Chief. When I heard Teresa Tam actually give a shout out to Renfrew County on Monday, I almost fell off the couch. I think that this is just an incredible recognition of the innovative things that you are doing and your staff are doing. So huge congratulations. And Warden Robinson, thank you so much for doing this.
Thank you very much. Once this passed, I will. Any other comments or questions? Okay, seeing none, all in favor? Opposed? Carried. And I'm very proud to proclaim May 24th to May 30th, County of Renfrew Paramedic Services Week. I'm going to ask now for a motion to pass the administration report as presented. Moved by Councillor Pazneski-Moore, seconded by Councillor Hunt. Any other comments, questions? Seeing none, all in favor? Carried. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Warden. Councillor Murphy just referenced the Teresa Tam video. And if I may, I could ask Sean Binky to share that with the group. I think it's about 30 or 40 seconds long. If with your indulgence, Warden, and the indulgence of County Council, I'll ask Sean to play that for us so we know what that's all about.
Absolutely. I'm sure everyone would like to hear that.
Thank you. Sean, if you wouldn't mind playing that for us.
This week is Paramedic Services Week, and quite fittingly, this year's theme is Pandemic, Paramedics on the Front Line. I think most of us are aware of the vital importance of paramedics in our healthcare system as first responders, providing life-saving pre-hospital care during times of greatest urgency. This week is an opportunity to further recognize the breadth and depth of expertise of paramedical practitioners from dispatch to first response to hospital. This year in particular, we are recognizing the important role paramedics play on the front lines of the healthcare system during a crisis of the scale of COVID-19. It's impossible to overstate the life-saving importance of our paramedical services. Paramedics respond to all manner of emergencies, from attending the scene of an accident to providing life-saving care during acute health and mental health emergencies. Paramedics have also been instrumental on the front lines of the opioid crisis and now the COVID-19 crisis as well. Paramedics not only provide their expertise and one-on-one human connection, but they also forge working relationships with organizations to promote patient care and improve health in our communities. I recently learned of an innovative program that was spearheaded by paramedics in Renfrew County, a rural area just outside of Ottawa. It is a joint effort of partners across the health system to preserve healthcare system capacity, while at the same time ensuring that people receive the care they need. Through a virtual triage assessment center, patients can be linked with a healthcare provider and provided with an appointment. If an in-person appointment is required, a paramedic can be dispatched to make a house call. This is a wonderful example of the health system coming together to ensure that no one is left behind, and it highlights the important role that paramedics play in linking communities to healthcare settings. This is just one example of how paramedics contribute to health and well-being across the health system and in our communities in innovative ways. This week is a great opportunity to learn more and give an extra shout out to paramedical service providers across
Any
Canada.
other
Thank you.
comments?
Merci.
Seeing none, we will go to the Development and Property Department report. Mr. Kelly, please.
Good morning, everyone, once again, and through you, Warden. Starting on page 39 is the Development and Property report, and item number 1 is the official plan amendment number 25. And with us in meeting today is Mr. Cheeseman, and we're going to tag team this one a little bit. So I'm going to share my screen with your indulgence, Warden, and Charles will walk you through a PowerPoint if I so may. So let me just pull that up. And I'll cue Charles.
Can people hear me? Great. Thank you, Madam Warden, members of County Council. And I'm here to present official plan amendment number 25. This is the incredible journey we've been on for about 9 years. It's come to an end, and I want to review the modifications. These are the changes that the ministry has made to our adopted OPA 25. This is a condensed PowerPoint. There is a longer one, which we will send to all the municipalities later today. Craig, if you could go to the first page, thank you. Just a bit of a brief timeline. April 25th, 2018, County Council adopted OPA 25. Some members will remember our meeting up in Toronto on November 9th, where we met very senior officials from the ministry and were advised that the upcoming PPS changes were going to be flexible and more mays than shalls and creative solutions. There was talk of that they agreed with our philosophy, that they would work towards flexibility. And unfortunately, that didn't pan out in the final PPS, but we did give it the old college try. March 22nd, 2019, the partial approval by MMAH. And so that was somewhat based on our earlier meeting where they did agree to put a hold on some of the contentious issues we have with the province. So we at least got a partial approval, and the expectation is we would work forward on addressing those non-decision areas when a new PPS came into effect, provincial policy statement, in the hopes that it would be more amenable to rural Ontario. February 28th, just a few months ago, that 2020 PPS was approved. And on March 26, 2020, we got final approval from the ministry on OPA 25. And I'm just gonna, before you go to the next slide, or you can stay at this slide, Craig, just very briefly, the provincial interests are the matters that the minister is dealing with in our official plan. And I was just gonna suggest that wherever people are on their on this Zoom call, whether they're in their house looking out the window or wherever on the back deck or something like that, and you look out the window, you will look on this landscape and you can just see the provincial interest by quickly just looking out your window or looking out your back deck. And if you're on the waterfront, you're going to be dealing with things like fish habitat, protection of surface water quality, archaeology, could be an at capacity lake or flood hazards. If you're in a more forested area, you'd be looking at a provincial interest like significant woodland, wildland fires, or significant wildlife habitat, which is the deer wintering yards. Farming area, prime agriculture, that's a major provincial interest. In more rural areas, gravel pits and quarries. And if you're in town, servicing, infrastructure, growth management, housing. The list goes on. And as you can tell from that list, we have all of those in abundance here in Renfrew County. And our address to the ministry for years has always been that the province is looking at Renfrew County with the same pair of glasses that they look at the Greater Golden Horseshoe, which is expected to increase by about 3 million people or 4 million people in the next 20 years. We won't be expecting that kind of growth. So what we did with OPA 25 was to consider these provincial policy issues, but add context and discernment to the issues in Renfrew County and hope to get some flexibility in our plan that may not meet the test of the Greater Golden Horseshoe, but are applicable to the County of Renfrew. And as you'll see through my presentation, we weren't completely successful in that regard. So Craig, if you wanted to go to the first slide, this is our consent policy. This is probably one of the most contentious issue, and we were actually able to keep this policy. This was one we didn't expect to get success on. The reason for it is the provincial policy statement was updated to allow lot creation that is locally appropriate, and as a result, we were able to keep our consent policy. I would just make a little comment before I go forward that the NHL season may be opening up, and if this was a hockey scenario, this would be like Toronto going to Boston and scoring the first goal and thinking that boy, we're off to we're going to win the Stanley Cup. Unfortunately, the next set of slides are all Boston. They came back and they scored many goals. So this was really I think one of our only major successes. Craig, the next slide. Growth allocations. I'll just say a brief word about this. We put population projections in our OPA 25, the adopted copy. The province wanted to consider those as allocations, and that's in fact what they have done with those numbers. So the implications for the implementation considerations, any exceedance of these projection figures would require an official plan amendment. So if a municipality went above its number, they would need an OPA. And as we've said before, that if we exceeded growth in Renfrew County, it's a cause for celebration, not an official plan amendment. And it could affect new development, like a plan of subdivision could be hindered by these numbers. If the municipality's already exceeded its growth or allocation, a new subdivision may have some trouble getting through. So that's a concern to us. Next one, Craig, please. Protection of natural heritage features, primarily endangered and threatened species, and the significant wildlife habitat, which are the deer wintering areas. And we did not want to map those deer wintering areas, which we did not do in our adopted copy. And I know there's one member of council who's very aware of this issue going back some 25 years, and we're back to the future. And the province modification is they have added the deer wintering areas to the Schedule B natural heritage, and basically development or within or adjacent to significant wildlife habitat will require an environmental impact study. But I have a bit of news on an EIS a little later that helps temper that somewhat. Craig, next one, please. Prime agricultural areas. The province wanted us to add additional areas for prime agriculture. McNabb, Braeside, Horton, North Algona, Wilberforce, Bonnechere Valley, Amiston, Bromley, Greater Madawaska. A number of municipalities passed resolutions opposing the inclusion of these additional areas. The ministry went ahead and added those notwithstanding. The implication is that the areas covered by these policies will be the agriculture resource will be protected, but it will prohibit residential severances other than a surplus dwelling. And I have a map a little later to illustrate that. Craig, please. Aggregate. What we did when we prepared the adopted official plan amendment, we took off aggregate resources where they were near residential clusters and waterfront areas. The ministry said you can't do that unless you support it by a study. That's the background, and the modification is they have added a sand and gravel constraint layer to Schedule B Map 3, and lands covered on this schedule will be the subject to a further constraint on development, and I will have a map illustrating that as well. Next slide, please, Craig. Karst topography. This is limestone, and the issue here is potential sinkholes and things like that. The ministry had wanted us to do a desktop evaluation and site visit by a geoscientist as a very first step in determining karst. We've been using the karst protocol the last 10 years in the county, which is where an applicant digs 3 boreholes, the chief building official checks it, and if there's enough 1 meter of in situ material, we don't worry about it. The province has said that was not enough, and the policy has been modified to require that desktop study and site visit as a first step. And what are the implementation considerations? It will increase the cost to applicants. In subsequent phases, if there is karst identified, the province has added more policies and more prescriptions as well to those subsequent steps. So that's also for consideration. Environmental impact study requirement. The ministry wanted us to ensure appropriate level of analysis is undertaken to demonstrate no negative impact on natural heritage features. They are now requiring any development will require an EIS within or adjacent to significant wildlife habitat, fish habitat, significant woodland, or significant valley land. And this will add cost to proponents. The one thing that they did do with the EIS requirement is policy now does provide for scoping the environmental impact study to the scale of development, so you don't have to do a huge study for a small study, and a possibility of waiving a study altogether if, for example, the impact is or the development is minor. Greg, please. One issue that we had with the ministry was this definition of reserve sewage system capacity. The provincial policy statement says lot creation is only permitted if there's sufficient reserve sewage capacity. And we wanted confirmation that that included the land application of septage to ministry approved sites. And that's how septage is handled here in Renfrew County now. In their modification, there was no reference to land application on approved sites. So we have asked the ministry to review that policy. So in completing my hockey analogy, the score is 6-1 for Boston. And this issue is under a video review. And I'm hoping we're going to get a favorable call on this, but it's still out for discussion, and we'll wait on that. Very important issue, this number 8. I can't underestimate. Next one, Craig. A couple of issues that weren't on our original chart with the province, but were always in the background. These are some big ones here. So these are additional modifications of March 26 scope and structure. The ministry in conversations had wanted us to make our wanted revisions so that local municipal development would have regard to upper tier policies, and that what we call lower tier plans or local plans will conform to upper tier plans. And this is to reflect the Planning Act. So one of the modifications is that they've put in here the policies of this plan, and I've just added i.e. county plan, as well as the policies of local official plans shall apply. What that means for implementation: Planning Act applications for development covered by local plans like Deep River, Petawawa, Renfrew, Arnprior, and Laurentian Valley will have to be reviewed against county OP policies and local plans. In the old days, we just looked at the local plan and we're done with it. And any updates to local plans will have to conform to all the policies of the county OP. Next slide, Craig, please. Urban community designation. This applies to the towns of Arnprior, Renfrew, Petawawa, Deep River. And it's a designation in the county OP, and all it did was outline the general policies that would be included in local plans, but the local plans applied. That's been changed now. The province has expanded the list of policies, and they are saying that updates to local plan and new development in the urban communities designation will have to conform to all the relevant policies in the county plan. So that builds on the scope and structure. And that's basically us as planners now looking at 2 official plans potentially for each development, and anybody wanting to do development will have to look at the local plan and the county OP as well. Next slide, please, Craig. Laurentian Valley, that's a new section that was added to under OPA 25. Previously, Laurentian Valley was not part of the original county OP. What County Council had proposed in OPA 25 is to treat Laurentian Valley like the Arnprior, Renfrew, Deep River, and Petawawa, where you would have your own local plan, and that's all that would apply. That's changed now. Laurentian Valley will now be like the urban communities, that the county plan will also apply to development in Laurentian Valley. That's caused some issues with the township when it comes to policies of a local nature that may be different in their plan than our plan. And the province also added a schedule map 5. They've called Laurentian Valley was added to the county plan, which forms the basis for the township's future prime ag areas. So they've identified in the county plan agricultural lands that Laurentian Valley will have to consider when they do their update. Next slide, please. Cultural heritage, archaeological resources. In our adopted OPA, we had said that for waterfront development, where this mainly applies, plans of subdivision and more than 3 lots would have to do an archaeology study. The province removed that reference, with the implementation consideration being that an archaeological assessment will be required for all waterfront development, including single lot severances. So we were looking to trigger that ARC study a little later, more than just 1 lot, but that was not approved by the province. Next slide, please. Protection of natural shoreline buffer in the Muskrat Indian Westmeath watershed. So in the background and completely separate from the county efforts, various groups and individuals have been lobbying the provincial government to address the water quality of Muskrat Lake, which I'm sure you're all aware is an at-capacity lake and has concerns for oversupply of phosphorus. And what the province ended up doing is added policies related to all surface water features and permanently flowing municipal drains in the 3 watersheds outside of Whitewater Region Township. So this would apply to Laurentian Valley and Admiston Bromley and I think North Algonquin Wilberforce. So when we're doing development in those areas, we will have to consider the policies that are in place to protect Muskrat Lake, which is in another township. These policies are primarily aimed at Planning Act applications. This is another to be determined. We've asked the province for more clarification as to how they want this implemented. Next item, please. Wildland fire. These are the areas subject to wildland fires, and we show those on Schedule B, Map 1 hazards map. What the province did is modify the policy that we had in place, and the modification says that development shall generally be directed to areas outside of these areas, but development may be permitted if they meet certain protocols. And I think that the implementation considerations will be new development may require more analysis, and there will be an emphasis on mitigation measures. Next slide, please, Craig. So what I want to do with this slide is just introduce, I'm going to show some maps, and I'm going to look at agriculture and significant wildland, significant wildlife, deer wintering areas. I'm also going to show you the sand and gravel constraint layer and how it works. And I would just point out that one other map change was that Diamond Lake is an at-capacity lake, and Bark Lake, Carson Lake, and Trout Lake is also now a near-capacity lake, and all of these are in Madawaska Valley Township. And this will have an effect on new development on these lakes. Next slide, Craig. So this is one of the maps, a series of maps. The area that's in the crosshatch in red, these are lands that have been added to the agriculture designation in Horton Township, and Councillor Bennett will know the history of this. And this is the sort of south part of the township. There's more in the northern portion as well. We agreed to put the agriculture designation in Horton, but on a more restricted amount than the province wanted. They've come back and they have filled up these additional lands with agriculture. So that is now in effect. Next slide, Craig, please. North Algonquin Wilberforce was another area where there was a small clump of agricultural lands in the northeast of the township. The province wanted to add more. I know that the township objected to that. Notwithstanding, these additional lands have now been designated agriculture in North Algonquin Wilberforce. And again, there's other areas of the township that were affected, but I'm only showing you this slide for the purposes of this morning. Next slide, Craig. Natural heritage features. This map is showing a lot of the natural heritage features, woodlands, valley lands, and so forth to the east of the county. The yellow you see in the west of the county are the what they call significant wildlife habitat. That is the deer wintering areas. And if you could go to the next slide, Craig, please. I've zeroed in on one municipality. I just picked it out of the many. Killaloe, Hagerty, and Richards is basically all covered in this deer wintering area. And what the policies say is that if you're in or adjacent to those, you need to do an environmental impact study. And I think what we're going to do, there is that flexible provision in the environmental impact study policy in the plan. We'll have to see how we can work with that policy so that we're not, the interest is not to require a study for every single thing that goes on. We'll have to work through that, and I'm sure that would be the wishes of the township and county councilors. Next slide, Craig. I'm also in Killaloe, Hagerty, and Richards. This is on Round Lake Road and Red Rock Road, and all this is showing and Round Lake that's the Schedule A to the official plan. That's the rural designation in the white area, and that's all well and good. The next slide, though, they introduced this sand and gravel constraint layer, and that's that toning that you see at the bottom towards Round Lake. And that's this area that we wanted removed because it's on waterfront, it's in residential areas. It did not make sense to have a constraint layer of sand and gravel there. I know it's a county road and we might be able to get some gravel from there, but it is what it is, and we didn't think that was appropriate. But the province has created this sand and gravel constraint layer, which was something new to us, and it's now in effect, and we have to consider it when we look at development. And just one final slide is Petawawa, and again, this sand and gravel layer is shown in Petawawa. That's the Petawawa sand plain. The problem is, not the problem, the great thing is that's all developed. And again, that constraint layer on a developed area doesn't have a lot of, just doesn't have a lot of applications. So we will need to talk to the province about some of this. And I've asked the province to look at this issue as well, as many of the other ones that I've already mentioned. And just the final slide, Craig, where do we go here? Next steps, I think there's later in the report, we would seek exemption status from the province for OPA approval. The county has approved about, we've had about 27, 28 amendments to the county OP over the years. They all require approval by the province. They now cost $12,000. If we get this exemption status, which we're pretty sure of getting because we have an updated plan that's consistent with the PBS, we will no longer need to get approval from an OPA passed by county council. It would come into effect provided there are no appeals, and that would save a lot of time and a lot of money. And the other next step would be to begin updates to municipal comprehensive zoning bylaws. Many of these are out of date. Some of them have not been consolidated as a result of amalgamation. And now with the OP in effect, there are a number of projects that need to be updated and get these cleaned up and ready to go. So, Madam Warden, that concludes my report. Thank you.
Sorry, excuse me. Thank you very much, Mr. Cheeseman. I know a year ago, this is not the kind of report that you were hoping to bring to council. I can definitely want to acknowledge all of the work that you and your staff have put into this. You know, we had a number of open houses over the last 18 months. We heard from our residents, and we tried very, very hard to have our OP reflect the needs of the residents of Renfrew County. With that, I will open up to questions. Councillor Wisniewski-Moore. Councillor, you have to unmute yourself. Thank you. No.
Now can you hear me?
That's it. Perfect.
Thank you. Technology. Okay, Charles, my question is, the applications that were in prior for development to the OP taking place, are they going to be honored with the old system? Do they have to comply with all these new regulations? And secondly, what about those that were in the works and were very close to getting to the point of development? And now, you know, they're going to be told they have to redo everything and do a lot more work meeting these OP requirements. So my first one is, will those that have applied be exempt for the new OP stuff that's coming through, and those that were in the works, even if they hadn't actually paid the money, if those can be exempt, and what we have to do to try to get that in place?
Through you. So the answer to the first question is they would not be covered by the new OP. Any Planning Act application before March 26 is free and clear. In terms of files that are in the works, the simple answer, unfortunately, is they will be covered because the Planning Act says it's got to be an application under the Planning Act. And unfortunately, anybody who may have been considering development, if they did not submit the actual application before March 26 is going to be covered by the new official plan. And it's a state of affairs that I'm not pleased with. I will say that we were hoping to get somewhat of a heads up from the province that this was coming down. And we were as surprised as anybody that it came when it came. And it came into effect, that approval, on March 26th. And anything after that date in terms of an application will be covered under the new OP. And anybody kicking tires before that, and unfortunately, we can't consider them under the old official plan.
Councillor Pruszewski-Moore.
Just to follow up then, but isn't that unfortunate if the people were, whoever had applied were going through the process and, your office said, okay, you need to dot the I's there and you need to do this. And now all of a sudden they won't meet that date because of the information going back and forth. So if Charles, if I was applying and I had gone through the process and then you were telling me, Janice, you need to go back and get a copy of this picture and that and this and that. So we were going through a heavy process and we were working on it for some time. And basically it's nobody's fault, but the process then slowed the process down. And now these people did not get that application, even though they were this close to getting it there, they're going to be penalized. Is there no way that we can exempt those that your office knows? I'm not saying somebody that now phones and says, oh yeah, I was doing it at home on my own. But if the planning office was working with individuals and we're this close to getting it into the application stage, why could we not exempt it?
Good question. One issue is that there's some people who may have been working on a file that we weren't aware of. And for the ones that we were aware of, we didn't know that this March 26th was going to become the date. And I think we felt that how do we determine who was a legitimate considering development and who wasn't? And we'd almost have to treat anybody that contacted our office before March 26th. We might have to give them a pass. So it's defining who we allow through and who we don't, and we could get ourselves into some trouble. And if a file went to the local planning appeal tribunal and was being covered under an old official plan when the new one applied, we could be in some difficulties at LPAT. And I think it was just a case that was going to take us down a lot of problems trying to sort out who we let through and who we don't, because I think that's the nature of the discussion. And I think we had to hold to the March 26th date, which is the law of Ontario is when you apply for a Planning Act application, what official plan is in effect at the time?
Councillor Pruszewski-Moore.
Thank you, Warden, for allowing me the questions. I understand what you're saying, Charles, but some of them were at your office would know which of those were next to, if I called you and said, I'm thinking about it and hadn't done any paperwork and I can see you saying no, but those that are that close, Charles, I think your office could determine that. I'm really disappointed that we wouldn't consider exempting them. And I don't know how many you'd have in your office. I wouldn't imagine there'd be that many, but I ask that you reconsider that those that were very close, that they be granted a pass. And not all of them. I understand if you didn't have, an application in the works that was close to completion for admission, I understand that. But those that were close, I think you should reconsider. Thank you, Madam Warden, for allowing me the question.
Thank you for your comments. Councillor Hunt.
Yes, thank you, Warden. Through you to Mr. Cheeseman. I see this as having a major impact and development in the majority of our areas. And I'm wondering, we spoke earlier about communication. I'm wondering if there's a plan for the county to meet with lower tier staff either planners or staff that fulfill the role of a planner, to produce communication, for our developers, to show the major changes that are coming here and the effect that it's going to have, so that throughout the county we're going out with a consistent message, but also that it helps our lower tier staff fully understand the changes that are out there and the effect it's going to have on developers, so we can go out and work with them.
So very good question. We've done up some work already. We sent a copy of the official plan to all municipalities with a 3-page letter outlining the major modifications. I'm going to follow it up with this PowerPoint presentation. And we had a Zoom call about 2 weeks ago with our planners group from Renfrew County, which represents a number of the municipalities, not all of them. And I did go through a number of these changes, but perhaps the director and I can do some strategizing about how we want to roll a better way of out for everybody, whether we do it through Zoom at a later date, and I go through some of these changes in more detail. We can work on a plan for that, and perhaps that will help municipalities. With respect to developers and proponents and applicants, we can think about that. I don't know the best way to deliver that, but we're certainly making the message clear, unfortunately, as people knock on our door. But a more robust strategy, we could give that some consideration too, and I'll chat with the director about doing that.
Follow up, Councillor Hunt.
Yes, well, I certainly would appreciate that, and I'm sure all the other mayors and reeves would as well, because it would be unfortunate if the lower tier has to try to get up to speed with the knowledge that is already possessed at the county level. So we would appreciate anything you could do to make the job a little easier on the lower tier. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Hunt. Councillor Murphy.
Thank you, Madam Warden. Through you, thanks for the presentation, Charles, but this is unacceptable on so many levels. I don't even know where to begin, but I will begin with the province bringing this down during a state of emergency in the province of Ontario, during a pandemic. Some of our people, as Councillor Wisniewski-Moore pointed out, maybe it was a timing thing of trying to, cross the T's and dot the I's. I don't believe that we should stop lobbying for the changes that we need, because we are being painted with the City of Toronto brush. So I don't know, we spent so much time on this file. I believe we did all the right things in speaking with the parliamentary assistant for the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing. I think that it's incumbent upon us to continue to lobby the province. And I'm assuming everybody read the resolution that my council sent to at least extend the timing of some of these applications. This is, in my opinion, this is completely unacceptable. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments, Councillor Murphy. Councillor Lynch, please.
Thank you, Madam Warden. Charles, I know the county of Renfrew can't be the only county that's got these kinds of problems. I'm thinking like Thunder Bay up north, whatever. Have you made contact with them to get their opinions or support or what they've had problems with? Thank you.
No, I haven't, although I am aware of the situation in other areas. We had a situation in Renfrew County where we had a county OP, which was a local official plan essentially. And those that did not want to be a part of it had their own plan. And that worked for a long time. But the province is now bringing everybody into a position across the province where you have a upper tier plan and you have lower tier plans feeding into it. And that is the model on the Planning Act and the PPS. And they've now imposed it on us. One of the challenges is that they've imposed this regional-wide voice in our official plan, but the official plan was always developed as a local plan. And the meshing, it hasn't meshed together as well as it should. But if I called my other colleagues, they would say, Charles, this is the way it's being done in the province. And in fact, in the GTA, you've got local plans upper tier plans, and growth plans. You've got 3 levels of plans. We've tried to keep that at bay, but this is, unfortunately, this is the way the province is going, and they're now bringing it onto us, and it's affecting the way we used to do, how we're used to doing business.
Councillor Murphy.
Thank you, Madam Warden. May I suggest that since you are doing a virtual Eastern Ontario Wardens Caucus meeting, that perhaps you speak to this with some of our Eastern colleagues?
We can certainly add that to our agenda and speaking points on Friday for sure. Thank you for that suggestion. Councillor Love.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Warden. I'm wondering if Mr. Cheeseman could identify if the growth allocations are effective as of March 20, I think it was the 26th, or will projects that have been underway, such as the subdivision that he's well aware of, Chippewa Shores, will the numbers in that subdivision count towards Madawaska Valley's growth allocation? Because we might as well shut the place down now because we're pretty much done.
That's a great question. I would assume, and I'm going to check on this one, but I would think that if it's an application in before March 26th, the growth allocation would not apply. But if you like, I can follow that up with MMAH or just confirm that. But that would be my my suggestion would be that it would not apply.
Councillor Love.
I certainly hope it doesn't. I really don't understand why Renfrew County would engage in economic development if our goal is to expand our population, and now we've been put in a position where there are large areas of this county that will not be able to grow no matter what we do. So if we don't fight this, if we don't continue to press saying this is just not acceptable for a rural municipality of the size of Renfrew County, I don't see how we're going to survive. We need to grow to be able to survive. And I'm at a complete loss. I'm just so frustrated with this at this point. So anything we can do, anything that the Eastern Ontario Wardens Caucus can do, I am game to support us continuing to lobby and fight to ensure that many of these issues that we're facing, such as deer wintering yards, that these aren't putting us in a position where we can't grow, and where in the end, we're not going to survive because we can't grow our tax base or our businesses. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Love. Very well said. Councillor Emo, did you have your hand up?
Yes, I did, Warden. Thank you. Just a couple of points. My understanding, Charles, is that should a growth allocation prove to be inadequate, and I'm sure they all will be, that we can make an application for an official plan amendment to get those changed. Is that my understanding? Is that correct? And secondly, then my impression is the county is the granting authority for that subject to a review by the province.
My answer to that question would be if a municipality needs to do an OPA to increase the growth allocation, it would be an amendment to the OP. And I would hope that because OPAs are exempt, we wouldn't have to get the blessing of the province.
Great. Okay, thank you. And if I might, Warden, secondly, would it be a benefit to us to take time to study bundling together zoning requests and then forward them to the minister for a ministerial zoning order? I understand he's turned out about 8 or 9 of them in the last year, coincidentally in Toronto. But I think if we're, has been noted, if we are being seen through that lens, maybe we should start using some of their tools that are being used quite effectively in the metropolitan Toronto area. So I'm curious about the application of ministerial zoning orders.
I'm not familiar with the zoning orders for Toronto. A zoning order is different from a zoning bylaw amendment. I think a zoning order is a minister makes a decision that's a little bit extraordinary using his power. Whether they would use that to approve all our updated zoning bylaws, I don't think that's the process. I can explore that if you want, but I'm not sure it's the process.
and I'm sure it's not the process, but I would be delighted to help the province straighten out their process. And the minister has shown an appetite for using that tool, and I'm sure he'd be glad to expand it to include us.
As always, Councillor Emo, right to the point. And I definitely, as we're going on through this discussion, we are getting a lot of information. We'll have a strategy in place. I think that the committee meeting for D&P in June will be very entertaining, to say the least. Any other further questions? Councillor Wisniewski-Moore. Turn on your mic, please.
Thank you, Debbie. I'm so sorry. I keep forgetting that, Madam Warden. Just to the point that, Charles, I appreciate that you put Killu, Hegarty, and Richards up when you were in your initial starting your presentation. It scared the heck out of me. It's all deer yard. It looks like we must have 10,000 deer in KHNR, but that sure does stop development. And I guess I'm just echoing what my fellow councillors have spoken. This will shut us down for development, absolutely, and it scares me. And so I too want to just add my voice that we need to continue to lobby, as Councillor Love has indicated, to tell them that this will shut us down. And Madam Warden, I do appreciate that you'll take that forward to the Eastern Ontario Wardens Caucus. Sometimes they don't understand the implications of just a change on with a pen, what it does to the economic development. And I don't know who spoke to it, I guess Councillor Love. Why bother getting an economic plan in place when basically that OP is going to shut us down for development? So I want to add my name to the objection, and I hope that also that the planning department will reconsider about allowing those applications, just to echo that again, Madam Warden, so it's not lost. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Brose.
Yes, thank you, Madam Warden. I want to add my name as well to the objection to what I see as basically this unacceptable plan. And I echo the voices of the other mayors that it's going to shut down development in our rural municipalities. I mean, our municipality is now covered, I would say almost 2/3 by agriculture land that was never included before. And having traveled a lot of those areas, it's marginal at best. And yet the province, just by, once again, the stroke of the pen or a marker on a map, indicates that this is now agricultural land, and it just, once again, stifles any opportunity for further development in our rural municipalities. Once again, this comes after the Ford government has repeatedly said over and over, we're here for rural Ontario. Well, this certainly flies in the face of their claim that they're here for us, when in effect it's shutting down any possible development, not to mention the planners that'll be out of a job because they'll have nothing to work on.
All right, thank you very much for those comments, Councillor Brose. And I think that every person sitting here today supports that position. That is totally unacceptable, and we are going to have to fight for rural Ontario, for Renfrew County, and for our residents and the future of our municipalities. Councillor Love, please.
Thank you, Madam Warden. I think the other thing, it was mentioned about the county educating our staff. How are we going to educate our populace? Because we are going to get such a lashback at our individual municipalities. What do you mean I have to do this study? What do you mean I can't develop my property, or I'm facing all these roadblocks, or I want to sever my lot on water and now I have to do an archaeological study. So to me, it is also really important that we educate the populace of Renfrew County in what it is we've received back, that this was not what County Council agreed to and sent to the province. This is what we've received back, and we are working hard to get some change. But in the meantime, we are going to be facing a lot of angry people who are going to be in the position that Mayor Wisniewski-Moore mentioned, where they were in the process but haven't actually got the application in place, but they have plans. And those that are thinking of plans, being faced with these new obligations for studies and restrictions, this isn't we didn't cause this to happen this way. So I really don't feel that as a municipality and as a mayor, I don't want to take the flak for this. And I certainly don't want my staff to take the flak. And I honestly don't think the county staff should take the flak either. We tried very hard, but let's educate our populace. How are we going to do that?
Absolutely agree with you, Councillor Love, and I think that communicating to our residents is essential now. Shoot the messenger kind of thing isn't acceptable here. We have to make sure that all of our residents, in particular, all of those hundreds of people that showed up at open houses, to realize that we were speaking on their behalf, and we weren't heard at Queen's Park, but we still have a voice, a strong one. I saw Councillor Murphy's hand, please.
Thank you, Madam Warden. Just to jump off of what Councillor Love just said, so even if we get these growth allocations sorted out, which would be lovely, what happens when somebody goes to develop and finds out that they need, $50,000 worth of testing for various things like aggregate or the Endangered Species Act or karst? So, that in itself would stop me from developing if before I even dig a hole in the ground, I have to do thousands and thousands of dollars worth of tests. This is unacceptable, and I think it's incumbent upon all of us to let the province know that we are not in agreement with this. Thanks.
Right, thank you very much. Any other comments? Councillor Donahue.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and certainly in deference to the County Council, I will keep a calm demeanor, but make no mistake, I'm seething at this intolerable act of the province. That this has been approved, as Councillor Murphy has indicated, 9 days after an emergency was declared in the province of Ontario, with an enormous impact to us here and our residents, certainly in the county of Renfrew, is absolutely absurd, which is not to diminish had this been imposed upon us at any time of the year, let alone in the midst of a pandemic. It remains just as intolerable. What it does certainly is brings into disrepute the notion of planning. I am certainly, or had through the process, advocated and endorsed and still do believe in the appropriateness of planning. But it seems that all interests were considered in the development towards approval of this, except ours. In picking up the point with respect to the disregard for our local interest, Mr. Cheeseman had identified the lands along Round Lake, and in fact, I guess the entire town of Petawawa, as but for the development that currently exists, would not be developable. So what my takeaway from that would be certainly that I witnessed as a member of the farming community some years ago, ultimately led towards people that would not otherwise be doing things on their property. Now is the time to do that. If there is a potential that you may be restricted from doing something on your property that you have no intention of doing, i.e. In the city of Ottawa, there were farms that got clear cut because there was a concern, a grave concern, that moving forward, this was going to be restricted. I am at a loss to understand. I certainly endorse the notion, the concept of species at risk. It seems absurd to consider deer as a species at risk. In fact, I guess what I would certainly advocate is that all members of our community immediately cease feeding the deer as a consequence of now having this. I also would repudiate, if we are going to use the hockey analogy as Mr. Cheeseman had suggested, in fact, this is not Boston and Toronto. This is the Stanley Cup winning St. Louis Blues facing off against the Tim Hortons Timbits novice team. It is absolutely steamrolling over everything that we had put forward, which were absolutely reasonable I cite as an example the karst policy, which is an exceptionally elegant solution that recognizes the low density development that we have here. These are not costs that are going to cause developers, and developers being any one of us that has severable property. This is not going to be something that will cost us more money now. It will absolutely impair and impede the likelihood of us moving forward with these studies. It is absurd. It continues to creep with the species at risk. It has now been downloaded upon basically every landowner, I guess, in the province is going to have either a species or a habitat for a species at risk. So that's a convenient method of downloading upon all of us property owners the responsibility of mapping the entire province. I will certainly, as both a farmer and the mayor of the community with the second most farmland, after certainly Kathy Regier representing Whitewater Region, that in fact also in downloading upon us the public good of conserving farmland, they have conveniently also downloaded upon us the cost of preserving that farmland for those who do not have farmland. That would be, I assume, those many, many non-tillable acres that are now covered with concrete or asphalt. So as a consequence of one time receiving the subsidy from the province for the 25% tax rate on farmland, we now receive exactly nothing. So in fact, all of these things are preserving this for other. Certainly the pandemic response has also now underscored some of the concern with the migration of populace from perhaps higher infected areas. Dr. Cushman certainly underscored the Greater Toronto area and Toronto, the city itself, of having infection rates of coronavirus in excess of 270 per 100,000, and we have 20 per 100,000 here in Renfrew County and District. We have an incredibly low density population, and yet these policies that are being put in place are envisioning us being that high density urban environment. With respect to Councillor's emo question about if we chose as a municipality to undertake an official plan amendment to perhaps increase our allocation, given that all of those numbers on our places to grow add up to 100%, I am left pretty much at the point that if I am to increase mine, it is going to be at the expense of one of yours. I.e., the province is now instituting a beggar thy neighbor policy with respect to where we're going to grow. If I seek to increase my percentage of where the growth is going to be in Renfrew County, it's probably going to be from you, Councillor Bennett, from you, Councillor Emo, from you, Councillor Hunt, perhaps from you, Mayor Murphy, someone around me. If my growth is going to exceed my 0.6%, my less than 1% growth, it's going to be at your expense. Welcome to the brave new world. At this point, let me sum up by saying this has now been approved intolerably. Again, it is an intolerable act, but it has been approved, and now this is political. So I will certainly, within my community, as you had underscored, Councillor Love, the constituency office for our MPP, who sits in caucus of the provincial government that absolutely I endorsed as being the friend to rural Ontario, and this has absolutely repudiated that they are in fact sensitive to the needs of rural Ontario whatsoever. So I think at the very least, we begin with correspondence to the Minister of Transportation, the Honorable John Yakubuski, expressing our absolute outrage and displeasure at this intolerable prescriptive and restrictive policy towards development in rural Ontario. It is absolutely unacceptable. Having said that, I will commend just this morning that we are finally seeing 417 beginning. So if I am going to absolutely take a swing at our MPP, I think I will also acknowledge that it is timely that we are finally receiving some recognition here in Eastern Ontario. Unfortunately, it has now been obliterated by this act. Thank you.
All right, Councillor Donahue, are you making a motion or a recommendation that we do send a letter to the Minister of Natural Resources, John Yakubuski?
I absolutely am making that, but it would be certainly, let me back up from that, Madam Warden, because ultimately Minister Clark is the one responsible as the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing. Certainly the Minister of Natural Resources and Forestry with respect to the deer yards, the fire zones, natural heritage, presumably, is certainly involved. I brought up Mr. Yakubuski, as he is the member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke, that we certainly need to express our displeasure at that point. But I think it should be to the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, to the Premier of Ontario, and certainly to our MPP, and certainly open to suggestion from any of my fellow council.
All right, thank you very much for that. I saw Councillor Doncaster. Were you seconding that motion? All right, so it's moved by Councillor Donahue and seconded by Councillor Doncaster. Any comments? Seeing none, all in favor? Carried. Thank you very much. With that, I'm going to ask that you turn to resolutions number 6 in the Development and Property Report. It follows very closely, so I will turn it over at this time to Director Kelly, please.
Thank you, Warden, and through you. Perhaps I'll just read the recommendation with your indulgence, and Warden. The recommendation on item number 6, and whereas the County of Renfrew adopted the updated official plan on April 25, 2018, which was subsequently partially approved with modifications by the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing on March 22, 2019, and whereas the updated official plan was subsequently given final approval with modifications on March 26, 2020 by the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing, and whereas the County of Renfrew's updated official plan is in compliance with the provincial policy statement, now therefore be it resolved that pursuant to Section 1719 of the Planning Act of 1990, as amended, the Council of the Municipal Corporation of the County of Renfrew requests that the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing exempt the County of Renfrew from his approval under Section 17 and be added to the list of exempt municipalities under Ontario Regulation 525/97. I think Mr. Cheeseman gave a good background on what this exemption shall mean, but the background is there for Council's discussion. Thank you, Warden.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Kelly. So I'm looking for a mover and a seconder, please. Moved by Councillor Wisniewski-Moore, second by Councillor Lynch. Any further discussion or comment? Councillor Donahue, please.
Thank you, Madam Warden, and I will beg your indulgence on this. It is not germane, certainly, to this specific, and I will certainly support this. But in relation to our previous item, I'm wondering if there is any indication or any initiative towards developing a strategy of how we are going to address, or how the County of Renfrew intends to address this odious OPA 25, now that it has been approved by the province. It is well and good to express our absolute rejection and displeasure with this document. However, I feel that it probably behooves us to develop a strategy and an advocacy of where we can perhaps make some inroads into having a more appropriate and reasonable official plan for our community.
Absolutely, and I commented earlier that I'm expecting that there's going to be a significant report presented to the Development Property Committee in their the first June virtual meeting, with that strategy recommended to the County Council. I'll look towards Director Kelly to see if there's anything else that he'd like to add in that respect.
Thank you, Warden, and to Council. So although this decision came down in late March, we wanted to bring it to County Council first before we went out to the public with any terms of any communication. Now, Charles has mentioned we have talked to local planning staff in your municipalities and have brought them up to speed, but we have not communicated out to the public, respectfully telling you first. So what we will develop from here on in, and again, we'll talk about it in June at DMP, is a bit of a news release, a strategy, and we can put our twist to the news release, perhaps, voicing Council's displeasure, what we've heard today. This record is now, of course, videoed in part of the common commonplace messaging that we can use as well for those interested. So we will develop that strategy and communications plan moving forward with Charles and the staff. But again, wanted to bring it to you first before we went out to the masses to express our displeasure, and we'll start that process fairly immediately.
Well, 35 of the masses are watching.
Yes, 35 fantastic fans of ours.
Thank you very much for that, Mr. Kelly. But I think we're looking for something just beyond even communicating to our residents and what I'm hearing today is we're not going to sit idly by and say to the province of Ontario, thanks for doing this to us. We are going to continue to fight, and we'll have to have a strategy in place to lobby and advocate for our position.
Understood, Warden. Thank you.
Thank you. At this point, I'm going to turn it back to Mr. Kelly. We do have, I'm sorry, Councillor Lynch, please.
Thank you, Madam Warden. Just a comment back to Craig, when you and other comments from councillors. It's all well and said that we're the county and we're going to send a letter off to the people. It's the grassroots resident that's going to pay the price for this thing. I'm not big on petitions, but if I'm a politician and I get a petition with the 4,000 people, or I should say 15,000 people from Arnprior saying, wait a minute, what do you mean I can't build on my sand dune, which is next to the river? Excuse me, you're not going to have my support next year. It's all well, like I said, there's 19 of us here. But when you got 15,000 guys on the list, someone's going to take notice. Thank you.
Councillor Wisniewski-Moore. Could you turn on your microphone, please?
Again, I apologize. Do you need a motion, Madam Warden, for that recommendation, or am I jumping the gun?
Well, I believe that staff have received direction today to be preparing a report for DNP in June. I'm getting to see Mr. Kelly shaking his head, so I think that's definitely going to happen.
So you don't need sorry, Madam Warden, you don't need a motion then for requesting the exemption, so that'll be going next.
No, I'm sorry. Yes, that's when we do. Oh, that's what you're looking for.
I'm prepared to do. I apologize.
All right, so you're making the motion for that. All right, I need a seconder, please. Councillor Murphy. Any further discussion on the resolution? Councillor Murphy.
Sorry about that, Madam Warden. I was just going to vote.
All right. Seeing none, all in favor? Carried. Thank you very much. I'm going to turn it back over to Mr. Kelly, please.
Thank you, Warden, and thank you for your indulgence on shifting the agenda around. What I'd like to address is item number 10, which is the addendum. You'll see a few new faces on the screen, or perhaps those who recognize Mr. Paul Sapunzi and Mr. Dan Wojcik, and of course, Mr. Valaket is on the Zoom call now, the Zoom meeting. And what I'd like to do is first discuss a bit of the project and the recommendation. I'll read the recommendation and then have Dan and Paul work through the process on how we got to where we are now with the service delivery improvement project, the renovation project, and go from there. So, Warden, if you will, the recommendation is fairly lengthy. The contract DP 2020-04 submitted by Jumec Construction Incorporated, Ottawa, Ontario, for the renovation of the County Administration Building at 9 International Drive in Pembroke, Ontario, including the renovation to accommodate the new emergency services space, in the amount of $3,417,307 plus HST be approved. And further, that the funds in the amount of $3,087,962 be allocated from the Working Capital Reserve Fund to complete this project. And further, that $725,000 be allocated from the Provincial Service Modernization Fund to complete this project. And further, that $300,000 be allocated from the Social Services budget to complete this project. And further, that upon completion of the project, the Emergency Operations Center be located in the newly dedicated area. And further, that County Council pass a bylaw to authorize execution of the contract. So just briefly, while I introduce Dan and Paul, it's been quite the road, and we've tried to keep Council up to date as late as, I guess, just prior to the pandemic taking hold in January during the budget process. And the project team has tried to keep everybody up to date. We've had to adapt and mold things as we go and expand things of course, with the conversations with the health unit and in other conversations with the province and whatnot moving forward on the modernization fund. So I think it's best that Paul and Dan walk you through a bit of a pictorial of how we got to this point. So with your indulgence, I'll let Paul and Dan take the lead on this one. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Warden. I'm Paul Sapunzi, and with me today is my partner, Dan Wachik from our Ottawa office. Thank you, Mr. Kelly, for your update on the project. We have had a very rewarding experience as well as a challenging experience navigating through a tender during COVID-19. But we're very happy to report that we've had very favorable results in our tender. And we're very excited about the transformation of your facility. It's one that we hold very near and dear to our hearts through our long history and relationship working with the county. So I'd like to turn it over to Dan to give you an overview of the project, and greetings from the Venton Group, and best wishes and good health to everyone.
Thank you, Paul. Madam Warden, honorable mayors, councillors, directors, and county staff, thanks so much for having us today. I've prepared a short presentation just to give everybody a kind of update on where we are. So as Paul and Craig mentioned, we closed our tenders this week successfully with some good bid prices, and we intend to award the contract. But prior to that, we just wanted to give you a little bit of an update on the project and some of the parameters that we've been working under. So where we are today, as I mentioned, the construction tender is closed. We are working on executing contracts based on the outcome of today's meeting. And we're projecting a construction commencement of next month, June. Just an overview of some of the objectives that we were able to achieve through the realization of this project. You know, everybody understands there's a consolidation of county services on site, and with social services moving in and health unit moving out, there is a mandate to modernize the space and reorganize it in order to improve the customer service model and the service delivery model for the county. So that incorporates a number of new service points. It improves security and delineation of spaces, so staff will be more protected from the public, and there will be public spaces versus private spaces. Through the project, we've also been working very closely with the committee in order to create a kind of phased approach. As Craig had mentioned at the outset of the project, we were assuming that the building would be mostly occupied during the construction period. Given the kind of pandemic scenario that we're living in now, we're working we're trying to be as agile as possible to work with the project committee in order to determine the best approach for the project. So initially it was to minimize noise and disruption during construction, ensure safety for all staff, accommodate existing building tenants, and now that we're in a working from home scenario in the county, we are analyzing options to free up more space during construction in order to accelerate the process. I'm sure you all understand that the health unit is remaining on site due to the pandemic, and we are working closely with them in order to accommodate their needs and their transition into a new space. So these are the impacts of recent events, but we are working with Craig and Kevin Balaket in order to mitigate any changes. And as we've been talking, COVID-19 is something that kind of struck us very surprisingly at an inopportune moment in time in our project. So we've been reacting, after the design process, we've been reacting and evaluating the decisions that we've been making and making changes to the contract documents in order to ensure safety for the residents of the county and the people working in the building. So some of those things are happening in real time today. Modifications to our furniture planning in order to provide a suitable distancing between employees. Modifications to the service delivery points. As you see on the screen right now, this is a rendering of one of the desks for development and planning. So we are working with the committee in order to determine ways of creating appropriate temporary barriers at these locations in order to ensure the safety of the workers. We're also analyzing the transition back to the office after the construction is complete, and evaluating the use of collaboration spaces or other spaces that were planned for in the project in order to ease that transition back into the county administration building and create a means of distancing employees. And then lastly, we, at the very last minute, we were able to change a lot of the fixturing in the building to kind of hands-free fixtures in order to improve the sanitation for the visitors and the occupants of the building. And I just want to mention that, we'll continue as this is a fluid situation, and our understanding and knowledge of the impacts of COVID are constantly changing. So you have our commitment that we'll work with the committee throughout the construction process in order to improve and build upon these strategies. I mentioned this in the previous slide. We're undertaking a workspace planning exercise right now. So this is coming down to the individual full-time employees and how we can modify our plan in order to create adequate distance between county staff, the selection of the furniture and the surfaces itself to be easily sanitized, and then also modifying the enclosures and barriers. We're also attempting to create a modular system so that if the circumstances change in the near future, that we can also change and readapt the workstations in order to suit. A big part of the project also, as you guys will know, is that the public has kind of free reign of many parts of the county administration building at this time. The design of the renovation incorporates limited access for members of the public to the office spaces. So that will be a very important attribute in order to ensure the safety of the workers on site. And that brings us to the end of the presentation. I just wanted to give everybody I'm sure you've seen some of this material in our previous presentations, but just give you an update on the trajectory of our project. We're very excited to commence construction under the new mandate from the province. We were able to do that. And I'll turn it back to Craig now. Thank you.
Thanks, Dan and Paul. If you can just stop maybe sharing your screen.
Yep.
Somebody, thanks. So more importantly, get into the background. So of course we did go out to tender. We had 8 originally pre-qualified contractors go through the process. 6 attended a mandatory site meeting, and 3 chose to continue with the tender. Strange times. When we started the tender process, the province had just started lifting the regulations for construction bids to start. Since then, they've been opened up, and the contractors, of course, are clamoring now for work. There's so much work out there now, so we're lucky to get the bids, and we're happy to have one that came within the scope of our budget. And I'm sure Mr. Foss can chime in where necessary, but going back to our presentations to County Council several months ago now, we had a budget figure in mind of about 3.725 as a number that we're working on. So breaking that down in terms of a total project costs on the addendum, page 2 of the addendum, after HST is about $4.1 million. So slightly above what the 3.725 number was, but I want to point out 2 factors to where we are today. We have some buffers and some contingencies built into that number. We've also redesigned the space that we talked about in January and then in November of 2019 for the paramedics to use a space where the health unit currently is occupying downstairs as their administrative area, plus a new training and EOC, and that is part of the resolution moving forward, the recommendation moving forward. So basically creating 2 large boardrooms where the paramedics can now get the training in-house, using facilities here, as well as other staff. And it's a big training area and will be used appropriately. And the EOC, so during the flooding most particularly, not this emergency, but during the flooding, for those that were in council chambers, realized it's just not a functional space. So it was important that should we be considering renovations in this building, that a proper EOC be established, and that training / EOC space will be part of that. It just increased our cost by a little bit. Now, Ms. Lapine has been successful, and she can address this if council so desires, on an application to the province and her partners through her budget, more particularly the Ontario Works budget, to a grant. And that grant is in the amount of $300,000. So it's a matching grant, and $150,000 was in her current budget, and the province has come forward, like they did for Renfrew County Place, and matched that amount to a total of $300,000, which will further offset our project. So originally we said $3 million would be funded from the working capital reserve, another $725 from the provincial modernization funding money. Now we are saying that we are funding from the reserve slightly over $3,087,000, and the rest from other sources. So the funding, again, staff believes is there with council's approval to allow this project to move forward. Again, I do want to thank particularly Dan and Paul and the crew at Venton Group for working through us for several tedious months. And thank you to the project team, Jeff and Laura and Brian Lee and Mike Nolan, and of course Kevin Valaket and of course Paul Morrow for some great feedback to get this project moving forward to where it is. We do believe in this new environment that we're existing, that this building project will be safe, healthy, and appropriate for our staff moving forward. And with that, Warden, I'll turn it back to you and or my colleagues, Mr. Foss and Ms. Lapine, to address any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kelly. First, I'd like a mover and a seconder for the motion, and then we'll have discussion. Moved by Councillor Emo, seconded by Councillor Donahue. Discussion. Councillor Bennett.
Thank you, Madam Warden, and through you to Craig. Craig, I see that we're what the amounts are from the contractors, and I'm just wondering if you could tell us, maybe not today, but very shortly, of how much that's going to affect businesses in Renfrew County. But from that $3.5 million, what's the benefit to Renfrew County itself on our Buy Local campaign?
Through you, Warden. Thank you, Councillor Bennett. I may ask Dan or Paul to chime in. We don't have a list of the subcontractors just yet, sir. But maybe I can ask Dan to fill in if he actually has that list or not. Our anticipation is with previous projects that a lot of subcontractors are hired, and I believe JUMEC has a very good reputation of hiring local subcontractors to carry on that work. But if I may, with your indulgence, I'll ask Dan to answer that question, please.
Certainly, yeah. We can, it'd be tough to quantify the actual dollar value that's going back into county business, but we can provide a list of subcontractors. It's in the best interest of the general contractors to employ local subtrades. So we do have some of that information that we can furnish to Mr. Kelly.
I will also add to Dan's comment by saying that a renovation project typically has a higher amount of labor than a new build construction project. The average split in a new build construction project is about 70% materials and 30% labor. Materials are usually produced off-site in other locations, but when you're doing a renovation project such as this, it's kind of the inverse. It's more like 30 to 40% in new materials and over 60% just in labor. So it would behoove the contractor to use local trades to meet their price. And that means that there's going to be a lot of manual skilled labor on this site. And I think that's going to be very good for your community economically.
Sorry to interrupt. An additional point, we've been working with local vendors through the tender process for the furniture procurement as well. So it's the mandate of the county to reach out to any, and ourselves to reach out to any local vendors for assistance and wherever possible.
Thank you very much, Dan. It definitely is our mandate, and now more than ever, we have to stimulate our local economy. I believe, Councillor Doncaster, you had your hand up?
Yes, thank you, Madam Warden. Question this, I thought about this when we were originally looking at this whole concept, but the recommendation reminds me on what was the rationale for not dealing with this as we would any other capital project, and because it's over the 3 million, that we follow our finance policies and this be debt financed.
I would ask Mr. Foss to answer that question, Warden, please. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Foss, are you here?
I am, and thank you, Madam Warden. So we certainly had some options as far as financing of the project went. This dated back all the way back to our initial presentation of this concept, which was at the budget workshop for 2019. And so we discussed at that time, whether we would debt finance this project or whether we would utilize reserves. We updated that plan during the budget workshop for 2020, which took place in January of 2020. At that, between that period of time, we received some funding from the province of Ontario through the modernization fund of $725,000. We also had the experience of Renfrew County Place and our ability to cost share a $300,000 investment in renovations through Laura's budget in Ontario Works, which was very successful in the renovation at Renfrew County Place. In the 2020 budget, Laura once again placed a $300,000 amount for renovations for the space at this facility. And as my colleague Craig has already mentioned, we were successful in an application, and so that's a revenue stream for us. So the options are still before us to debt finance our principal amount. So again, $300,000 in funding from the Ontario Works, $725,000 from the Provincial Modernization Fund. So we're left with roughly a $3 million balance. That $3 million, we're very pleased to say, really hasn't changed since we first introduced this project in early 2019. And so now that we're at this stage of having tender documents in and being prepared to award the tender, we're still at the $3 million contribution level from the County of Renfrew. My recommendation at this stage, again, I think we have reserve dollars that are available to us. We could debt finance if council chose to do that, but I believe we have sufficient reserves to move forward with this project and avoid any sort of lagging interest costs related to this project. So those options are before you. Our recommendations as a staff are to move forward and to use the money available to us in the working capital reserve.
Thank you, Mr. Foss. Councillor Emo, did I see your hand up?
Yes, you did. Thank you. Thank you, Warden. Just a question. Given what we've seen with COVID-19, is there anything within design that allows us to close off portions of the building first, and then secondly, portions of the air exchange system? I think there is some thought that this pandemic may have, the larger buildings with air circulating within the envelope has had some effects on people's health. So is there some kind of a sequestering system built into it? Has that been considered?
I'll ask either Paul or Dan to answer that, please.
The nature of the building as it is today is that it's separated with several different zones that are controlled by their own climate control and HVAC system. So we're implementing some new infrastructure to support the design. But I would say, to your point, there's a humidification system that's being improved under a separate budget that will improve some of this. And then also a big aspect that will improve the safety and security for employees is at the entrance to all of the office wings now will have limited access points where any member of the public or visitor will have to check in before being permitted access to those spaces. So I would say, we're not providing a new air filtration system. It wasn't part of the kind of budget for the project, but we are improving the quality of what's existing, as well as controlling movement of visitors and users of the building more decisively.
Thank you.
Oh, Councillor Sweet, did I see your hand up?
No, Warden, I'm fine.
Any other questions or comments? Councillor Bennett.
Thank you, Madam Warden. And this would be through you to Craig also. Craig, I'm of a state of mind here that I'm not sure where we're headed. Earlier on in the meeting that we heard that the county could function virtually quite well from at home. And here we are putting quite a few dollars into the fact that we're going to make a new building. Is there consideration been placed on being able to run the county efficiently in a shared venture with not putting so much emphasis on workspace inside the building and utilizing the at-home ability of a little bit more, so that there could be shared occupancy of the staff 3 days a week and 2 days a week, and still accomplish all the work we need to accomplish at staff level by that shared workspace, and draw down the cost somewhat of putting this huge building out in place. I'm asking that. I'm also asking Mr. Fott, if I could, Madam Warden, at the same voice. I kind of disagree with his thoughts of using the reserve and not venturing out part of this, because I don't think anybody on county council or anybody on county staff has any idea what's in front of it 8 to 10 months from now, and that reserve money might be needed to help the economics of Renfrew County itself, because I think Renfrew County is going to have a very huge part to play on kickstarting the economy to the businesses that we have right now, because we're going to have to be their voice to Toronto to make sure that, or to the feds, to make sure that we can fire back up and we don't lose very much of the economic development that we have in Renfrew County right now. And at the rate they're going right now, both provincially and federally, they are putting the jeopardy of a lot of businesses in Renfrew County in doubt. So my concern is, I would like to know how much is actually going to stay in Renfrew County from the building to ensure that we are following what we need to follow to make sure we are looking after our businesses and residents. And if we're spending taxpayer money, that we're 100% sure we have an avenue for that money to be spent by the businesses in Renfrew County.
Thank you very much, Councillor Bennett. I'll actually see Mr. Foss, so I will refer to him first, please.
And thank you, Madam Warden. And in response to one of the questions from Councillor Bennett with respect to whether we finance this project from reserves or we debt finance the project. So again, these options have been for us for some length of time, and it's very difficult, as Councillor Bennett pointed out, to really forecast what will be the real economic impact of COVID-19 on the economy in Renfrew County, especially given the fact that we are slowly phasing our startup and our reopenings, and we don't have a great deal of control over that. It's all provincial, regulation. So just for council's information, if we were to debt finance the $3 million, and we had a 3% interest rate over 25 years, the total cost of borrowing to the County of Renfrew is $1.285 million. So the $3 million principal winds up being a total payment schedule of $4.3 million over that time period. So it's $1.3 million in interest. So, at the staff level, we recognize that we have an opportunity to finance it from reserves currently, and we are avoiding, $1.3 million in interest over that period of time. So strictly on that basis, we are recommending moving forward with reserves, but we certainly are open to council's direction on this issue. Thank you, Madam Warden. I just wanted to speak to the financing piece, and perhaps my colleague can speak more so to the number of employees being in the building and physical spacing, et cetera.
Thank you very much, Mr. Foss, and Mr. Kelly, please.
Thank you, Warden, and through you to Councillor Bennett. A very good points, Councillor, and I think we need to recall the reason why we're doing this right from the beginning. We have several leases that we're already paying other folks in downtown, and in the matter of course to move them into this building was a savings that we told you we would bring you on behalf of the taxpayers by amalgamating those services into this one building. What we told you at that time is still holding true, that over time, the wave of retirements and attrition because of bringing people together is starting to happen. We're starting to see and hear about retirements happening throughout different levels of staff moving forward, that we will have to consider whether those positions are replaced or not. So should those move forward in the next 6 months to a year, then those were savings that we will pass along to the project moving forward. So a reminder that, if a staff is not replaced, then those dollars saved should go back to repaying that reserve debt in a sense. And Mr. Foss, I think, will attest to that fact. So that is one important point. You bring up another point about sharing of spaces. And it's not in contrast to what you're suggesting, but sharing of space is actually one of the worst things you can do in a pandemic world. I won't say the worst things. It creates a very difficult situation. So imagine if you come in one day, I come in the next, we're using the same desk. The requirements for cleaning the phones, the keyboards, the desk, the seats, the workspace, all the touch points, I think that Mr. Beakley talked about much earlier, the requirements to do that are incredible. So while, yes, many of our staff can work remotely, and that has continued to do work well, we are a public agency that we expect to serve the public at some point in the future face-to-face. And especially, again, the main reason we're doing this project is bring social services into this building. They are a face-to-face organization and needs to see the public on a regular basis. So getting to that point, we're hopeful that the pandemic will have a solution at some point in the future. So this is not a renovation for the short term. This is a renovation for the very long. This is the marathon renovation, not the sprint. And respectfully, I think that you raised some very good points. We're modifying how our workspaces are going to work, but I think again that this is a project that will exist in the future for all of us.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kelly. Mr. Morrow, you'd like to comment?
Yeah, thank you, Warden. Through you to council. You'll see in Bruce's report, as he's indicated, that there is a telecommuting policy that we are also putting in place. For this project to work as well, I think down the road for the longer term, we will be incorporating telecommuting with some of our folks as well. Given the square footage of the building and what we're going to do in terms of the renovations, and knowing what the needs are for physical distancing and the development of those workspaces, we will continue to do some of those things that we have found that are very helpful in the future as well. But again, the telecommuting will work in concert with the new building that we develop as well. Thank you, Warden.
Thank you very much, Mr. Morrow. Any comments? Councillor Sweet. Can you turn your mic on, please?
I will indeed. There you go. I'm back on. I think we have to go back to the very reason that we're doing this. I think Craig alluded to it, and that's to find efficiencies. And I think that's what the province is looking for. In fact, the funding that was given to us for this modernization initiative was to seek out and find efficiencies. And I think Craig has alluded to that, the closing down and bringing together our staff from leases that are off-site to save money. And I think that's an efficient way to create efficiencies within the organization. So I think that was the genesis of why we did what we did and what we're continuing to do. As far as funding it is concerned, it seems to me that if there is working capital reserves in place, and why are we not using it for that purpose? I don't disagree that perhaps in the future that there may be a need to support businesses, and I think there's an initiative coming forward to try and do that as well. But if the funding is there to be used, it isn't a reserve. It is a working capital reserve. I would be in favor of going down that road and utilizing that rather than burden us for 25 years with a 3% interest rate. That to me is not finding efficiencies. To me, finding efficiencies is doing what we're doing. And if we have the money, why not utilize it for that purpose? Laura has indicated there's other funds that are available and working together as we did in Renfrew County Place many years ago. I think that was an excellent process, and I think this one will work out as well. The pandemic hopefully will not last forever, and we'll see our way through working on this. But I am very much in favor of what we're doing in this particular initiative to save the county of Renfrew taxpayers in the long run money. So I'm in favor of moving this forward.
Thank you very much, Councillor Sweet. Is there any further comments? Seeing none, I'll ask for the vote. All in favor of the recommendation? I'm sorry, all in favor of the recommendation is read. Opposed? Carried. Thank you very much. Well, we've been at this for almost 3.5 hours. I think everyone does deserve a break and take a bite to eat. So we will close down our meeting until 1 p.m., please. Enjoy your
Thank
lunch.
you, Madam Warden. We'll say goodbye. Thank you, Craig. Thank you, Paul, and everybody.
Thank you very much, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you enjoyed your lunch break. We're going to resume our council meeting with the Economic and Development Department and Mr. Kelly. Item number 2 on your report.
Thank you, Warden, and good afternoon, Council. Item number 2 is an economic development update, and perhaps I'll just highlight that we'll talk more about economic development on page 42 and later on in my report. But I will note of new information on economic development is an online contest we've just launched called Shop the Valley. And if you go to investrenfrewcounty.com and all of our social media sites, that Shop the Valley contest is all about supporting small businesses and taking selfies with you and sharing those photos, enjoying something local and buying something local. So I know Mayor Bennett's going to go out and buy a whole bunch of stuff tonight and take a photo and put a selfie on Instagram tonight. So there you go. Item number 3 is an OVTA update. Just again, part of the strategies to reach out and look at how to respond to the COVID-19 crisis and changing and pivoting the messaging moving forward. That we are an area that we want you to visit when it's safe and do it respectfully. So that part of that is starting to roll out shortly. Of note is the board of the OVTA is considering waiving the fees for this current year and opening up membership to all businesses that support tourism or are part of the tourism industry. And perhaps when we get to questions, members of the board that sit on council may respond to that as well. Item number 4, Enterprise Renfrew County, is an update. Starter Company and Summer Company are still ongoing. These are both programs that support entrepreneurs, young and not so young, in our area. And we'll continue to do so, both from students, which the deadline is May 31st. So if you know any students that are looking for jobs still, and want to start their own business, that is still ongoing. And Starter Company Plus is about to launch with their online training very shortly. Item number 5, an update on Forestry and GIS Division, is that, of course, the trails are, as I mentioned much earlier in today's agenda, are a big thing in 2020, and we're glad that people are using them. So we are starting to, as per our work plan, start on the next phases of works. And those include brushing the areas in Laurentian Valley from Greenwood into the city of Pembroke and the city of Pembroke. At this point, I really do want to reach out to Mr. Perkins, the Director of Public Works and Engineering, to him and his staff for a great partnership that we've arranged this year with some of his laborers and his staff to use their brushing equipment. And it's working very well, and the project is continuing to shape up in those neighborhoods. Again, in forestry, I mentioned earlier, the forestry operations continue, and the forestry staff is out marking boundary locations and tree marking for phases of 21 and 22 cuts. So that work continues. Did you want me to stop there, Warden, before we go into resolutions, or I can continue with that? I'm just not sure how you want to continue with today's meeting.
Why don't we just continue on and get the entire report done, and then we'll come back for questions.
Okay, much appreciated, thank you. Item number 6, we've already dealt with. So item number 7, and I will try to be as brief as I can. And again, I'm going to share my screen just as an update on the task force. On both of these items, number 7 and number 8 are a result of some of the items that we've had with this. So okay. Please. Nobody can see that just yet, eh? Okay, sorry. This always seems to happen. In any case, the task force has met a couple times over the last little while, on the 7th and then again on the 20th. And if I could share my screen, I'm sorry, everyone. For some reason, I can't seem to find my screen. No, in any case, you have the report in your packages, and I want to go through that a little bit with you, if you can. More importantly, that we have met on the 7th and 20th. We have been engaged as per the warden's opening address, and we have addressed the 3 phases of recovery, which is the response, how we're working with the limited openings, and the recovery efforts. So we've worked through those, and several action items have come out of those, and they've all been addressed in those slides in your packages. Most importantly is the Shop Local campaign, which I earlier referenced, is ongoing. Shop the Valley, we're declaring it Shop the Valley, and we'll be working with that. But predominantly what we talked about, and this goes to items number 7 or 8, is how to really greatly affect movement of funds moving forward. And what we heard, in the second last slide we'll address that, is funding towards projects. So while the OVTA is working through a tourism development plan that will look at the organization and what services they deliver, they will be funding that. It's about a $30,000 fund, and again, it's not coming out of the levy requirements this year. What the task force is looking for is a program that small businesses can access without incurring more debt. And this is what we heard more and more. There are several loan programs, some repayable portions and non-repayable portions to those programs, but they really are looking for small injections just to get them to pivot, is the common terminology, to some new norm. And what we've put forward is a simple budget of $200,000 towards a project in the future that will work out the details as we learn what our partners can help out with. We have to update some of our website, so there's a simple fee to do that and to keep that up to date. The Support Local campaign, of course, does require some dollars towards newspaper and radio advertising and such. We are working broadly with Ontario East. It's a regional economic development commission, and we're working with that Eastern Ontario messaging that will align with the Leadership Council, Eastern Ontario Leadership Council and the caucus, in terms of getting those investors to invest in Eastern Ontario rather than in Toronto, where we know the gridlock and whatnot is going to be horrendous. So attracting people from outside of Eastern Ontario back into this region is important. So we're looking to augment those efforts with some fees that we had normally budgeted. And what we're hearing for is the workforce is disappearing. There are a number of businesses in our area that are surviving actually quite well and actually surviving beyond what they did before, but they're having a hard time trying to find workers now, and trying to go back towards the recruitment development that we had going before the pandemic is imperative. So that is that. On the last slide, and unfortunately I didn't have it in part of the package updated, but to go through the actual points, the municipalities are an economic development driver, and it's important to recognize that through different systems, we are injecting a lot of money into the area. So amongst most of your municipalities who have responded so far, in 2020, there's almost $75 million being, oh, thank you for sharing. There's almost $75 million being injected into the economy. In 21, there's over $50 million being injected in municipal projects. And I'll update you with these slides later on today. The outstanding grant applications, unfortunately, it's not on the screen that you see there. In ICIP, the ones that were applied for, the ICIP program, of course, for community culture and recreation grants, everybody's rinks and trails and otherwise, almost $75 million has been applied for. The Green Stream is beyond that. Green Stream is another grant that I couldn't get all the numbers. We're still working with that number. But in the unsuccessful grants for the rural and northern funding, there's almost $25 million that was unsuccessful. So what the task force and what we're considering is that between the outstanding ICIP funding, just for Renfrew County alone, is $100 million that could be injected quite quickly. So Warden, if I could go back to the actual report and to address these 2 items. Item number 7 is an item that the recommendation reads that the County Council provide funds to efforts of the Renfrew County Economic Task Force in the amount of $250,000 from the provision of unallocated funds. Council will recall that we set aside $300,000 for projects or issues that come up through the year. We're saying this is one of the biggest issues that we have. Providing economic development support for small businesses, I think, is key. And the task force is looking for some tools, and $250,000 will create those tools that we will develop programs around that funding to move forward on and bring that back to the task force. That's item number 7, and read in concert with item number 8, if I could, Warden, as well, is addressing the release of infrastructure funds. It's quite a long recommendation, perhaps in terms of time. I'll leave it that it's there for your reading, but it really is that a call on our provincial and federal counterparts to release the funds to the municipalities to get these ICIP projects moving in a timely fashion. $100 million in our community would translate to over 12 or 1,500 jobs. So I can imagine that the direct economic impact would be huge to our area. So with that, that's the economic development report. I do have to read the whole thing.
That's fine. I think, Craig, at this point, we'll just go back and do number 7 first, because you have read number 7, the recommendation.
I can do that. I'm sorry, Warden. Okay, fair enough.
No, that's fine.
Okay.
So I'll just look for a mover and a seconder for the recommendation in item number 7. Moved by Councillor Lynch, seconded by Councillor Emo. Any discussion? Councillor Doncaster? No. Councillor Sweet?
Yeah, I am very much in favor of this. It sounds and looks like a lot of money, but in essence, it's not in the overall scheme of things. If there's one thing that's come through quite clear in the meetings that we've had, as far as the task force is concerned, is that this pandemic has touched everyone, large and small, throughout Renfrew County, and there's some 8,000 or 9,000 businesses within Renfrew County that we have to do what we can to support that so that they can get back on their feet. And Craig is absolutely correct. If there's one thing they don't want to see, and that is more debt. So we're looking at some opportunities that we could give them a little bit of a help to perhaps move their projects and their businesses ahead. There's many of these small businesses out there that are 1 and 2 individuals, mom and pop stores, as we've related to them, as we have related to, and I think they need as much help as we can possibly give them. There's a lot of funding out there, federal and provincial, that's down there, very large numbers, but I think we have to take a long, hard look at some of the smaller businesses that are the backbone of Renfrew County as far as businesses are concerned. Well, it's $250,000. I'd have doubled that, but I'm conscious of the effect this would have on the tax rate. But it certainly is a start to begin this movement forward on recovery on this pandemic. So I'm a big supporter of this particular situation, and the 17, 18 individuals sitting around the table are all in agreement that we have to do something and we have to bring some money to the table. It's up to $250,000, and I think that's something that we need to put in place so that the task force can go forward and begin their work.
Thank you very much, Councillor Sweet. Well said. Councillor Emo.
Yes, thank you. I agree. I'm supportive of this. In listening to the people around the table, as Councillor Sweet has said, some of our smaller businesses don't have the ability to take on debt, and they also don't have the ability to source PPE, and they need to do some minor retrofits. So those are the kinds of things that we've had conversations about. They're all quite anxious to get started, and I think part of it too is that there has to be some messaging at some point that talks about opening our economy safely, because we have to reassure our residents as well as our visitors and the people that are employed in our small businesses of their safety. So I think this is going to be a multi-layered approach, delivering hands-on things, but at the same time there's going to have to be some messaging and some example setting and some support while people reopen. So I think this is a very necessary injection of funding into the effort to lead the recovery for our community.
Thank you very much, Councillor Emo. Councillor Doncaster.
Sorry, I was jumping ahead to number 8.
Oh, all right. Okay, certainly, you know, as I said in my address, we've had upwards of 30 people sitting in on our virtual task force meetings, and these folks are, you know, doing everything they can possibly do to maintain their businesses. They just need a little bit of help from us. And I think at you know, times like this, we have to show leadership and be willing to do exactly that to save our businesses and save our employment for our residents and our economy as a whole. Any other further questions or comments? Councillor Donahue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I certainly am going to endorse on Councillor Sweet's comments, and I will slightly vary them. This is, in my estimation, not an expense at all. It is an investment, as he had advised. And certainly everyone in this council chamber has heard me by times asking probing questions with respect to the provision for unallocated funds. And I think if there was a term of reference for unallocated funds, we can certainly put pandemic response at the very top. If there was ever a use and a value in having an unallocated funds, I think it is eminently clear to us that this is certainly leading amongst them. So I am absolutely in support of this.
Thank you very much. Any other further comments or questions? Seeing none, all in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you very much. Item number 7, Mr. Kelly, unfortunately, you do have to read that entire recommendation.
I think it is important, Warden, so thank you for that, through you. Whereas the COVID-19 pandemic crisis has created or has had a catastrophic effect on employment and small business survival rates, with over 11.3% jobless rate in Ontario in April of 2020 alone, with only a few signs of a change over the next several fiscal periods. And whereas the Renfrew County region is already at a distinct economic disadvantage due to a shorter infrastructure construction season and the lack of essential services like effective and available broadband across its vast and rural area that would allow for greater flexibility to work from home or telecommute. And whereas the County of Renfrew and the other 19 municipalities and First Nations reserve within the geographical borders have an incredible influence on the economy through investments in infrastructure spending, with over $70 million being invested in 2020 in municipal projects, but will now have to evaluate in just the way they safely operate and offer community services and modes of transportation. And whereas the County of Renfrew and the other 19 municipalities and First Nations reserves have submitted over $73.5 million worth of applications to the Investing in Canada Infrastructure Program, Community Culture and Recreation Stream, with all considered shovel-ready and shovel-worthy. And whereas the County of Renfrew and the other 19 municipalities and First Nations reserves have submitted previously over $25 million in the Investing in Canada Infrastructure Program, Green Stream, and Investing in Canada Infrastructure Program, Rural and Northern Stream. And whereas both large and small infrastructure projects have the immediate effect on local small and medium businesses in our region, with consideration of a multiplier ratio on every $1 million invested, having the ability to create 7.6 jobs in the local marketplace, meaning that the approval of these projects would create over 1,200 jobs across Renfrew County. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Council of the County of Renfrew calls upon the governments of Ontario and Canada to fast-track the review of current and previous Investing in Canada Infrastructure Program grant applications in order to provide much-needed employment and investment into rural Ontario to provide sustainable infrastructure that will be safe and suitable in a post-pandemic setting. And further, that a copy of this resolution be circulated to the Right Honourable Prime Minister of Canada, the Honourable Premier of Ontario, MP Cheryl Gallant, Renfrew Nipissing Pembroke, the Honourable John Yakubuski, MPP Renfrew Nipissing Pembroke, the Minister of Infrastructure, the Association of Municipalities of Ontario, the Rural Ontario Municipalities Association. It also should read FCM, the Federal Federation of Canadian Municipalities, and all municipalities within the province of Ontario. Thank you, Warden.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kelly. I'm looking for a mover and a seconder for the recommendation. Moved by Councillor Doncaster, seconded by Councillor Murphy. Any comments, discussion? Councillor Doncaster.
So that's what I was going to add, that the Federation of Canadian Municipalities should be on that distribution list. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Councillor Sweet. Councillor Sweet, could you turn your mic on, please?
How's that?
That's good.
That's good? Okay. One of the areas also that I think we should be lobbying hard is the Eastern Ontario Wardens Caucus to get that message. Now, I understand that you and the CEO are meeting with the caucus. If nothing else, bring it to the caucus at that point in time and begin the whole process of getting this started. I could ask a general question if I could, Warden. We've gone to tender on 3 different occasions this year. And I think there's a bit of a COVID-19 mentality out there because every one of our tenders has been, in some cases, 7 figures higher than the actual estimates that were given to us by engineering. So I don't know whether that's playing into this situation or not, but it looks as out of the 3 that we've gone to tender, we're going to have to cancel one of them so that we'll be able to do 2 and take the money that's been allocated. But I don't know whether that's been experienced by the rest of the family of Renfrew County, but certainly in the town of Petawawa, we're experiencing that as well. So that's maybe a point that should be brought out as well, that perhaps there is something in there that's being used as a result of social distancing and other areas of the pandemic that have caused costs to rise. But in our particular case, out of 3, one in particular was over $1 million out of the estimate, another 700,000. So I just tell you that, and I don't know whether the rest of the county councillors are experiencing that at their local municipalities.
Thank you, Councillor Speed. I'm actually going to ask Mr. Morrow to comment on both of your issues.
Thank you, Warden. Through you to Councillor Sweet. With respect to the EOC, we've had the advance work done on the infrastructure piece as it relates to EOWC. As of this week, there's been a draft paper prepared, and that is being done in concert with AMO. And I know it. I've spoken to Councillor Emo, and that position paper lines up with where we're going. I have been appointed to speak to the issue at EOWC this week, and it is my intent to talk and go back to, and I know Mayor Sweet will recall the white papers that were done back in 2013 and 2014 by the Eastern Ontario Wardens Caucus, and it speaks to the infrastructure deficit in Ontario, and I will be speaking to that as it relates to looking at that work that municipalities need to do, and now is the time to do that and move forward on it in an effort to stimulate our economy in response to COVID-19. So that will be part of that conversation the Warden and I have with the EOWC as well. And again, part of that will be pushing very hard to get the ICIP grants approved. I know there's already a number in the hopper, but no approvals have been let as of yet. And we'll be pushing hard for those as well. So that's on the EOWC front. With respect to tenders, you will see in Lee's report, and he can speak to those. For the most part, our tenders have been on track and we've done very well with them. The ones that typically stand out for us, though, are the bridge tenders and the bridge work. And that is less of an issue with respect to COVID-19 and more of an issue as to when the original bridge work was planned for. So it's done 5 years out. So it's budgeted for 5 years previous to now. And then when the detailed design comes in, we've had a number of years go by and the tender price rises as a result of the detailed design work coming in and the engineers finding different work or additions that need to be done to it. So our tenders have been coming in for the most part very much in line with what we predicted, with the exception of the bridges. But that again is for different reasons. Thank you, Warden.
Thank you, Mr. Morrow. Councillor Sweet, did you have a follow-up?
Thank you, Warden. I heard bridges. Would one of those bridges be on Petawawa Boulevard? just excuse my humor. Anyway, thank you.
Well, you're excused.
Thank you.
Councillor Emo.
Thank you. This motion, I think, captures it perfectly. And if I remember correctly, Craig, and you please correct me, there was only 11 of the possible 19 municipalities responded when these numbers were generated. And, you know, I think we all had a sense that our municipalities are important to our local economies, but I think this really drives it home when you take a look at the ability to create 1,200 jobs in a relatively short period of time. It becomes very important. I must shout out to Councillor Love. She and I have driven this message at Roma, and I think Roma's accepting of the premise that was developed in this virtual chamber, where we are often in rural Ontario, the smaller municipalities are the drivers of our economy, or a very staunch pillar to hold up the economy. And so I think you're going to see Roma's pivot a little bit to carry that message. But this is a very important motion, and I think and I like that it's going to both our MP and our MPP. I think they need this kind of information. Roma has also indicated that they're going to reach out to the Rural Ontario Institute to take this same approach that we've developed here and spread it out into rural Ontario to get a sense of how much pent-up construction there is that could be scheduled should the federal and provincial funding be released. So this is a very good model that we're going to share, and thank you to council and the committee, and then also to Craig's department for putting this together. But I think it's a very good foundational document to start pushing hard to say, look, we have a lion's share of the economy that we can influence and that we can better.
Thank you very much, Councillor Emo. Any other comments? Seeing none, I'll call for the question. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you very much. Mr. Kelly, item number 9.
Item number 9, Warden, thank you very much, through you to council. Reading a recommendation, the County Council will adopt a bylaw to enter into a lease amending agreement with the Renfrew County and District Health Unit for the lease of space at 7 International Drive for a 4-month period commencing July 1, 2020 and expiring on October 31, 2020. So just as a bit of a background, and thank you very much to staff and to the board of the health unit, we've been able to negotiate a bit of an extension on the agreement to the current lease. And the conversation has been very well received, and a bit of back and forth on spaces that we will require to assist us moving a lot of the phases forward of the SDIP, or the renovation project. So again, we have come to an agreement, and I believe, and members of the health board will hopefully attest to that their board has met and agreed to these terms as well. And now we are working very successfully with a project manager who they've brought on board to work with Kevin Valaket here in our office to ensure that disruptions are at a minimal level. So thanks again, and again, this bylaws for your discussion and approval.
Thank you, Mr. Kelly. So I need a mover and a seconder for the recommendation, please. Moved by Councillor Donahue, seconded by Councillor Doncaster. Any comments? Councillor Donahue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am quite happy to speak in support of this. It is a new leaf, perhaps. I have to say that the response to the pandemic seems to drive a particular focus that it seems like it's easier to pick out the signal from the noise. So I want to certainly commend County of Renfrew staff and Renfrew County and District Health Unit staff. This was done at a staff level, and ultimately, even in the midst of the maelstrom that we are within, this is a very pragmatic step that is going to be good for all of the citizens of our community. So kudos to all that were involved.
Thank you very much for that. Councillor Wisniewski-Moore.
Thank you. I too, as chair of the Renfrew County and District Health Unit, I signed the document this morning, ready to come before County Council. So I want to congratulate all the staff and working well and being able to accommodate the County of Renfrew during this COVID. And thank you, Paul Morrow, your leadership, and to our staff at the Board of Health for proceeding and moving along. And you know, we're going to make this work, and we're really appreciative of the consideration that's before County Council this afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor, for your words. Any other comment? Seeing none. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you very much. We will go back to the beginning of Mr. Kelly's report and item number 2, the economic development update. Are there any questions or comments for Mr. Kelly or anyone? Councillor Doncaster, yeah.
I think I lost my space there. Bear with me 1 second, sorry.
That's fine. I don't put you on the spot either. So it was number 2.
My comment was around the OVTA, so I don't think that was number 2, was it?
No, it was not, but I don't see anybody having comments for item number 2, so we will move on to item number 3. Councillor Doncaster.
Okay, so just in reference to the waiving of the fees, there was a new, so the OVTA did meet May 20th, and so that new fee structure, the proposed new fee structure that won't have fees on it, just for information purposes. The membership fees are spread over two budget periods. So the impact of removing those fees for 2020 is about $10,000. But because of COVID-19, a lot of the activities that the OVTA would normally do won't get done. So there'll be an offsetting reduction in expenses. So financially, there's really no hit. But this is seen as a way to engage a lot more businesses into the OVTA, and then all the networking that would go along with that. So this is a good thing to help in the economic recovery. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Certainly at this time, being able to bring more people into the fold and be able to support each other is definitely essential and worthwhile. Any other comments on item number 3? Seeing none. Item number 4, Enterprise Renfrew County. Item number 5, the Forestry and GIS Division update. The report as a whole. Oh, Councillor Sweet.
I'm live. I wanted to talk just a little bit about the trail and the signing of through the base. Craig, I don't think you mentioned that. I'm trying very hard to get that lease signed going through the base, and hopefully we'll do it virtually if that's comfortable with yourself, Warden. The current base commander, who's dealt with this for 5 years, is now leaving and heading to Alaska. And I certainly would like to see that in place. And I would hope that we can work with him through Craig and yourself in order to get that portion signed, so that we can complete the whole trail from Smith Falls all the way to Mattawa. He's anxious to do it. It's just a question of finding a date and making sure that we can get that done.
All right, thank you very much. Certainly, Colonel LaPointe has been an exceptional supporter of the County of Renfrew. We definitely want to have that happen before he leaves for Alaska, which I understand he's looking forward to. Any other comments on the report as a whole? Seeing none, can I have a mover and a seconder to accept the report of the Development and Property Committee as presented? Moved by Councillor Burrows, seconded by Councillor Reinwald. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? Carried. Thank you very much. Now we're on to Human Resources Department. Mr. Beakley, please.
Madam Warden and members of council, the Human Resources Report can be found on page 86. As it relates to the Human Resources Report, item number 1 is the MBC and the Employee Benefits Program. We're pleased to have the Township of Laurentian Valley joining us again as a member of this particular program. Just so you are aware, we have 12 of the 17 local municipalities that do participate in the MBC. We do have 16 public sector entities in total that take advantage of the cost savings associated with the MBC in terms of their buying power and otherwise. I would leave the door open to all municipalities for those that might want to join, that you get to do an evaluation of your services and your current programs free of charge from us to make a determination as to whether or not you can save as a consequence of joining this program. I can't recall or don't remember ever finding a scenario where a municipality's knocked on our door where we haven't been able to demonstrate that they can achieve some savings as a consequence without compromising their program. So welcome back to the Township of Laurentian Valley, who was with us about 15 or 20 years ago and came back recently and is joining us again as of June 1st, 2020. The second item on my report then, if I could, which goes right into bylaws. Did you want me to go through that next, Madam Warder?
Absolutely, please.
Okay. So just by way of introduction, if I could. So COVID-19 has forced the employer to adapt and have many of their employees work from home. The experience has convinced the SLT that it's a productive alternative mode of work and that it has benefits and has promoted the use of virtual meetings. Virtual meetings have increased our meetings with individual staff. Virtual meetings can work not just internally, but also with external contacts. Virtual meetings by default have the potential to save the County of Renfrew thousands of dollars in annual travel mileage and meal costs. The change in travel obligations through telecommuting increases productivity with time saved from reduced business travel. We are not suggesting in any way that we exclusively telecommute, but rather we have a blended model of service delivery that involves telecommuting. So we know some of the benefits: increased productivity, improved morale and quality of work, less commuting time for our employees, which provides them with more personal time with family or to pursue their hobbies and interests, increased level of flexibility related to hours of work, additional hours of work that are found through the absence of having to travel, reduced office requirements, which is part of what's being taken into consideration with the STIP program and its process. It also promotes rate of retention for employees. When it comes to recruitment and retention, telecommuting policies are important things for employees in today's day and age. And it's an initiative that we think will draw a wider pool of talent as a consequence. But we also recognize, that there's not some negatives to this process and it has to be managed. So respectfully, the employer and the employee have less personal conflict with managers and co-workers, which can hinder some communication. If all your telecommuting is a one-on-one as opposed to group telecommuting, there are consequences. It can be more difficult for managers to supervise someone from working from home. The worker may or may not have more disruptions at home, resulting in reduced productivity. You might miss some social aspects of working with peers. The corporate sense of belonging, if you will, gets impacted. Having a remote workplace policy could jeopardize some security for the company as it relates to our documents and our communications and otherwise. But we are shifting a generation of thinking with the introduction of a telecommuting policy. We are following a path that many other private sector organizations have been on for years, but one that has not necessarily been popular in the municipal sector. A recent Pulse survey last week indicated that 66% of employees working from home are doing so for the first time. So telecommuting, if you will, is about trust in the employer-employee relationship. It's about continued professional service delivery. It's about performance measurement metrics. It's about adapting our culture with our workforce. And it's about employee support with schools where they're closed, with our employees who are parents find themselves in a situation with childcare issues. So our telecommunication to a large degree is also about safety. You will find the telecommuting policy on page 90. You've had an opportunity to review that policy as a distribution of the document going out to anybody or to everybody, and it's there for discussion. But I also want you to be aware that parallel to this corporate policy of telecommuting, the new workplace normal group that I indicated to you earlier that was working on the COVID-19 dynamics have also released a number of documents, and these are standard operating procedures. So you'll accept that within the Corporation of the County of Renfrew, we have a set of corporate policies, and that each of the individual departments have their own standard operating procedures. So the HR standard operating procedures, of which there's currently roughly about 37, 38, which is now going to go up to 40. We've introduced 3 new ones. So the first one was HR 38E, which is the new workplace normal statement. And this is about self-isolation and reporting obligations and continuity of operations and screening process and medical certificates and limiting meetings and those types of things, our expectation on business travel. HR 39E is all about restricting county facility access, in the state of emergency, deals with unrestricted access, restricted staff access, screening, signage, those types of things. And there is a draft right now, HR 40E, about masks and the use of masks in the workplace that's in front of the senior leadership team. We're seeking their approval. And once that approval is received, we intend on launching that particular standard operating procedure. Everybody or most people do know that we launched a process where our employees started wearing masks in our facility starting last week if they couldn't social distance, and that's part of the promotion. Those are the components of my report, Madam Warden. I'm at your disposal.
Thank you very much, Mr. Beakley. So I will ask for a mover and a seconder for the recommendation, please. Moved by Councillor Murphy, seconded by Councillor Love. Any comments? Councillor Donahue, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think that this is, again, I think similar to my earlier comments, we are taking steps now that are probably outside of what we had piloted, but for a pandemic response. But I certainly laud the senior leadership team and Mr. Beakley for initiating this. The journey of 1,000 miles, of course, begins with the first step, and here we are taking the first step. Just one question. I'm presuming, of course, this was driven by the pandemic response. But this policy, in reading it, seems like it will endure beyond the pandemic response. And the reason I say that is on page 91, with respect to performance management, it does expressly here say that if an employee needs to come on site, the site would have to meet infection control guidelines. So I'm sure that is predicated on the current conditions, but will become irrelevant once we were outside of a pandemic response. Is that intentional, that is contained within this on something that I'm assuming will endure beyond the emergency?
Mr. Beakley, please.
So I think you'll find that the intent of the policy was to capture both the pandemic and going forward what we're going to do relative to corporate policy as it relates to telecommuting. And the reality is that once the pandemic is done, the reality is we'll come back and we'll make the appropriate revisions to any of the policies that we've rolled out, reflecting those changes. But as it relates to today and the needs for today, this reflects our needs for today in this current pandemic.
Thank you.
Councillor Emo, please.
Thank you, Warden. Through you to Mr. Beakley. A very nice package of information. Just a question: was there any consideration given in all of the policy, all of the various sections, and then also the agreement to making sure that no identifying information is on the walls and on their desks and pictures of their kids and stuff like that? Because I think we have I guess a larger responsibility, because I think that's good practice, but if maybe that's one of the good practice things that you promote.
Beakley?
So one of the things we do, should this policy be approved, we'll be providing general guidelines about being mindful of what you create in terms of your environment so that you don't have things like Boston's hockey jerseys in the background and those kind of things that might offend individuals or people. So we will be sensitive to those requirements, Councillor Emo.
I don't know if that's the answer he was looking for, but it's an answer. Any other further comments? Councillor Reinwald, please.
Finally unmuted myself. Thank you very much, Warden. And through you to Mr. Beakley, I was just wondering, I think this is it's a very good policy we have in place here. I'm just having a little bit of concern with respect to the new people coming on board. I think this is great for seasoned people who've been around the block for a while, but the newcomers, I think they need a little bit of coaching and training before you'd want to put them into something like this. Some I think have no issues whatsoever, but I would certainly be keeping my finger on the pulse of some of those that, or there's some difficult people out there that you may not want to work from home. Thank you.
Mr. Beakley, please.
So the CIO, Paul, was very clear that what was very important about designing the policy for telecommuting is each of the individual directors assumed accountability relative to the individuals in their divisions and departments that they may permit to do telecommuting. And it's that independence that's been provided and extended to those individuals, and the accountability between the CAO and the individual directors for all or any of their individual employees that will roll out as a corporation. Of course, we're going to monitor this process, right? Because we want to make sure there's no drop in service delivery level, and we want to make sure the bar remains high from a service point of view. So we will monitor it on an ongoing process. I don't know if the CAO wants to comment.
Mr. Morrow, please.
Thank you, Warden. Through you to Councillor Reinwald. Bruce hit the nail on the head with respect to the accountability, and where it would rest is at the director level. But again, this is an agreement between the employee and the director. It outlines the provisions with respect to when this could occur and when it cannot occur. I don't disagree. I think that a new employee that comes in needs to get familiar with the corporation, the corporate culture, and to achieve that, that's where that conversation starts. So there may be some accommodation for 1 or 2 days a week given the situation, but again, there is ongoing conversations between supervisors and employees to make sure that what you're talking about occurs over time. Thank you, Warden.
Councillor Doncaster.
Yeah, with respect to the telecommuting policy, the concern that it raises for me is when does it start to create issues with some of our employees or our unions when a request is made and perhaps a manager denies it for some reason. So then, you know, are we going to be getting additional union grievances? Are we going to be getting claims that people are being discriminated against because we won't allow them to do this? Or, you know, those kinds of things that, I mean, we're could possibly be getting into in the future. That's a concern that I have. So.
Mr. Beakley.
Through you, Madam Warden. So from my perspective, as it relates to the unions, we're likely to have less of that because the reality is in both the long-term care, which is the majority of our unionized employees, and the paramedics, there aren't the options because they're frontline workers. So if I looked at my unionized environment, which is primarily social housing in terms of the social service side of things, I think Laura could speak to the success that they've started to experience. What's really important is recognizing that even though you have a collective agreement in place, as it relates to the employees that will sign these individual agreements, because we've set this out consistent with the legal guidance that we received, the unions would have to be party to that, and they have to be aware of, because most collective agreements have a clause in it that says there'll be no other agreements. So if the employees want to take advantage of telecommuting that are in a unionized environment, they're going to promote this. And I don't know whether or not Laura Lepine would like to comment as it relates to social services and social housing and her experience relative to her employees in that division.
Actually, I'll ask Mr. Morrow first, please.
My apologies.
That's fine. Thank you, Warden. This right now, the way it stands, and Bruce, you correct me if I'm wrong, but there is no provision within any of our collective agreements for telecommuting at this point. That would need to be something that would have to be negotiated for our unionized employees. With respect to this policy, it applies to our non-unionized staff at this point. That is, for the most part, our administrative folks. Right now, if you recall, Ontario Works was unionized. They are no longer unionized. So again, we have the ability to have those folks utilize that policy. But Bruce, correct me if I'm wrong.
Well, the reality is that you have the right, and if you looked at the corporate policies for the corporation, one of the very first pages identifies that you need to check your collective agreement versus conflict with the policies with the organization. So you can put policies in that aren't reflective in a collective agreement in terms of content, and employees still have an obligation to follow them. If there's language in a collective agreement that is different than corporate policies, then the language in the collective agreement resides. I think you would find yourself in a situation where I guess from my perspective, that because you currently have your social housing employees telecommuting, you're going to formalize the agreement with those individuals, but you would do that in concert with the union being party to that, so you don't run foul of the collective agreement. But certainly the majority of the intent of the telecommuting policy, I would say 85–90% of it is directly related to the non-union staff. But there's interest, and this has been expressed by Laura, that her staff in social housing could also enjoy this particular environment. And I would turn to her for any comments she might want to make.
Ms. Lapine, would you like to comment?
Thank you, Madam Warden, and thank you, Bruce. I can certainly kind of echo what Bruce is saying. We have a significant number of social housing administrative staff working from home. They do rotate in and out of the office so that they are picking up files and taking their turn in terms of providing the telephone support that is needed in office during the pandemic. I've heard across the social housing staff that this is a very workable situation. Many of them are finding their productivity level is definitely not hampered in any way, shape, or form by being at home. As a matter of fact, they're finding it a workable solution. So I don't think we would have any issue in bringing this into our social housing staff. I believe that in general, and certainly from the comments I've had, that they are very much in favor of this policy or this approach. Thank you.
Thank you, Laura. Councillor Murphy and then Councillor Donahue, please.
Thank you, Madam Warden. The other thing that I just wanted to touch on, and I wasn't fast enough to find it, Bruce, you put together almost a contract, I would say, that the employee has to sign in order to make this telecommuting work. One of my concerns was there are a lot of rules in here, like ergonomic chairs and proper workspaces. And I'm just wondering, like, I'm working from my couch to my coffee table right now. Is this going to be a deal breaker if somebody can't provide photos of a proper work desk space environment?
Mr. Bakley, please.
Although I do like the contract.
Right. Well, the guidance from legal counsel was that you have to formalize this because you have obligations under WSIB and you have obligations that extend to the home as it relates to occupation, health, and safety. And as you go through the particular policy, you'll find variants of our statements in the policy that identifies that we as the organization assume no liability for any injuries other than the employee themselves that may occur and their obligation for insurance and otherwise. So it's not without certain risks, but those risks I think are being at least managed by setting a formal contract that both parties understand. And we reserve the right as an employer that if in fact you're setting yourself up in an office, we've identified in the agreement that they have to provide all the materials themselves. So it's not like they're going to bring their chair from work to home, that's part of the obligation that they have in terms of providing that particular setting, if you will. We've made the same observation as it relates to connectivity. One of the commitments that I put in front of you that during my tenure with the County of Renfrew for however much longer that is, I won't be embedding language regarding telecommuting in any collective agreement. That's not in our best interest, right? So I will recognize that our corporate policies have an umbrella of responsibility that's overarching and trumps collective agreements where collective agreements are silent. So I think we've tried to put all the pieces in place from a due diligence point of view that protects the best interests of the corporation of the County of Renfrew.
Thank you, Mr. Bakley. Councillor Donahue, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do have some, not personal experience, but ancillary, I guess. And in fact, just when we were broken down for lunch there, my wife and I had a debate on who got to use the bandwidth, because I think that may have bumped me from the Zoom meeting today. She's been telecommuting for 15 years. I think she had advised, because of the pandemic, of course, everyone is quite hyper aware of their own workplaces. I think they have the company that she works for, which is a Fortune 500. I think they have 15,000 home-based officing, which includes frontline and support, which is HR, IT. I understand that this is a transformation, and we're just taking the first step on a journey that's going to get us there. But I believe it was perhaps Councillor Doncaster's comments. It may seem counterintuitive, but I would suggest that new employees may have less trouble accommodating a remote workplace than those that have been coming into the office for the last 10 years. I think that is one of the things that probably will need to be addressed as we're moving forward. And make no mistake, I am firmly of the belief that a significant number of staff on a go-forward basis will be home officing. Of course, we have those, as Mr. Beakley had identified. It is difficult to control a plow truck from your home. So there are certainly jobs that will not lend themselves to telecommuting. But I'm in full agreement too, and I was apprised of the same thing as Councillor Murphy had just suggested, that there are very comprehensive telecommuting policies that are part of the contracts of employment that must be signed. But it is, I think, the largest impediment or the largest hurdle is to transform the corporate culture from that bricks and mortar into the virtual reality. I think that we are still fairly routinely failing to turn our microphones on, and I am certainly as guilty as anyone. This is now our third meeting. So these are some of the things that have to be overcome, but the technical issues are relatively straightforward. It is the cultural issues, I think, that will be the largest impairment.
Thank you. So true. We all are thinking about video and mics and the rest of it. Any other further comments? Councillor Lynch, please.
Thank you, Madam Warden. Just to echo what Mike was saying, but my concern was my new employee lives in, let's say, Barry's Bay, and he's on dial-up, which means it'll be a terrible way to communicate with your customers, clients, even with the headquarters. So as part of your employment contract, I'm reading on number 2, under travel and other expenses, is there a line somewhere that you will have high-speed definition in order to be an employee? Thank
Yes,
you.
the contract makes that an obligation that you need that connectivity. If you don't have that connectivity, you cannot do the telecommuting.
All right, thank you. Any other further comments, questions? Seeing none. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Item number 1, the Employee Benefits Program. Any comments? Thank you, Ms. Beakley. The report as a whole. Seeing none, can I get a mover and a seconder to accept the Human Resources report as presented? Moved by Councillor Doncaster, seconded by Councillor Donahue. Any further questions, comments? Seeing none, all in favor? Carried. Thank you very much. Mr. Foss, would you like to take us through the Finance Department report, please?
Thank you, Madam Warden and members of County Council. The Finance Department report begins on page number 101. Item number 1 is a corporate financial summary, and of course, this is to the end of the most recent fiscal period, which is April the 30th. So recognizing the chart that you are looking at is really only reflective of about 6 weeks of actual pandemic-related activity. The chart that I prepared for you lists the departments on the left-hand side. The first 3 columns of expenditures are payroll-related. So whether it's regular earnings, which are incremental staffing above and beyond our typical or normal staffing levels. Of course, overtime that would be related to the pandemic and not regular overtime costs. And then finally, any sick costs that are related to COVID-19. The next column is expenses, and you'll see again by department a total of $470,000 in expenses. So to the end of April, we've been tracking total costs of $864,000. The next column gives us some relief, offsetting revenues. You'll see the very first item under Bonnechere Manor. The Ministry of Health announced early on that all long-term care homes were entitled to 2 payments, one in April and one in one in March and one in April, of $37,500 apiece. And I have indicated in the notes to the right of Bonnechere Manor that since this chart was prepared, beginning in May, long-term care homes are also entitled to a $12,000 static payment plus $200 per patient bed day. And so that will be reflected in the May chart going forward. Under the housing division, we had funding from the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing, in total $1.773 million of CHIPPY funding. That $270,210 of revenue offsets that same amount of expenditure that has been flowed to other organizations under the CHIPPY program. Miramichi Lodge, like Bonnechere Manor, also a $75,000 payment. And under paramedic services, we have reflected $252,000 in funding to the end of April. Our agreements that are being brokered through the Arnprior Regional Hospital entitled us to $5,000 per day for the month of March for paramedic and VTAC related services, $6,000 a day for April. And now that we're moving into the month of May and we're doing larger scale testing, at various different sites, like we will enter into tomorrow at the County of Renfrew Administration Building in the parking lot, our funding opportunities increased to $9,000 per day. So to the end of April, $864,000 in expenses, $672,000 in senior government levels of support, and so a net County of Renfrew cost of $191,000. Item number 2 for a bit of a good news story, and of course our new website went live on February the 5th. The partner that we worked with to design and implement that new website, eSolutions Group, took it upon themselves to submit our website design to this international competition. And I'm very pleased to say that we have been awarded their gold level award, a score of somewhere between 80 and 90 out of 100. And so kudos to all the staff in information technology, as well as others who spent an awful lot of time and effort redesigning and implementing that website in 2019 and in early 2020 to launch it and get it off the ground. Item number 3 deals with our provincial offences courts. And when POA courts receive the approval to reopen, possibly in July, people will be strongly discouraged from attending any court sessions, in-person court sessions. And the Ministry of the Attorney General is working very hard to see if we can't find some technology solutions that will allow all proceedings to be held by audio conference or video conference unless otherwise directed. For a number of years, we've been working with a partner, Liberty High Criteria Company, to provide video conference solutions right in our courtroom that allow interpreters to be present in the courtroom via video conference. We have reached out to this same company to see if we can expand that service to allow all members of the judicial process to attend the courtroom, the virtual courtroom, including the Justice of the Peace, the prosecutor, the defense, the clerk of the court, as well as a witness, to participate in a fully digital teleconference experience. So that software solution is currently under development, and we have been selected as one of the municipal partners to test the system in an attempt to have something available for the month of July. I want to make sure that Council is aware of the fact that the Ministry of the Attorney General has not provided us approval to do this, that we are working independently and in the background as part of our efforts to find some solutions to enable the courts to restart as soon as possible. Item number 4 is essentially the council remuneration, the treasurer's statement to March the 31st, 2020. I did want to note that the column entitled Convention Expenses currently contains a significant number of conference registration fees that were paid for in advance. And of course, with the onset of the COVID pandemic, and we have canceled essentially all of the conferences. And so our refunds and reimbursements will continue to come back to us, and we will reflect these credits in future council remuneration reports. Item number 5 is the quarterly treasurer's report to March the 31st for the General Revenue Fund, Bonnetry Manor, Miramichi Lodge, our Public Works Division, as well as the Renfrew County Housing Corporation. Item number 6, for your information, we have tabled the Municipal Finance Officers Association of Ontario, MFOA, a report entitled The Financial Implications of COVID-19 on Municipalities. It is a first report. And so they anticipate releasing a series of papers regarding the financial implications of the pandemic for municipalities, along with recommendations for support from senior levels of government. And so as we receive these, we will continue to include these in the financial report for your information as we move forward. Item number 7, really, there was some confusion with respect to some of the announcements that were made surrounding the pandemic pay update. And of course, the province had made an announcement on the 15th of May indicating that ministries had contacted all eligible employers about their opportunity to participate in the pandemic pay increase, that is the $4 per hour for frontline workers, as well as the $250 a month lump sum bonus. AMO is indicating that this raised lots of confusion out in the municipal world because many organizations had not been contacted by their respective ministry by May the 15th. And of course, AMO is just indicating that they will continue to work closely with the provincial government on program design and eligibility criteria to ensure that we all fully understand the mechanics of the system and are prepared to make those payments to our staff when the funding is released. Item number 8 really dates back to a resolution that was adopted by County Council in January in preparation for our 2020 budget. We shared some concerns with Council of the fluctuating nature of the percentage of residents in our long-term care homes that were County of Renfrew residents or City of Pembroke residents. And although, we moved forward with a very definitive cap on our total municipal expenses through the 2020 budget process, we all realized that our share of the total municipal cost could vary dramatically based on the resident population count that is done at December the 31st. And so we put forward a suggestion to the county, or to the City of Pembroke regarding stabilizing that cost sharing percentage for 2020 and for 2021 to give us some predictability in costs until we hit the 2021 period, and then via the 1971 agreement between our organizations, the City of Pembroke could open the agreement for possible renegotiation. So just some budget stability. And so they agreed freezing the City of Pembroke's percentage at the 2019 rate of 30.63% for 2 years. One of the requirements of joining this agreement was that the City of Pembroke wanted to receive some updated data no later than March the 30th each year on what the actual resident population was between our organizations. And I have listed that on page 104 for you. The City of Pembroke's share of the total cost of long-term care should have decreased to 27.8% based on resident population, but this agreement maintains their contribution, as I said, at 30.63%. And finally, item number 9, on an annual basis, we receive a letter from the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing providing our annual repayment limit with respect to long-term debt and financial obligations. And this is essentially a calculation based on the previous year's financial statement, allowing us to have debt servicing costs equal to a maximum of 25% of our own source revenues as reported on the annual financial statements, the most recent being 2018. And the province, I've tabled this report, and on page 162 of today's package, the province is very excited to share with us the fact that We could increase our annual debt servicing cost by $17 million a year, allowing us to take on $222 million of new debt if we financed it at 5% interest rate over 20 years. Almost seems like an encouragement for us to move forward with adding on new debt to our organization, which certainly follows some of the principles that we're seeing with provincial and federal governments. And Madam Warden, that is the final item in my report.
Thank you very much, Mr. Foss. And I don't think there was any sarcasm in the last comment whatsoever. I'll start at the beginning of the report. Information item number 1, the COVID-19 corporate financial summary. Any questions or comments? Seeing none. Item number 2, the Hermes Creative Award. Number 3, the possible virtual courtroom. 4, council remuneration. Councillor Wisniewski-Moore.
Thank you, Madam Warden. My staff was telling me that AMO is still offering something in lieu of the conference, like some virtual workshops and things like that. I don't know if there's a cost there. If there is a cost contributing to participating with some of AMO's in August, then could we take it out of this fund if there is a cost?
Who would like to answer that? Pardon me, Rose is going to comment here.
Okay.
AMO is still going to charge you to participate virtually in their conference. It will be less expensive, but there will still be a cost. They have canceled all the hotel rooms and we're getting back our reimbursement on that front.
Councillor Wisniewski-Moore.
Okay, so then can I ask Rose to book me for that? How do I go about that then, Rose?
So have you registered originally for the AMO conference?
I did, but to the municipality.
Okay, so your municipality can go ahead and just confirm that you're going to participate virtually, and then they can invoice us for the cost.
Okay, thank you so much, Rose.
Madam Warden.
Oh, yes, Councillor Murphy.
I can answer Janice's question. The early bird fee for AMO is $615. The virtual is $600. So we'll be getting $15 back. My CAO looked into it. Thank you for your indulgence, Madam Warden.
No
problem. Oh my God, what am I going to do with that extra $15, Madam Warden? I don't know. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Emo.
Yeah, thank you. The questions were answered. I would recommend that everybody, if they wouldn't mind, would attend the conference virtually, as well as registering as rural. There is an election this year, and I'm up for election to get my seat back, which places me at Roma and AMO tables. So if you could register as rural, or if you've already registered, you have until, I believe, the 15th of the month of June to change your registration designation from whatever it was back to rural, if you wouldn't mind. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that recommendation, and certainly we'll take that all back to our own municipalities as well, and encourage any of our council who are going to AMO to register as rural, because we definitely see the enormous benefits of having you sitting at both those tables. Thank you very much. Any other comment on item number 4? Where did it go? Councillor Donahue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Perhaps Ms. Gruntz had addressed this. I apologize if so, I had missed it. Have all of the registrations been canceled, or were they pending consultation with the various members? Because I was registering through the county on the rural caucus, and I think that given that the elections are going to continue at the AMO virtual conference, that it certainly would very much elicit, I think, the support of as many councillors as can see fit to participate virtually. So perhaps if that's answered offline, then I can provide a direction to Ms. Gruntz. I'm presuming that this is still open if they have been cancelled.
they have not canceled them, but they are waiting for our confirmation that you will participate virtually. So I will go ahead and do that for you.
I guess we can just ask anyone who is registered to just confirm with Rose whether or not you're planning on attending virtually or not.
Thank you.
Any other comments? Item number 4. Oh, Councillor Love.
Thank you, Warden. I would also like to very much encourage people to register for the conference and to support Councillor Emo, because not only is he our AMO representative, but he sits on the Roma board as well. And there's a lot of good work that we are trying to do, and I would really appreciate continuing to be able to work with him on the Roma board. So please, if you can get members of your councils to register and ensure they do it correctly so they can vote for Councillor Emo, I would really appreciate that. Thank you.
We'll try our best. Thank you very much. Any other comments? Item number 4. Number 5, the Treasurer's report. No hands. Okay. Number 6, the Municipal Finance Officers Association of Ontario. Councillor Emo.
Thank you. Just in general, I like what they produced, and the one thing that's a little bit of concern, and it may require some fine tuning, is that they they don't differentiate. They say in their recommendations, and I don't have the page in front of me, that they support FCM's approach, which we all do. But I think they have to get a little finer in their message and recognize that rural Ontario has somewhat different needs than urban Ontario. And I think some things we've noticed is FCM's message is very good about the 10 and 15 billion, between 10 and 15 billion. But the messaging primarily comes from big city mayors, and it talks about the transit losses for the most part. And so that's not as big an issue for rural Ontario. So I would, hope that Mr. Foss could take back to the finance officers and say, look, you have to also apply a rural lens to your recommendations and your reports going forward.
Mr. Foss, did you have a comment?
Well, thank you, Madam Warden. And of course, some of the comments that Councillor Emon shared are very consistent. The majority of the membership of MFOA are coming from small municipalities, rural municipalities. So each one of us, holds an equal share around the membership table. So our voices count, regardless of the size of our tax base. So I think this was a very good attempt to release report number 1. And we certainly look forward to, this becoming a little finer, a little more granular as we as they move forward, throughout their recommendations for senior government to support municipalities in Ontario.
Thank you very much, Mr. Foss. Councillor Doncaster, please.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I would just add that, so through the data that FCM collected and the calculations, there's 2 funding streams. One of them was for municipalities, and the second one was for municipalities that had transit systems, because they were being hit hard. But certainly the small rural municipalities don't have transit systems. So there were 2 proposed funding streams built into that, but also to keep it consistent and to use one base formula for all municipalities, there was a recognition from FCM in the proposal to the federal government that that smaller rural municipalities would actually be on a per capita basis overfunded based on as compared to larger cities, and that overfunding we were allowed to use and transfer to our federal gas tax accounts, so that we could keep that overfunding and apply it to infrastructure, anything that would qualify under the federal gas tax payments. So that rural component is very built into the FCM proposal to the federal government. And I would just add to that that proposal has been getting a lot of traction There has been negotiations between the provinces and the federal government. Haven't heard anything yet, but hopefully soon.
Thank you for that. Councillor Emo, please.
And I agree with that, recognizing it. My concern is the messaging. I have never seen the mayor of Madawaska Valley or Bornsford Valley or the warden of the county of Renfrew featured by SAM talking about small municipalities. All of their messaging is about Edmonton, it's about Toronto, it's about Ottawa, it's about Victoria, and it talks about transit. So I'm not debating I'm not dissing their efforts in terms of producing a document. I was just simply focusing on the messaging, and all of us have to recognize that rural Ontario has different needs, and our messaging has to be different than our urban centers.
All right, thank you for that. Councillor Grills, did I see your hand? No, I'm sorry. Any other comments? Item number 6. Seeing none. Item number 7, AMO. Councillor Murphy.
Thank you, Madam Warden. Through you to Councillor Emo. One of the things that Jeff just brought up was the $4 an hour pay bump. Unfortunately, it's come to my attention that our X-ray technicians do not qualify for this. And I was wondering if, Peter, you could take this back to AMO.
Through the warden to Councillor Murphy. Yes, I have with a couple of others as well. Some of my other experiences in life, 2 days a week, which I get paid for, has exposed me to other loopholes. And so I've been taking that back as well. But I had mentioned X-ray technicians, and I will circle back and just make sure that it's being brought forward again.
Thank you.
Thank you for that, Councillor Emo. Anything else on item number 7? Seeing none. Item number 8, the shared cost services long-term care, City of Pembroke. And number 9, the repayment limit. Anybody want to go into more of that? Oh, Councillor Sweet? Need your mic.
I will go into that more, yeah.
Congrats. All right, report as a whole. Seeing none, I need a mover and a seconder to accept the Finance Department report as presented. Moved by Councillor Girl, seconded by Councillor Murphy. Any further discussion or comments? Seeing none, all in favor? Carried. Thank you very much. Now we'll go on to the Public Works and Engineering Department. Mr. Perkins, please. Lee, could you turn on your mic, please?
Sorry, my apologies. Good afternoon, County Council, and through you, Madam Warden, to County Council. Here's our report for May. As you'll see, our information number 1 is staffing. So our day labor crew is hired on a number of employees. We have 2 that are returning and 2 new ones. Of course, they start on May 4th and they'll run right through to October 30th. Our student laborers for the patrols has commenced as well. We have a number that are returning, and we've extended a letter out to 2 more, and they will be starting on June 1st. And our summer students in engineering, quite pleased to say that we have 2 that are returning, and 1 gentleman who was actually here on a co-op work term from his high school. So he's actually registered for engineering next year, and he's going to come back and join us in the summer. Item 2 is a number of tenders and quotations have been requested and received, including participation by the 10 municipalities. The results of those tenders are provided for you on Appendix 9, which is on page 168 of your report. The lowest bidders have been awarded by the Warden and Chief Administrative Officer under delegated authority, or by the Chief Administrative Officer, depending on the value of the contract. In all cases, procurement has followed the processes of policy GA01. And number 3 is our capital program variance report, and that's attached as Appendix 3. It's in the capital program variance report at this present time. It's too early to predict any trends, but right now we're looking at being over budget by about $595,000. And it is anticipated with future tenders that favorable pricing will be received and additional gas tax funding can be used if necessary. And number 5 attached for your information again is Appendix 3 is the monthly status report. And Madam Warden, I'll leave it there and we'll talk about the resolution after and we can take questions on the first 4 items if you like.
Sure, we can do that. So item number 1, staffing. Any comments? Number 2, tenders and quotations. Number 3, the capital program variance report. I would just note, Mr. Perkins, you said 595. Is that just an error? Is it 495?
Yeah, my apologies. 495.33.6 is what we should be projected right now.
All right, thank you very much. Any comments on item number 3? Mr. Donahue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just popped back into my memory here. The work on the County Road 1, is that, so last year it was forecast that there was going to be a deficit funding, or in other words, it was going to require about $800,000 more than budget. Is this still a component of that? Because this year's job is forecast to come from reserves, and I apologize, I could have asked this certainly at the budget workshop, et cetera, but is this still part of that $800,000 variance that was identified in 2019?
I would ask Mr. Foss to respond to that because the accounting is a little different than I'm used to.
Mr. Foss, please.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Warden, and to Councillor Donahue for the question. We had budgeted for this project in 2019 to be completed. And so because that budget was not completed in 2019, that's County Road 1, those reserve funds that were set aside for the completion of that project rolled into the 2020 program. And so we're looking to complete the remainder of that in 2020 with the unspent funds from 2019. Thank you. Okay,
just to follow up, Madam Warden, then, because I recall last year, I didn't recall, I looked it up, it was 1.133 million was the budget for 2019. Then it was estimated to be 2 million. So ultimately, whatever was remaining of the 2 million was set aside for an anticipated completion in 2019, but an actual anticipated completion now of 2020. And I only asked because this has been just shy of a never-ending road work. Thank you.
Thank you for that. All right. The monthly project status report. Any comments there? Seeing none, Mr. Perkins, would you like to read the resolution under item number 5, please?
Thank you. Item number 5 is County Road 51, Petawawa Boulevard, for a Class A estimate and design and traffic light upgrades. So the resolution number is OPCC 200322. The County Council directs staff to complete a Class A estimate and design for the intersections of County Road 51, which is Petawawa Boulevard, County Road 55, which is Paquette Road, Meehan Road, and Festaberg Boulevard, and Victoria Street, Portage Road, and Doran Road, Mullins Road, and that staff be directed to continue with the plan to rehabilitate County Road 51, Petawawa Boulevard in 2021, and County Structure B203, Petawawa River Bridge in 2022, as identified in the Corporation of the County of Renfrew's Asset Management Plan, as well as enhancements to traffic light timings at the intersections of County Road 51, Portage Road, County Road 16, and the intersection of County Road 51 and County Road 26, to be completed in spring of 2020. And further that, County Council approved County Road 51, Petawawa Boulevard, to be returned to the County of Renfrew's Asset Management Plan, and that the Asset Management Plan reflect the full cost of the project at $24 million, with a corresponding senior government funding provision also in the amount of $24 million within a 5-year window.
All right, I'll ask for a mover and a seconder for the resolution first, please. Moved by Councillor Emo, seconded by Councillor Lynch. Comments?
Would you like to give some of the background?
You can, certainly.
Okay, as council may recall, after when we went on hiatus in March from committees, this was actually brought from March committee, and it was planned to come to County Council in March. So because of the COVID pandemic, this has been put on the back burner till now. So we're bringing it forward now. There's quite a bit of background and attachments that if you want to read through it all. One of the things that I would draw attention to is the recent correspondence from Colonel Lapointe dated on 12 May 2020, and that's on page 198, which he comments on his, he came and presented to committee, and again, he outlines the number of things that he would like to see done that would improve and enhance access to and from the garrison. So that's very important for council to look through. Also, there's the AECOM report is there from 2013 for the study. And again, using the cash value of money, the project would be in the vicinity of $21 million to do the twinning of the road. And that, so what we're asking for here is direction to go forward, get Class A estimate and design in place for those three intersections. So basically the garrison entrance, for those of you familiar with Petawawa, the McDonald's ground entrance exit there, and also at Dorn Road entrance exit. So that's what we would like to go forward with that. And unfortunately, there's nothing budgeted for that. And also in this recommendation, we would like to put it back in the asset management plan with a horizon window of 5 years. So, and Mr. Foss could probably speak directly to that for any questions. Other than that, again, like I said, there's a lot of information attached here. Councillor Sweet was very nice to share the actual timeline of how long this project has been going from place to place and from government to government. And of course, we were denied funding last year. So this is a chance to put this project on a shelf ready to go, essentially what you would call shovel ready. So with that, I would entertain any questions, or Mayor Sweet or Mr. Foss.
Councillor Sweet.
Thank you. Couple of questions to Lee, if I could, Warden. What exactly is it that you're planning to do at the McDonald intersection? And what are you planning to do at the Dorn Road intersection? What exactly is it? It's more than traffic light coordination. What are you trying to do here?
Well, in the interim, we are going to do traffic light coordination on all three intersections. But the plan is to, if approved today, we'll go out and get a consultant, and of course they'll bring back what, we'll have a proper traffic assessment done, and we'll have they will bring back recommendations as to what the best thing to do in those three intersections is.
Councillor Sweet.
Talk further, if I could, Warden. I'm particularly concerned about the McDonald intersection. If you're going west, are you going to prohibit left turns onto Portage Road as part of this study?
Again, we haven't engaged the consultant yet, so I'm not sure. But I can't see it being prohibited. But it would definitely be changed, because right now those lights are on timings; they're not on traffic movements, right? So
if I could, I can understand the timing factor, but that's a very busy intersection with that particular restaurant at that corner, and to try and make it a flow through during the morning or at evening in terms of traveling into to the McDonald's restaurant, that is going to cause an awful problem backing up, Lee, in terms of queuing in other parts of the community coming further down Petawawa Boulevard. So that would be a concern of mine. Similarly on Dorn, I am not sure what the intention is there. I understand there's a need for maybe the timing of the lights there, that's for sure. So I'll be interested in finding out exactly what that is all about. And I know I made light of the fact about Warden about going into debt, but it would appear in the absence of any funding locally, or not locally, but at the senior levels. And I have to tell you, the county and myself have made a valiant effort to try and get funding on this particular situation. And it seems to me that in the absence of that, then as the busiest road within the county of Renfrew, leading to one of the largest employers and an employer that is growing and potentially will grow, then one of the serious options that we have to seriously consider is long-term financing on this particular project. Somewhere along the line, as County Council knows, there is a main line coming in from the garrison that services the town as far as our utilities are concerned, sewer, water, etc. And there will be a need very shortly for us to when I say us, the town, and that was part and parcel of the original process, will be part and parcel of the town going forward and having to do this to meet the needs of the growing town of Petawawa. And it would be a shame if we went forward and had to do that, and 2 years later we had to dig it all up again and do the four laning of the highway. So in the absence of senior levels of government funding, I think we have to seriously consider some sort of funding formula there to get this particular road done. It's got to be done, whether we do it in the next year or two or whatever it might be. It has to be done if we want to see the garrison grow. Thank you, Warden.
Thank you very much, Councillor Sweet. Councillor Donahue, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just in the fall, I attended the gala on behalf of Pembroke Regional Hospital, so I was up to the base. That's the first time I've been there, I think, since I played Pee-wee hockey at Silver Dart. When I was going in, it made an impression upon me that there only seemed to be the one entrance coming into the base off of Petawawa Boulevard, which seems to be a somewhat of a bottleneck or a constraint. I wonder, are there any staff in the conversations that have happened with the command at the garrison? Is there any future plans towards establishing more access, like i.e. To provide for a faster inflow of traffic coming into Garrison Petawawa?
Councillor Sweet looks like he wants to answer that.
Yeah, well, I can tell you that there's been overtures made by the garrison to the provincial government for an access onto the Trans-Canada Highway. And that is primarily to take care of the entrance and exit on a place called, we'll use Brindle Road, for example, as a location. That's primarily to take it down to 450 Squadron and to the Seesaw compound where the helicopter group is, etc. That certainly would take some traffic off of the highway, but not a significant amount. There is another back entrance to the garrison that is very rarely used, but the main entrance is along Petawawa Boulevard. But there are options. The one on Brindle Road on the Trans-Canada, I don't believe has been approved at this point in time. There have been overtures made by the garrison to accommodate 450 Squadron and the Seesaw, the Special Operations Group that have that compound down on the Mattawa Plains.
Councillor Donahue.
Just in a follow-up, Madam Warden, because it does strike me that that's a bottleneck. If all of the traffic has to essentially come into one single entry point, then I have to question what advantage is there in having more lanes. It seems that perhaps the lines might be shorter, but it seems like a considerable alleviation of these traffic concerns could be aided, in addition to multi-laning, with having a faster throughput at the entrance to the garrison. In fact, it would seem incumbent almost that there be a faster ingress onto the garrison certainly outside of emergency times, et cetera, that 6 lanes would still have to narrow to 1, ultimately, if there is only 1 entrance lane into the garrison.
Councillor Sweet. You have to turn your mic on, please, sir.
Okay, there we go. Okay, once again, I'll go back to the original concept of this situation. You're absolutely correct, Councillor Donahue. There's no point taking your problem from your front yard and shoving it into your backyard. That just doesn't work. The partnership was arranged in such a manner that the garrison was willing and ready to 4-lane inside the garrison itself, with a traffic circle at the 4 corners on the base to disperse the traffic that would be coming in from Petawawa Boulevard itself, with a roundabout at the entrance to the garrison. That was something that was very much put in place and very much accepted by the garrison. And in fact, there was overtures to be made by them to see if there was opportunities in partnership to put in place funding from the federal government through this Vote 10 initiative. The whole concept was a 4-lane situation from Dorn Road all the way through to the base, through the base in a 4-lane situation up to the 4 corners where the museum is, and allow a roundabout there with a similar type roundabout at Paquette Road, so the traffic could flow much quicker on there. And it was something that was accepted by I think by ourselves and by the garrison as well.
Councillor Emo, did you have your hand up? I'm sorry, no, I guess you're just waving me off. All right, anyone else have a comment? Councillor Donahue.
Yeah, just a final on this. I'm presuming that we must have fairly current volume numbers on the traffic count that is ingressing to the garrison each morning and egressing in the evening. I'm assuming perhaps Mr. Perkins. I don't know if you would have that data.
Mr. Perkins, please.
Actually, that data is contained in the AECOM document that's attached to this. So, but with that said, we can certainly do a more up-to-date traffic count, because that was a number of years ago, and also they extrapolated what was going forward into 2021. So actually, it was really close, believe it or not. But it is in that document if you want to look through.
Thank you.
Any other further comments or questions? Seeing none. All in favor of the resolution? Opposed? Thank you. Carried. All right. The report from the Public Works and Engineering Department as presented. Moved by Councillor Murphy. Seconded by, oh, no, I'm sorry. Councillor Murphy, I'm not sure what you were.
My apologies. I call for ask for a mover and a seconder, and then I'll make a comment. Thank you. Sorry, Madam Warden.
All right. Can I have a mover and a seconder for the report as presented? Councillor Love and Councillor Regier. Any further comments? Councillor Murphy.
Thank you, Madam Warden. If I could just have the minutes reflect that I did leave the meeting for numbers 3 and 4 of this report, and I will not vote on the report as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Rose, that's noted. Thank you. Any other comments? Seeing none, all in favor of the report? Opposed? Carried. Thank you very much, Mr. Perkins.
Thank you, Madam Warden.
And now the Emergency Services Department. Chief Nolan, please.
Great. Thank you, Madam Warden. In terms of the report as presented, we start off with COVID-19 update. Of course, this is a bit of a fast-moving target, so the information there, I think, presented covers the spirit, really, of what the paramedics are doing. Obviously, 911 response, emergency response is continuing. Our volumes overall are creeping back up slowly. We are seeing significantly greater proportion of trauma, for example, and serious illness than we have in the past weeks since the isolation requirement was lifted. When we look at I'd say some of the highlights of our work right now, certainly the community paramedic program continues to manage its patients in the community. But in addition to that, we also have both the CPRU staff and our Sierra team staff, which you'd more typically think of from a hazardous material perspective or a remote rescue perspective, are now on the front lines managing scheduled drive-through swabbing centers across the county. The province on Friday intimated that any Ontarian that would like to get swabbed can get swabbed, and on Monday it became an edict. So we began that very quickly this week. We've posted a calendar of drive-up sites across the county in 8 different locations, 6 days a week. So we'll be doing, for example, Monday, Wednesday, Friday in 4 locations geographically spread across the county, and then again on Tuesday, and then it repeats itself again on Wednesday. So in doing that, I can tell you it's a bit of an arduous task, given I'm sitting in Arnprior right now with my team and it's 33 degrees on the dash and well in excess of 40 degrees. And if you're head to toe PPE swabbing people, it's significantly beyond that. So we have cooling vests, for example, on my staff that are working in the parking lot here at the Nick Smith Center. And I'm very proud of the work that they've been able to stand up in a short amount of time. In relation to institutional swabbing, as well as congregate care swabbing and VTAC swabbing, that those activities are continuing. We have dialed back slightly on some of the institutional swabbing for the remainder of this week so that we can stand up the public swabbing as we have done. So when we look at the weeks ahead, it's hard to know where the province is going to go in terms of the requirements. But we have partnered not only in the VTAC, but also in the swabbing with the hospitals, for example. Long-term care in some cases are doing their own swabbing and assistance. So a big thank you to Shelley and her team for that. But very happy to say that, that the public has very well received the work that the paramedics are doing. We've continued to maintain a "we'll come to you" approach. In hopes that if people do want to get swabbed, they will phone the VTAC line, pre-register over the phone so that we can get their essential details ahead of time. That way we can have their swab package ready, and literally you drive up, identify that you're pre-registered, you get a swab, and within a minute or two, you're on your way. That's our preference over registering people in the parking lot, given some of the other challenges, not to mention both the patient and the paramedics wearing PPE. It can be difficult to hear health card numbers and other specific details such as that. So we're going to continue that work. That work is sponsored by Ontario Health, paid for to the Arnprior Regional Health team with Eric Hanna, and our anticipation is that will be 100% cost reimbursed by the province and Ontario Health through that mechanism. Item number 2, Madam Warden, is related to a story that we had the good fortune of having on the national, CBC National last week. So there's a link in this report for council should they have missed that in live time. And a big thank you to you and to Paul and the chair for playing the kudos from Dr. Tam that came out earlier this week. So it's nice to have the recognition for the county, for all of council, and for staff, and fortuitous that it is also Paramedic Services Week. So a big thank you again to the chair and the warden and all of council for the proclamation that was made earlier in today's meeting. It's certainly heartfelt thanks, and not missed by any of the staff, given the challenges that are before them. Any act of gratitude is appreciated on their behalf, and I'm extremely proud of the work that they're doing as we move into the 2nd and 3rd month of this pandemic. Item number 3, Madam Warden, is related to the continuity of operations plan. I have given you an extraordinary amount of detail in that plan in terms of not only pandemic specific alterations in terms of our operating stance, but also as it pertains to other things that remain a threat. I'm very pleased to say that the freshet is behind us for this season. However, when we move into days of 40 degrees with humidity such as this, we start looking to the sky and looking around us and making sure there aren't other threats to our continuity of operations, such as telecommunications, data, which I think we're all quite tied to these days, as well as any other threats such as severe weather. So we're keeping an eye on those things. And I'm not going to go into detail unless you wish me to, Madam Warden, on Appendix 2 and 3. But there is both a presentation and a continuity of operations plan that is there. I would say that some of the highlights of our learning through our operations plan is having an adequate space to be able to stand up a command center and an emergency operations center. So I'm pleased that that is being contemplated within the SDIP reconstruction at Pembroke. And I'm very pleased that Laura and her team have been so welcoming into Renfrew County Place and in Iron Prior to be able to accommodate some of my staff to maintain some of the essential functions that are required to command our multitude of operations that are ongoing. Item number 4, as I spoke to, is Frechette. So I'm pleased to say that what a difference a year makes. We've traded one problem for another this year, but I'm glad that we haven't had two concurrently. Item number 5 are some letters of gratitude. So big thank you to the originators of these letters. Certainly we've shared them with staff, as I will today's proclamation. But just to share, I think it's a good reflection for council to see what their ratepayers, what their residents are saying about the services that they're supporting. And I'm very pleased and again proud of my staff for the enormous work that they're doing, but also the empathy, the caring, and the skill that they bring to the job every day. Item number 6, Madam Chair, is a resolution, so I'm happy to pause there if you wish, or continue through to item number 6.
All right, well, we'll go back to the beginning of your report. So item number 1 is the COVID-19 update. Any comments, questions from council? Seeing none. Item number 2, the CBC coverage. Oh, Councillor Donahue, please.
Yeah, I apologize. I'm a little slow off the mark there, Madam Chair. I certainly, I think the proclamation, and we have spoken to it, but once again, I think it is definitely behooves me as chair to recognize the substantial effort that has been put in by the paramedic service with respect to responding to the COVID-19, particularly so as we are in Paramedic Services Week. It has been an integral component here in Renfrew County. I think it has certainly assisted greatly in keeping our community well served and responding appropriately to this unprecedented challenge. Thank you.
Thank you very much for those words. Any other comments under item number, I would say 1 or 2? Seeing none. Item number 3, the continuity of operations plan. Number 4, the 2020 Frechette. I, as well, am glad that we're not dealing with 2 disasters at one time. One is good for me. Number 5, the letters of gratitude. Always very nice to read about those. Thank you for sharing. All right, item number 6, the resolution. Now, Chief, I'm not sure if if you're stopped and you can read this resolution, if you have it in front of you, or would you like someone else to read it?
So I'm happy to read it, Madam Chair. And of course, I'm not reading and driving and zooming and driving and sitting.
Very pleased to hear that. Thank you.
But I'm not in and out of the vehicle helping my staff here. So I'm happy to read the resolution, and that is a recommendation that County Council support the continuation of the virtual triage and assessment center, otherwise known as the VTAC, beyond the immediate needs of the COVID-19 pandemic. Further, that the Warden be directed to send a letter to representatives of the Province of Ontario expressing the County of Renfrew's support for the program, and further that the Director of Emergency Services pursue a sustainable operating and funding model for the continuation of VTAC. And there's background information there. I appreciate your opening remark comments regarding the VTAC. So I think that there's sufficient information, Madam Chair, within the basis of the recommendation for you to proceed.
Thank you. I'm looking for a mover and a seconder. Moved by Councillor Donahue, seconded by Councillor Murphy. Comments, questions? Councillor Murphy.
Thank you, Madam Warden. Through you to our chief. Ironically, one of my girlfriends used VTAC, and after she used it, she phoned me and said, you know, you guys should really keep this after the pandemic is over. And when I got my package on Friday, I phoned her immediately and said, looks like we're going to be keeping this program going. So she was very excited and wanted me to extend her thanks to your staff. You know, it was a thing with one of her children, and she got great advice. So thank you so much. I'm not sure which paramedic it was that actually ended up talking to her, but she was very, very, very pleased. So thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Murphy. And certainly it's a collaboration of the entire healthcare system in the County of Renfrew that's making this possible. And I think that's very important for us to note. Keeping it into the future is our goal. Not necessarily it's going to happen, but we're going to try very hard, I think, to do that if the resolution is passed today. Any other further comments or questions? Seeing none. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you very much, Chief. I need a mover and a seconder to accept the Emergency Services Department report as presented. Moved by Councillor Reinwald, seconded by Councillor Lynch. Any other further comments about the report as a whole? Seeing none. All in favor? Carried. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chief. Have a good day.
Thank you, Madam Warden.
Okay, now we'll be on to the Long-Term Care Department, and Ms. Sheedy, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Warden. The long-term care report starts on page 275 of your package. Item number 1 is an information item, update on the status of COVID. Again, very thankful to say that we continue to have no positive results at either home at this time. As we've reviewed earlier at previous council meetings, that given that one resident with one symptom triggers testing, that automatically puts us into suspect COVID outbreak until that test result comes back. As of this morning, we have one surveillance test that we're still waiting on. So we did over 800 with the help of Chief Nolan's staff, of residents and staff at both homes. And I'll go into a little bit more about the false positive in a moment. So waiting on one, but otherwise no symptomatic testing results outstanding at this time. As I'm sure you're aware, the province did direct local health units to conduct an inspection of each of the long-term care homes in the province with respect to infection prevention and control guidelines, and specifically related to COVID. That happened at each of the homes in the last couple of weeks. We were assessed even before at a green level, knowing, especially having gone through the positive case at Miramichi Lodge, I think the health unit was quite comfortable that all of our processes were in place, and that was certainly confirmed by the inspection at each of these homes. We continue to provide regular updates to residents and their substitute decision makers as required. Lately, it's been about weekly. And we always remind the families in particular who obviously aren't on site at this point that if they have any specific questions to contact, there's always an RN that's in charge 24/7 and a direct phone number at each of the homes, and we re-provide that each time. We also always remind families that, you know, if there is a specific issue or concern with their loved one, we would be contacting them directly. Otherwise, if it's more general information, that we remind them to check our social media and the County of Renfrew web page. Again, our residents, their families, and our staff have just been incredibly creative during this challenging time in making sure that our residents are feeling as loved as possible, given that their families can't be on site. And there's a little collage on top of page 276 just to depict some of the more recent activities. Mother's Day, the bottom of the right was an anonymous group of bagpipers that showed up at Miramichi Lodge one Sunday morning for the residents. And the bottom left is a couple of local schools have been writing letters to the residents. So those are posted all throughout the home and certainly bring a smile to all of the residents' faces. Moving on to the staffing, similarly, we have no positive cases. All of our surveillance testing has come back negative. Of course, we did have the false positive. We were notified by the public health on May 9th regarding that. Put all of the things necessary in place, which included obviously notifying that employee, placing that employee on a leave, doing contact tracing with the health unit for the associated residents and staff at the manor. Luckily, there were no residents implicated from the get-go because PPE was used and all of the physical restrictions, physical distancing, and so on were adhered to. But certainly there were some staff implicated, mainly around the area of break time, because of course you have to remove your mask in order to eat or drink. And so while the staff are still physically distancing at that time, the health unit did ask us to re-swab. So we re-swabbed everybody, including the original positive. And of course, nobody had symptoms then or as those re-swabbing results were coming back negative, which prompted me to contact Life Labs to inquire about their process and whether there was a possibility this would be a false positive. And so on page 282 of your package, you will find the written report that they provided to us. So it was a human error, as Dr. Cushman indicated earlier, and they have taken appropriate corrective actions to ensure that that doesn't happen again. And so that outbreak status was withdrawn as of May 14th. We also are obviously we're on site, but have regular, more formal communication with our staff as well, usually prompted by a change in practice. As I've mentioned several times, the directives we get, whether it's from the Ministry of Health, Ministry of Long-Term Care, Public Health Ontario, our own local health unit, we get those on an almost daily basis. So we're constantly doing whatever needs to be done there with the staff. It may be simple notices, it may be re-education, it may be changing practices and all that goes on in the implementation of that. And on page 277 is a similar collage, just again to capture some of the support that our staff have had over the last month or so. And again, it's just been phenomenal. And I just would draw your attention to the top left, which is the Renfrew Fire Department, who took these pictures on their site and sent them to us. And the mid right is a sign that the OPP made and asked permission to put on both of our properties, and then all of the other local businesses. But certainly for police and fire and the paramedics, who are typically thought of as heroes in emergencies, it's really nice to see that our frontline staff are being recognized for the heroes that they are. Item number 2, I didn't include all of the directives, but just sort of the ones that are maybe more of a higher level. So the first one is a memo, and the appendix is on page 283 of your package. It's from the Ministry of Health, and it's to the health units, and it's giving coroners and the public health units access to electronic health records at the homes should they need. And you can follow the trail here and see where this is all leading, especially with the news that came out in the last few days from the military report. And so similarly, the bullet point on the top of page 278 is a letter that Dr. Fullerton, the Minister of Long-Term Care, and a copy of that is on page 285 of your package, released to residents and families. It was sent to all of the long-term care homes, so we ensured that our residents and families at each of our homes received a copy of that as well. The next bullet point in the appendix to that is on page 287 of your package, and it was on May 13th where the government adopted an emergency order to allow what they call a management order for a long-term care home that's struggling to deal with COVID-19. And as we know, as recently as Monday, that the government has put this into use, and two long-term care homes are being managed by their local hospitals at this point in time. The next bullet point is on May 19th. Dr. Fullerton also announced that the government would be launching an independent commission. There's been a fair bit of media attention to the fact that this is a commission versus an independent inquiry. But nonetheless, it is slated to begin in September, and the notice of that is on page 289 of your package. As I did last month, before we talk about the challenges, I'll just remind you what we're doing over and above regular long-term care programs and services. Continue to conduct twice daily screening assessments for all residents and staff, and I should have included any essential visitors. Test residents and staff if they do have any COVID symptoms consistent with our current guidelines. Cohort, we spoke about quite a bit about that last month. Providing ongoing training and audits of PPE use and infection prevention control guidelines in general with our staff. We know, again, the donning and doffing of PPE is a very high-risk area. So we're continuing to do that. Practicing physical distancing where we can, and regular meetings with our Joint Occupational Health and Safety Committee to make sure they know what we know and they're comfortable with the actions that we are taking. Participate in regular updates with the County of Renfrew Emergency Operations Center, the Health Unit, and Advantage Ontario. I spoke to regular updates with families and staff, as well as that we have a mini isolation unit ready to go at each of the homes should we need to. Our ongoing challenge is the delay in the swab results. So no doubt, impacted by the fact that every long-term care resident and staff member in the province was tested over the last 2 weeks. So hopefully things will speed up again for that, because again, we're in COVID outbreak until we get hopefully a negative response back. PPE, we are okay right now, but continue to manage very closely our use of surgical masks and N95 masks, certainly consistent with the recommendations. Moving on to the funding announcements on page 279 of your package. We had been aware that there was more funding coming, and we finally received the details of that. The announcement is on page 290 of your package, and then the breakdown on the bottom of page 279. So it is there's a base amount that each home in Ontario gets, and then it's individualized based on the number of beds that you have and whether you've had an outbreak or not. And so the funding that we have received in May, which reflects to the end of April, does capture the fact that Miramichi Lodge did have a positive result, and therefore the funding for the lodge is $88,400 and the funding for the manor is $48,000. I do anticipate that in June, when we get our funding for May, that the Bonisher Manor amount will reflect the fact that we did have an outbreak, albeit a false positive. Number 5 on the top of page 280 is the pandemic pay. Mr. Foss already touched on this, so I won't spend a lot of time on that, only to say that there has been some confusion, I'll say, amongst the unions, because of course the press release issued by the province on that Saturday, April 25th, was that, this was effective immediately. Of course, the details always take a while to come out, and certainly we have not received the funding yet. So we haven't been able to move forward on this, but we are happy that our frontline staff are being recognized in this manner. Item number 6 is International Year of the Nurse. Ironically, this was proclaimed in 2019 for 2020. We had planned on bringing Darcy Lang in. We have brought her in before. She's an international motivational speaker and author. However, obviously we couldn't do that. So we decided to take advantage of the virtual capability and have her do a video, but gear it towards all of the staff to really recognize all of the hard work that they've been doing and the unique circumstances that they're working under. So she specifically addressed for frontline staff the importance of them taking care of themselves and their family and their work role. And we were also able to provide them each with a copy of her new book. Very nicely, Domino's Pizza in Renfrew donated a free pizza voucher for all Bonnechere Manor staff, so we were able to pass that out. And at the lodge, Mr. LaRue from Canadian Tire in Cambridge provided a lunch for all of the lodge staff. As well, Commonwealth Mutual Insurance Group donated approximately 50 gift certificates for a meal kit that we were able to disperse amongst the staff. Item number 7, our Strides for Smiles fundraiser. So suffice it to say, we haven't been at a pause on all of our fundraising plans. However, we were approached by a family member with respect to this idea, and I'm sure you're all familiar with 100-year-old Colonel Tom Moore from the UK, who's raised, I've lost track of it, hundreds of thousands of dollars. And so the daughter of one of the residents at the manor said, I'm sure my dad would love to do this. Would you coordinate this with him? So we absolutely did do that with 99-year-old Harold Irving, who's a veteran. He's been walking 2 to 3 times per week in the month of May. And to date, there's been, I'll get you the exact amount, $4,610. The fundraiser actually ends tomorrow, so we're really doing a final push to hopefully get it over the $5,000 mark. And again, there's a little collage on page 281 just to capture that. And that, Madam Chair, is my report. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Sheedy. Very detailed and information is critical that all of us understand and are aware of. So I'll start at the beginning. Item number 1, the COVID-19 status update. Any questions or comments? Item number 2, the directions for the province. Excuse me. Dry cough, that's all it is. Just after speaking for 6+ hours, I'm getting very dry. Number 3, the COVID-19 long-term care challenges. Number 4, the funding. Oh, Councillor Murphy, please.
Thank you, Madam Warden. Just once again, I want to congratulate Shelley. I don't know if anybody else has seen the news over the lunch hour, but the Minister Fullerton was just asked to resign her ministry by the head of the NDP. So that's sort of late breaking news. It came up while I lost internet. Quite a heated discussion in question period. So I think that this is going to be the hot button topic from, I know that it has been, but it's really ramped up yesterday and today. So again, thank you for all that you and your staff do.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Murphy. I think we're extremely fortunate to be living in the county of Renfrew where our residents are well cared for, and the people who are employed by both of our long-term care homes sincerely care about the people that they work with and for each and every day. Item number 4, the funding announcements. Number 5, the pandemic pay. 6, International Year of the Nurse. And number 7, the fundraising by Mr. Irving. The report as a whole. Can I have a mover and seconder to accept the report of the long-term care department? Moved by Councillor Reinwald, seconded by Councillor Grills. Any further comments? Councillor Lynch.
Thank you, Madam Warden. Just to include long-term is the Grove here in Arnprior. I'm touching wood. We're good. Thank you.
Thank you for that. We're very, very fortunate all the way around. Any other comments? Seeing none, all in favor of the report as presented. Carried. Thank you. Thank you very much, Ms. Sheedy.
Thank you.
Please extend our appreciation to your staff.
I will. Thank you.
Okay, our last department report of the day is Social Services. Ms. Lapine, please.
Thank you, Madam Warden. Through you to members of County Council, you will find the Social Services report beginning on page 293 in your package. Item number 1 is speaking about the social services relief funding that we received through the province of Ontario, and we're really happy to let you know that we have launched a community garden initiative where we're really encouraging community agencies and organizations throughout the county of Renfrew to either reestablish an existing community garden or to start a new community garden, which will allow folks in our community to come out and garden, to produce healthy vegetables, and to be part of this. It's a very important activity given that we anticipate that the cost of fresh vegetables will increase over the summer and fall, and this makes it more affordable for our folks, including our most vulnerable in the community. Of course, the conditions include that, they have to maintain social distancing and not gather in groups of 5 or more people. While I don't have a report on the total number of applications to date, we have had a lot of interest to date, and this is going to continue until the end of June. So hopefully we have quite a few community gardens in our community opening up. Item number 2 is an information. It's a resolution that was received by the City of Kitchener. They're asking the Ontario government to pursue a partnership with the federal government to establish what's called a universal basic income, similar to the basic income pilot that was running temporarily in the province of Ontario back a couple of years ago. And that's for your information. Item number 3 is the Renfrew County Housing Corporation update. And I did speak to many of these items previously, so I'll just touch on some of the high points just to remind folks that our offices are closed to the public, but we have staff providing a wide range of services and maintaining our regular administrative operations. Staff are busy creating lots of newsletters and documents that get delivered to our housing units. You will see through the information I've provided here that people do get the information either through delivery by our maintenance and custodial staff. We post lots of information, and our tenants are definitely communicating to us how much they appreciate the communication. And of course, we do get tenants calling and wanting to talk just about a variety of things, and we're able to provide lots of resources to them. Maintenance staff and custodial staff continue to work in all of our units. And I mentioned earlier that we have potential concerns with our capital works projects. We are not sure what's going to happen, but we are hoping to get as much work done this year. But it really is dependent on how many contractors we can get once this is opened up to us. Because of COVID-19, we've had a real setback on that. But like I mentioned earlier, our staff are very working diligently and very proactive in getting everything ready so that we can just get out there as soon as we can. I want to mention the community gardens in the Renfrew County Housing as well. We have our maintenance and custodial staff busy building community gardens for our social housing buildings, and we have a lot of tenants who are very interested in participating in gardens. This is really important, especially in our buildings where we have quite a few tenants who are really, isolated in their building, and this gives them an opportunity to get outside, get doing stuff, and creating vegetables for their home, and also to be able to interact with others with a social distancing in mind. So this is a really exciting thing that we have going on. Moving on to Ontario Works, it was mentioned earlier today. The good news that we have received is that back in January, we submitted a business case to the Ministry of Children, Community and Social Services requesting that they participate in a one-time funding to assist us with our service delivery improvement project in Pembroke. And the decision-making on that was supposed to come out in March, but due to COVID, it was delayed. So we did receive, just received the confirmation that we have been approved, and it is a cost shared with the County of Renfrew, but we are one of a very small number of municipalities that has received a one-time funding approval. So I feel that we are very fortunate, second year in a row. This is a really good news story for us. Under the service delivery for Ontario Works, you'll see item A just identifies the amount of applications that we have been receiving. So from the period of March 17th to May 14th, 218 active applications have been dealt with. We have noticed that things have slowed down slightly with the introduction of the Canada Emergency Response Benefit. I will tell you that I was on a ministry call 2 days ago, and we are anticipating a surge in Ontario Works in the fall when some of the benefit programs change. So we feel really well prepared should the surge take place, that we are definitely in place for the influx that we expect to have come through the door. We deliver the homelessness prevention program in partnership with Renfrew County Housing, and you can see through that item that we have had a lot of uptake. We've had $42,679 issued in a 1 month period out to folks in our community. And we have a list there of some of the things that people are requesting. We have issued 229 gift cards to community members to date. As you may recall, the Rotary Club provided us with gift cards, and we've also purchased additional gift cards through our homelessness prevention program. And this is a very popular program, and we will continue to deliver this using some of the social services relief funding as well to ensure that nobody in our community is without groceries or necessary cleaning supplies or even access to other things that they need due to COVID-19. The Ministry of Children, Community and Social Services has put in place a lot of changes to allow our staff to do the best work they can without having to be burdened by administrative details such as signatures and reporting requirements. So they've put a lot of things in place that I understand from the call that we had 2 days ago that they are planning to continue some of these items post-COVID. They're finding that it is a very good system. Bringing clients into the office strictly to sign documents is not making sense in a COVID world or in a post-COVID world. So they're looking at ways to continue some of the good changes that they've introduced. They are also continuing what's called the discretionary emergency benefit, which is being issued to folks in Ontario Works. The ODSP clients are getting that issued to them through the ODSP program, and it's automatically added to their payment if they received it in the previous month. And we're hopeful that it will continue past July. Right now it is good for May, June, and July. Anybody who has not received that benefit previously can contact their local office, and that can be issued to them. It's available to all recipients of social assistance. Item B is talking about some of the financial flexibility measures that the ministry has introduced as regards to Ontario Works. And they have actually made some great changes. As you may recall, the Ontario Works budget is based on the cost share portion by the ministry is based on the 2018 actuals. This has been a bit of a challenge for us because they have been holding us to former numbers that, as you know, year after year, we definitely have increasing costs. And we are in 2020, and they've now, because of COVID, have announced that they will consider expenditures over the 2018 actuals for those directly related to COVID-19. So they have a list of some of the items in there, and that's a really good news story because we know that there are additional costs and will continue to be additional costs due to the COVID situation. We have had changes to the underachieving of employment outcomes. We have had targets, and this was supposed to be the year that should any service manager not meet their employment outcomes, there would be some clawbacks, recoveries, and they've decided to suspend that. Clearly, it's difficult to, do that to us when we are in an employment situation that's unlike any other time. And you can see that the Employment Ontario, or the Employment Services Transformation change that was supposed to start this fall in the prototype areas, those folks were supposed to have a reduction in their budget. I believe it was 22% because they were transferring employment functions over to the new transformed service, but they have tabled this and put this off to a later time. This is good news for all of us because it also means that the Employment Ontario transformation that will impact the County of Renfrew, the Ontario Works, will likely be put off as well. And you can see financial reporting has been deferred to the fall, which gives us some flexibility to ensure that we can get our documents and the other financial reporting lined up for that time period. We've had several different reporting normally take place by now, and they've decided to give us the opportunity to focus on COVID-19 and not be focused on reporting at this particular time. Item number 5 is the childcare and early years update. When the Premier announced the closure of all licensed childcare centers in March and the indoor recreation programs, that impacted not just childcare, but our early on and child and family centers. And we have opened up 2 licensed emergency childcare centers, and we are in the process of opening 2 more. So you can see in item 5A, we have the Petawawa Military Family Resource Center, which is going to be opening, and we have the Deep River Nursery School, which is also going to be opening. So those are really good news stories, and I commend our staff. It is an amazing amount of work for childcare staff to work with the public health unit, who's been incredibly supportive, and the childcare centers to ensure that all of the necessary safety precautions are put in place. It takes a lot of work. It really is a mountain to move. The childcare and early years staff continue to work with all of their providers and all of the early-ons. They respond to all parents. They are doing a lot of networking to keep everybody engaged during this time. Item B speaks to a licensed childcare survey. So we launched a survey online through our County of Renfrew childcare website, May 14th. We really wanted to get a good idea as to what the childcare need is in the emergency sector. And we have right now attached to this report where we were sitting, and as of May 14th. And you can see that we've had 176 responses to date. And the highest need is in Petawawa and Pembroke, and that's for the emergency childcare. Item C is just talking about the childcare and early years sector funding. It's a memorandum that has been issued to us, and they're again talking about funding. It's an ongoing conversation on funding. What has happened is that the Ministry of Education has continued to fund our licensed daycare operations, even though they are closed, and they are looking at other funding models moving forward. And item D is the early on newsletter. This is a newsletter that has been worked on by our staff. And again, it's full of information and lots of color and brightness so that our families can really engage and be participating in activities, even though during COVID-19, all services for public are closed. And that, Madam Warden, concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Lepine. We'll start at the beginning of your report under information, item number 1, the social services relief funding allocation. Any comments, questions? Item number 2, the resolution to establish universal basic income. I'm wondering if I could ask, because the intention is to begin our committee meetings in June, whether or not this can be sent to your committee for a bit more of a review and consideration, please.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you. With the chair's support. Number 3, the Renfrew County Housing Corporation update. A, B, or C? Seeing none. Number 4, the Ontario Works update. Number 5, the childcare and early years update. Councillor Doncaster, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd just like to take the opportunity to thank Laura and her staff for all the work that they were doing with respect to the emergency childcare centers. I know that it was certainly challenging, and I know that there was a lot of challenges that came from Deep River and that, but really appreciate that and all the work that's gone into that. Thank you.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair, I will let my staff know. I think they absolutely deserve the kudos. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Any other comments? The report is, Councillor Brose, please.
Thank you, Madam Warden. And once again, I just wanted to thank the tireless efforts of all of the social services staff. I know it's been similar to the healthcare workers. They have worked tirelessly to support our most vulnerable residents, and the efforts that they have put in are certainly appreciated. And I also wanted to thank and congratulate not only Laura, but Warden Robinson and Paul for the delegations that we presented at Roma to Minister Smith and Minister Clark in order to get that extra $300,000 in funding for our modernization plan for the amalgamation of our services into the Renfrew County place. So hats off to everybody who was a part of that. And thank you for those efforts. And it's amazing how much work that all of our staff have been able to do through these difficult times. Thank you.
Thank you. Through you, Warden, I would like to accept your thanks, and I will definitely pass it on to our staff. Chair Brose, it is very kind of you to make those comments. Thank you.
It's nice, like to echo Chair Brose's comments. Certainly the social services staff have stepped up this year as they did last year. If you recall last year with the flooding, it was our social services staff that were there to help people in very trying situations, working way beyond the hours that they had to work because they cared about the residents of Renfrew County. So Laura, again, to you and your staff, incredible job, and you continue to do so. And we're very, very lucky to have all of you working for the County of Renfrew and its residents. Councillor Lynch, please.
Thank you, Warden. Not only for the residents of the County of Renfrew, Madam Warden, but Laura and her staff gave direction to people on the borders of Lanark County on how to apply for different things. And from all reports, they were successful as well. So kudos to Laura and her staff for extending the lead to our neighbors. Thank you.
Through you, Madam Warden, I'd like to thank you for that. Thank you for acknowledging that too, Councillor Lynch, because I do know that we do get a lot of requests that are not necessarily in our area, but we're there to help people regardless of where they're from. So thank you. I'll definitely pass that on.
Thank you for that. I guess we are Renfrew County strong beyond our borders.
Absolutely.
Any other comments? Seeing none, I need a motion to accept the Social Services Department report as presented. Moved by Councillor Brose, seconded by Councillor Girls. Any other further comments on the report as a whole? Seeing none, all in favor? Carried. Thank you very much. I have a motion for bylaws. I'm looking for a mover and a seconder that the bylaws listed on item 9 and attached here to as Schedule A on the County Council agenda dated May the 27th, 2020 be deemed read 3 times and passed. A mover and a seconder, please. Moved by Councillor Sweet, seconded by Councillor Murphy. Any comments? All in favor? Carried. Thank you very much. Are there any notice of motions? Any members' written motions? Any new business? Councillor Doncaster.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just wanted to give everybody an update that I think it was known that the CEO of FCM had announced his retirement, Brock Carlton. And this week, Carol Saab was hired as the new CEO for FCM. I've worked with Carol for a couple of years. She was the former executive director of FCM's policy and public affairs department. So she did a lot of the work that put us in front of, her department did a lot of the work that put us in front of MPs and parliamentarians in Ottawa and all the policies that FCM advocates on our behalf. I would point out that today, anybody that was expecting to attend the FCM annual conference would be either there or traveling to, obviously was canceled. It has been put off. They are going to do a virtual conference of some sort in October. So all of the terms have been extended till October. And the elections for the board of directors for the subsequent year will be done virtually also. So that's it. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much for the update. Imagine you could have been there instead of spending 7 hours at a county council meeting. Our third virtual meeting, and I'm going to say probably the longest county council meeting that I've ever attended. Councillor Donahue.
Oh, congratulations, Madam Warden, one for the record books. So we did spend a great deal of time, and I had considered raising this both when we were discussing the ISIP and the shovel-ready programs, and also likewise the need for municipalities and funding in the pandemic response. I just wanted to put it, I know that we discussed this, I think, at our first virtual meeting. It's now 70 days since the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing himself had advised me on the telephone that the disbursement of the MDRAP funding for the flooding in 2019 was imminent, and that there is not a hint of that funding flowing yet. This is of some significance to my municipality, I'm assuming to all of the municipalities, but for us, it was in fact significantly in excess of the 3% of own use levy. It was in fact 20% of our own use levy. That given some of the challenges that we are experiencing even within our own municipality, this is funding that is desperately needed. So I just wanted to put that in front. I don't suspect that anyone else has received it. I will be enormously upset if anyone has seen any of these funds, but I think we are all in the same upset boat, if you will, of having been promised this reimbursement and not having received anything yet.
I don't think anyone has any money or is pointing their hand up to say that they have received it. Are you suggesting that perhaps a letter just reminding the province of the money that is owed to us?
I'm not sure. As the county is not eligible for any of the funding, perhaps it is more, I think, incumbent upon each of those municipalities in all likelihood, given this is outside of the purview of the county. But I just wanted to take this opportunity in this forum to put this back in front of all of my colleagues on council.
Certainly, thank you for that. I certainly know at Laurentian Valley we've been dealing with other things and this has not been on the list, but we'll certainly add it to our agenda at Laurentian Valley next time we meet. Councillor Lynch, did you have your hand up?
Thank you, Madam Warden. If Mike would put that resolution out and forward on to the municipality of Arnprior, we'll certainly support it.
Okay, thank you for that. Any other new business? Okay. Seeing none, we do have closed meeting. Be it resolved, the council move into a closed meeting pursuant to section 239 of the Municipal Act 2001 as amended to discuss personnel matters with an identifiable individual, including employees. I need a mover and a seconder, please. Moved by Councillor Regier, seconded by Councillor Brose. All in favor? Carried. Thank you very much. I guess I will ask Sean Benke to discontinue the live feed, please.